Need any? Well, you can do it. Need anything? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes, yes, yes, Mohal. Yes, Mohal. Watch on TV also. Watch on TV. Are you hear me?
Alpha 7 is able to get a big game on today and push them all the way down. But even then, I'm not so sure that they can.
I kind of get what DXA were trying to do here with PUBG on the eastern side, trying to provide an anchor point just in case the circle does head east. But usually when that happens, you don't try and take 3v4s. That's like not ideal. And that's exactly what DXA for. Finally, PUBG does regroup with the rest of the team. So they're down to 3 now, but they're starting to get buffed up, right? Every time they lose a member on DXA, they seem to get stronger somehow.
Yeah, it's way of things, it seems. 3 players at the top of the mountain. 80, the casualty for them. Prestige still alive. He kept it together in those final moments. Let's see if he can continue to do so. Wolf taking pressure. The heavy hits coming on through from DXavia. Got Barragin, gets the sideline they need.
Shot stand towards Allfine now behind the Luke, trying to keep things pretty for the time being, but starting to look uglier and uglier. Time goes on. Takes a shot from Obscure at distance. It is not the player that I expected to be saying the name of so many times from Alpha 7. I'm glad it is. He is really showing his weight in gold here for Alpha 7 throughout these. They've not had the best one of it, but he is certainly keeping them in the running.
He's pushing up, looks for Landlaw, not going to connect in response either, has to fade away. Do Prestige has a little bit more to give. Paragin is both pushing over now, and you've got to wonder what can he do. Answer is nothing. They will fall. That is going to be DXavia able to shut that one down. They're up to 7 elims here, Blank, R8 as well, getting a hefty tally, but they will draw short on the approach to DXavia.
I mean, DXavia almost felt like R8 was channeling Jafar in that moment, right? He may have been Jafar, but the spirit was near with R8 for Prestige. DXavia able to hold on though. 7 starting to branch out just slightly, and lo and behold, Kara once again in a top 4 scenario. They are determined to catch up to Thunder Talk today.
I mean, they're 17 points behind. Got 5 elims, so it would need, I mean, 5 and 7 is, that would be a 22-point game. So 12 elims and the chicken dinner total. I mean, for Kara, that's doable, right? That's easy. That's easy work. That's light loads.
It is light work for them. Just a warm up. Well, I don't know. The warm around has gone. They've added too much weight to the tables. DXavia is able to find at least one over their way, but should be short order before that's picked up again. But it does give a small chance for DXavia to. They're taking a 2v4, of course they are. I don't know why I thought they would be trying to do anything different.
Okay, he's pulled out the side. No style points on the roll up there. We saw it a couple of times yesterday, and Kara learned their lesson from the other times. And they've seen it before. They'll put it to sleep. And that's a res.
It's like DXavia has no limits. They just have no limits. Like, we're going to go for a 2v4, sure, and I'm going to drive in and do a flyby. Don't worry about it. Yeah, makes no sense. Anyway, Kara, Alpha 7 going head to head, but Revel already being down. They need it badly.
Cabello able to tag on Tommaso. You'd hope he was laid very still on the deck. And then knock as well. Alpha 7 finally stopping Kara where nobody else could. There's a nade, there's a follow-up. The spray downs are good, but now 2 players. It's a 2v3. Kara wanted to try and answer. He's out actually fairly isolated here. The next circle does close center. Worried. CEO spots Obscure on the off angle. There's not a really forced presence from Alpha 7 towards CEO, and they're right on the edge of the blue zone. That's what they needed. Obscure on the mini 14 at distance. Give him Lewis next, see what he could do.
It's a good swing up from him to finish off our day today. Lewis behind the loot crate, but the only loot here is going to be the chicken dinner for Alpha 7 when Obscure will finish this off. And beauty that Obscure is the final blow from that team. But a nice relief here for Alpha 7. I think that does get them back up into the top 7 now off the back of those 10 points they gained. And they can look lively going into tomorrow, John.
They definitely will be in the top 7, and unfortunately for the Wolves, that's going to push them out, despite the point that they were able to earn in the survival rankings there towards the end. So, yeah, I mean, too bad, so sad. I guess you get pushed out by your co-America's team as Alpha 7 look to try and regain former glory towards the end of day 2. Great little turnaround for them. They're building very, very strong, and they moved out nicely to cover the ground around them. Quiet until the very end, but they did start to turn up the heat then.
Yeah, and it's all that matters really is just getting those points consistently. And I think Alpha 7, despite, you know, it's not been amazing, they have been putting those points here and there. I feel like it was a matter of time before we saw a good Alpha 7 game, because we know this is not a bad team.
Yeah, it's definitely a team with a lot of power, a lot of legacy as well. They have had their low, so we'll hope going to be another performance like that. For now, they'll be happy. Let's head over to the desk.
Alpha 7 get their second chicken dinner of the tournament and their first one on Miramar, and a much needed one as well, Max, man. These guys just dropped out of that top 7. A chicken dinner right here is going to pay dividends for them. And I'm telling you, we were kind of talking about it in the background, right? Once I saw this circle and Alpha 7's position, I was like, they don't lose this. And I'm so glad they didn't.
I wasn't sold on the 100% chicken dinner opportunity for Alpha 7. It depends on the timing, and I'm happy to see that the timing was literally perfect from Alpha 7. This Kara fighting the side of Xavier with that original push, Niptura, I think it's fair to send it, just flying into Kara right there. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them. But Alpha 7 see that as a great opportunity to just wrap around up north, get the off angle. Obscure in particular was the nail in the coffin for this chicken dinner and taking absolute control of that finishing circle and getting themselves the win. And look at the damage, especially, except for Revo, that was just in every fight. He was the tank of the team. Yeah. Everyone else, low damage, meaning it was very one-sided in their favor. And this is the Alpha 7, in particular on Miramar Niptura, that I wanted to see, and finally, they delivered.
Yeah, I love seeing a win that's taken by angles, right? You had a player on different spots of the high ground, somebody on the low ground as well, somebody coming on through. You had a wide wrap around to try and just hem in that last player car 100%. And I love to see that. That's no chances taken, just pure skill, pure game knowledge coming through to grab a win. So really nice that we could end the day with an A7 win just like that.
And you know what we're also going to end the day with, right? Some more points on the side of Kara. I mean, come on. These guys had, I mean, the best day of a gauntlet for sure, right? I mean, because this is the first gauntlet, but I mean, it's going to be tough to beat, Max, man. I mean, these guys went crazy.
Look, if CEO from Kara is not MVP, I don't know what to believe anymore, okay? He has to be MVP of the day. There's absolutely no way that does not happen. We'll see, of course, later on as we go on to this ending segment for today. But, of course, we're going to be checking out some highlights for this match. A lot of things happening from the very early stages, and in particular, we have to bring it up. APG Orangutan hot drop happened, and this time around, APG take home the win.
Yeah, it was really nice to see because they were actually prepared for it as well. They had those wraparound angles, able to do what they need to do, and OG were just like, can't do much here. We're just going to send it as a solo. Nicely done. I love this. I mean, I don't love this for Regnum, but that was just so funny. Let's just go in direct line of fire of R8 as the car comes through. Flying in, Siting doing the business, clutching that up for his teammate there as well. DT been a little bit quieter in the second half of the game, or second half of the day rather, but honestly, we know their points. We know they're in probably to the finals most likely here. And a lot of car shenanigans going on, but yeah, we've been talking about a few of these teams. One team I do want to talk about though, Max, is Wolves, right? Wolves been interesting.
I actually am very happy you bring up Wolves. I wanted to talk about them. That push at the end there versus E-Arena, that fight was, to be completely honest, it was a mess. The way they send it solo after solo, and they just give multiple 1v1s over to E-Arena. Not happy about it. I feel like this is a team that now is struggling to kind of keep up with the massive improvements we're witnessing from the entirety of this lobby for the Gauntlet stage. And right now, they're falling behind, and at pretty rapid pace too. Hot Jukes, I know you're a big fan of this team, but as of right now, Wolves, yeah, they are definitely falling behind.
Oh, big time. I mean, something like I said, I was just looking at their fight style. They are constantly just getting split up and getting in these 1v1 situations, and that is just not where they're going to have any success at all. I mean, when you have so much experience in this lobby, everybody is playing as an absolute unit. So if you second guess yourself and you got players just kind of focusing on two different things at one time, you're not going to have a lot of success. And I'll tell you what, Neptura, one thing that I've definitely noticed, right, is Doran, the IGL, getting knocked early, right? Quite a bit.
Yep.
How do you think that has impacted this team so far?
I think it really drops confidence if a team or a player consistently goes out very early, because it immediately puts you on the back end. It puts you on a defense. And it's something where it's like, listen, we gotta figure it out. Because if it's a singular player, right, that goes time and time again and gets knocked, I don't really care if he's the IGL or not, right? If he's the IGL, it's the better one of the players to go out early, because he can still do his job from that position. However, there's something that needs to change. If he keeps going out early, it's either got to be rotations, he's got to be splitting too far. There's something that's got to be rectified there.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to change up. I mean, they do get it 8 points in this match, which is definitely better than what we've seen mostly today. So it's not the worst ending, Max Man, but if we want to see them in the top 7, especially with how we've seen a lot of these teams perform, they're going to have to make it happen right in the final moments.
Yeah, 8 points in PMGC, unfortunately, can only take you so far. But as of right now, it is not enough to remain comfortably in the top 7. Though we did see on the first page of these match rankings, Ulf, I think there was only 1 elimination for 5 placement points. I still want to see more. I know I've been saying this a lot today, Neptura, for Ulf, but they're just getting these literally god-tier positions in these games. We saw on Rondo earlier today, a few times on Erangel, and this game in particular really stands out to me as you're gifted a great spot, and yet they don't do anything with such a good position. Unlike, for example, Carrillo, they had a central compound, and these guys were blasting. Almost 600 damage.
Right.
These guys were on fire, doing what I wanted to see Ulf do, but no, Alpha 7 were the one to stand out the most in the center of this circle.
Yeah, it really goes to show, A7 is like, hey, you got a compound, doesn't mean you just have to sit in it. You can do the business from there. Thundertalk's still top of the leaderboard. Kara, even with that big last game, not able to surpass them just yet, but they're pretty darn close. And I think it's safe to say, guys, that they are in top 7 pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Alpha 7 here in particular, Hodrix. The Americas, they have a team up here. It's Alpha 7 from Brazil. They're popping off, and the 2 wins will finally push them up here in 5th position, followed up by then Xavier. VP dropping down slowly but surely despite a very hot start in the gauntlet. And we're seeing then DRX dropping down. Orangutan for the first time here outside of top 7. And not just by a little bit, overtaken by 3 or 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken. So Orangutan, we said we needed to see a win. We didn't see it today. There's still time tomorrow. But again, the time is ticking. You need to get a win eventually if you want to be in the grand finals.
That's right. 6 more matches tomorrow. That is it, right? And you've got to get into top 7. Otherwise, you're going to the group stage. We can take a look at the daily MVP, Neptura, and of course, it's CEO.
Of course it is. We knew from the beginning that's who it was going to be. He had the nades. He had the Overwatch angle. He had the damage. 3.5k damage just from him alone. Nearly 20 eliminations is, I feel, unheard of, Max. This is a crazy performance from CEO.
I mean, of course, the eliminations, damage, and everything stands out, but I'm going to go a little bit further here. An average survival time on the day of 23 minutes is ludicrous. Genuinely, that means you're always getting to the later stages of the game. And of course, because your survival time is so high, it gives you ample opportunities to frag out, get the elims, get the damage, and be even better looking on this daily MVP graphic. So genuinely, I'm impressed not only by the survivability of CEO later and the entirety of Kara, but also how they take fights, when they take fights. And so far, this is the team that I would say throughout the entirety of the gauntlet has impressed me the most, even more than Thunder Talk, that currently are still in first place. Kara, what they did today was truly exceptional, and I want to see another day like this. Hopefully it's not just a flash in the pan, but it was such a good day that replicating this, Hot Juke, seems almost impossible. Like, come on.
It's a big, big flash in the pan. Oh my gosh, just a crazy stat for you guys. Kara, 78 eliminations. APG, 39 total points. You know what that means? They did double the amount of points than APG did in eliminations alone. But let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage to 7WG for the last interview.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of day 2. We have played 6 matches, and I have none other than Thunder Talk C team next to me. A team that's currently been performing so well, finishing in first place once again. But I want to ask you, I want to go back a little bit more because between PMWC and PMGC, what has been the biggest adjustments you guys have made to make sure you can win at the global stage?
OK，就是说呢，它就是从 PMWC 到 PMGC，你们做了什么调整，然后什么改进，让你们有机会更大的机会去获得这个世界级的赛事呢？
主要是因为做了一些随机应变的方式吧，然后就是在探底的时候，之前我们都是就一路被人追着杀，然后现在都是放慢节奏，然后一个人去看点，然后3个一线爆发。
Okay, so his response is like he keep calming and he changing the strategies. Like from starting, he keep chasing, and like right now he's going to be like one people staying in the main point and looking all over around the situations, and 3 people we going to like chase detecting the opponent locations. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, great information, especially if all the teams are currently watching as well. Now, after 2 days of the gauntlet, has there been any team around here that's causing you guys some issues?
就是他问的是你们目前有没有遇到什么最难缠的对手呢？
我觉得最难缠的对手就我们自己，因为在这2天比赛看来，只要我们正常发挥的话，基本都没啥问题。
Okay, his response is like the biggest enemies in between the lobbies is their self, because they face like their own is the biggest enemies at if they like keep calming down and like relaxing in the playing the games, like maintaining their performance, everything is good.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And you guys are maintaining that performance because you guys are currently in first place. Now, as back-to-back PEL champions, the fans have a lot of high expectations for you guys that you guys haven't been able to meet in previous global events. Do you feel that pressure having to perform here at PMGC?
OK， 就是说呢，作为背靠背的 PEL 冠军嘛，就是到了这个世界级的赛事呢，就是怎么说？
Like, are they feeling any pressure from the fans that having the high
对，
expectation?
就是你们不负观众的所托嘛，这个对于你心里中的分量是怎么样的呢？
我觉得有他们的相信也是能让我们打得更加的自信。
So with their supporting, so they can feel like more greater and try their best to feel like try their best in perform more better in the competitions.
All right. Well, you guys are currently performing. You guys are in first place. I'm pretty sure everybody currently watching you that are your fans are going to be happy, and you're shutting some haters up too. Thank you so much. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed this day, because make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, because day 3 is going to be spicy. We'll be finding out which top 7 teams get a direct ticket to the grand finals, and those 9 teams that will be going to the group stage.
Well, I can tell you one of them, right? And that's Thunder Talk, right? They're going to the finals. They have crushed it so far today. I think Kara did as well, right, Max, man? Let's be real. Okay, we got 6 more matches left tomorrow. With the performances we've seen so far, like I just mentioned, I think there's some teams that are for sure going to make it. In reality, how many slots do you think are available?
I would say currently 3 slots and a half.
Wow.
It's all depending on how R8 perform at the start of tomorrow. Thunder Talk, Kara, Mad Balls, for me, all those 3 teams, they're in 100% in top 7. They're locked in right now as we speak. R8, they currently have 90 points. 1 average game they should be in, but then the bottom 3 definitely are up for grabs here, Hot Juke, so anyone can still take those top 7 spots away.
Yep, it's totally possible. I mean, with that few amount of slots left, it's going to be crazy tomorrow, because yeah, there's definitely a point bubble right there. So Neptura, right? Which teams tomorrow need to just come in swinging? We're talking chicken dinner off the rip.
Off the rip, I think anybody 8th to 13th, honestly, need to do that. Wolves, DRX, OG, Regnum Kara, GS, or Ulf, because they are all the way, Ulf's all the way down in 13th, but the point difference between 7th and 13th is, quick math, 12 points.
Yeah.
That is it. 1 good game, right off in Rondo, you're in top 7, and you're well on your way to solidifying that position. So that is absolutely where we need to be.
Well, That's it. One more day left in the gauntlets, all right? 7 slots available. Mark your calendars. Make sure you're there. We're going to be there for sure. I hope you guys enjoyed it so far. We will see you guys tomorrow.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall.
Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand. I'm your stage host, the 7WG. Starting today marks the beginning of the ultimate showdown, where the best teams from around the world will compete with one goal in mind: to lift the amazing PMGC trophy as the 2025 champions. We will start off with the gauntlet, where top-tier teams will fight to get a direct ticket to the grand finals. The pressure is high, and I can't wait to see the breathtaking gameplay. I'm excited for PMGC. I know you at home and the desk is excited too. Let's send it over to the desk.
This is it. The world's sharpest aims, smartest minds, and strongest teams all are here in the arena, hoping to secure one of the 7 slots that'll take them directly to the grand finals. I'm your host, Todd Jukes, and right next to me, I got 2 of the best analysts in the business, Maxman and Neptura. Max, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic, Hot Juke. So good to have you back here for PMGC once again. And yeah, the best of the best is here once more for PMGC 2025. And we'll see who's going to be taking that trophy away from D+. If not, maybe D+ will take it home once again. We'll have to wait and see.
Hey, I'm so stoked for that. And, you know, speaking of stoked, Neptura, this is your first time here on the big desk. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited to be here, Jukes. Let's go. PMGC back at it once again. It is time. I'm here. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Oh, me neither. For all you guys that are just tuning in here, haven't seen all the social media, this is the gauntlet stage, baby. We got a whole new format, which we're about to get into. Max, man, I'm going to have you break down the schedule. But, man, I'm telling you what, this is insane. This group is ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, this stage is the toughest. All the best teams from the full season in their respective PMSLs or regional tournaments is going to be playing in the gauntlet for the next 3 days. And of course, for the gauntlet stage here, we know you need to be in the top 7 if you want to advance into the grand finals, because otherwise you're not in top 7. Niptura, group green, group red, you're going to be put in the groups where you could be eliminated. So if possible, you want to avoid going in the group stage.
No, 100%, right? Because that is where you start to get eliminated. The gauntlet stage is going to be a little bit more relaxed. Yes, you've got that opportunity, that top 7 to go straight to finals. But once you go, you're not in the top 7, you go back down to group stage. And this is where it gets really tough, because only 4th to 11th of each group go to last chance. You have 5 teams that are going to be eliminated out of each group there. This is where it starts to get to have a lot of pressure for these teams, because as you go further and further on the stages, your chances dwindle massively to get to the finals.
I mean, yeah, because group stage in your respective groups, you have to be top 3 out of 16 teams in group green or group red. And then in last chance, you have to be top 2. It is going to be incredibly competitive here, Hodrix, to see who's going to make it. But of course, the point system, the trial and tested point system, it's back. It's the same, and we love it.
It's the same, but we got that $3 million prize pool. Are you kidding me? For downloading a mobile game that you can play for free, man. This is so awesome. I always love to see just how crazy this is. And, you know, you guys are so right. I mean, we got 7 slots available here in the gauntlet, and there is a lot of monster squads looking to get those instantly. Because I'm going to be real, you know, when looking at this roster with how stacked it is, I think there's a lot of these teams that it's pretty much do or die at this point. Like, they have to be able to get that slot to the grand finals here and now. Otherwise, it's going to be a big problem, Max. One team, though, I know that we're going to have a whole lot of confidence in, right? It's got to be Alpha Gaming, right? I mean, Zol, he's won this back in 2023, right, Max?
Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute OG. And look, if you don't have APG on your radar, we're not looking at the same esports, okay? Let me be very clear with you right now. We are not paying attention to the same level. Doc, Ziol, Top, Reefus, East even on the team right now going to be playing. Of course, I do believe Reefus is going to keep on playing here, Niptura, because the guy put on an absolute just destruction fest going forward in PMWC. He was putting everyone down, and I feel like it is great to see him hopefully play moving forward in PMGC, because the guy deserves his slot. And will Doc stick with his team? We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, that is the question, right, Max? Because, you know, you're talking about Reefus sticking onto the team, and I think he's such a great addition, specifically because Doc does what he does, right? And if that doesn't go well, if Doc splitting becomes the docketing, Reefus is the guy you want on your team that's able to clutch it back up and save the team from the doom that Dockening often puts the team in, right? So I'm really excited to see what he's going to bring forward coming into the gauntlet for sure.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see right now, these are today's matches. We're starting off with Rondo. That's right. If you haven't heard, Rondo is now in the mix. No more Sandhawk. So a little bit of a rip in the chat for Sandhawk. But Rondo is here. And for those of you guys that don't know, right, the biggest thing about Rondo is that they have those recall towers, Neptura. And that just changes the whole dynamic of how this tournament starts, right?
I love the idea that we have recalls in one map in Rondo, and Rondo is the one that we want here for sure, because I think the recall splits are going to be super interesting.
Well, there they are. We see them ready to go, man, live in Bangkok, Thailand, man. This is so great. We talked a little bit about some of the squads that we got looking at right here, right? One thing in particular that I think that is so awesome here about PMGC 2025 is there's a particular region that we haven't seen in such a long time, right? And that is India, baby. They are back, right? We got Orangutan joining the field. Neptura, I know this is a team you really got your eyes on.
I do. I love the way this team plays, and I think out of any of the teams to come out of India, this team has the most chance to actually do something and actually compete against these teams really well. Yes, they don't really have the experience that we've seen from other global teams right at the global stage. That is fair. But the way they play, they're mobile, they're opportunistic, they split, they use their vehicles to get any information, they third party as much as possible, they regroup really quickly. Like, this is a team that is very smart, and I think when you have that kind of skill level to pair with that, this is exactly what you need. This is all the elements of what you need in a team that will compete against global teams effectively.
But sorry, I gotta interrupt and also correct you guys. It's not Orangutan. That's not the team name. It's Team India, baby. Okay, that's right. What they're going by here in PMGC. All right. And actually, we had a little graphic talking about Rondo. As we go into Rondo, Mian7 had a video a few days ago talking about what they could really do. I would actually really like to see a third part, a hot drop coming out from Orangutan on APG, doing the typical 3-1 splits on Rondo. That would be such a good strat and a good way for them to kick off PMGC possibly.
Yes, indeed. Oh, man. We get a hot drop right off the rip here in Rondo. That's going to be just absolutely crazy. But you know what? Let's get this started. Let's go ahead and head on over to Blank and John Allen to get this started.
We're ready to go. That's right. You know, I'll get that sorted for him. So he is right retrospectively. But we are thrilled as ever to be back here at the PMGC, ready to ramp up towards the finals later on over in December. It is all to play for, and the Gauntlet Blank is the place to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very good opportunity to get whatever you want going into the finals, right? You get a lot of points here in terms of, well, not points, but if you get a lot of points here, you have a fantastic chance to get in. And even if you don't make it through Gauntlet, you get even more chances in the future to get towards those finals. So it is a perfect opportunity. We're starting things off here over on Rondo. I'm sure some of you may have seen this map previously over on some of our other PMSLs, but if this is first time tuning in, we do have a new map in. It is this one. It has the recall system that the guys on the desk were talking about, and the one gal, of course, which allows teams to get back into the match should they get knocked and flushed. It's an interesting mechanic. It does make it quite chaotic at times.
Absolutely. If you're wondering, where can I find these recall beacons? Well, it's the handy green hearts all over the map. They'll be visible on the mini-map as well, but it looks like we're already in for a fast start here. R8 dropping down with Alpha 7 over on the northwest side. Blank, it looks like Alpha 7, though, they've already taken a knock and a flush. But remember, the recall beacons exist, so it's not all done and dusted for the player from Alpha 7. As a second falls as well, I think it's time to turn tail and get on out of there.
I think they actually do already have an outpost ready to res if needs be. From the guys on Alpha 7, so that's fine, should be okay. I think that when you look at this over on Rondo as well, what you typically see, decent nade to start off with 2, and 97 looks to move up. Ida, sorry. Memori.
Dangerous though. Obscure has a shotgun. Oh, he's only got 2 more rounds, though. One. No, he can't find it. The AKM in the back pocket, though, and the swap out is good for the turn of the spray, but the vents don't keep him safe. A couple more breathing holes than he would like there and get slashed to bits in the end. RA able to get a lot of points in the meantime, Blank. We've got another hot drop going on between Virtus Pro and Ulf. Is that a full squad wipe, or is that just the flushes coming through? I think it was just the flushes.
It's scrappy. It always is really scrappy at the start here as well. Marfan and Revo, Alpha 7 look to get back into the mix here, in fact, after that double knock occurred upstairs. Squeeze out underneath. GS9. Pretty decent submachine gun exclusive to Rondo. Amori's looking for the parachutes. Not seeing any just yet. Alpha 7 back up to 3 now. Again, as I was saying before, the typical strategy is to send 3 in towards a location you want to control. You have 1 outpost sent over towards the recall beacon.
Ooh, what's the battle of the M249s? Plenty of lead being thrown either way. Not too much connecting, though, but in the end, it was Marso to win that little duel there. You can see we've already got a lot of elims on the cards, Blank, but only 2 people are currently flushed. Make that 3 now. But look at the number of elims. We're already up to 11 elims found, and only 1 player has gone down. Orangutan have lost 1. And it looks like R8 and Alpha 7 aren't done just yet either.
R8's actually profiting quite a lot after this, actually. 5 points already on the game. It's very fantastic. Korea off in the distance. Obscures having to send away now. And R8 may just get 6 points from Alpha 7 total, which is a little bit weird considering they're a 4-man squad. But for R8, fantastic stuff.
I think this is the first time I've seen a team get more than 4 points on a hot drop.
Yeah,
certainly in Rondo. I'm talking about the Rondo recall system, but because we've hypothesized, you know, what's the maximum number of points you can get from one team. It looks like R8 are trying to set that record right now. Goodness me. Okay, if you get 6 or 7 points from a single team, I mean, they're called Alpha 7, right? Maybe that's because they're worth 7 points.
Yeah, we'll take 7 off them. That's 6 elims total. But also that indicates that Alpha 7 has lost the fight twice, which is not great for the prospects of Alpha 7 going forward. I mean, losing to R8 as well, in the past, that might have seemed as like a big upset, but I think R8's actually improved a lot over the years. Most of those players are veterans now of the game. They've been playing a very, very long time. I think they're all very good. There's some small changes here and there. But yeah, I think Marth's always been a bit of an underestimated player, and he's consistently been getting better. Ida also has just always been a strong suitor on that team. So I think for R8, you know, that is a fantastic start for them, but also not too surprising considering their uptick in their trend.
So, I mean, it's a great start, right? If you want to have a big game, crack on with Rondo. Get towards the top of the gauntlet. Alpha Gaming starting to make their move from Yulin down towards that southeast side. Crashing into the rocks there. Zol not going to go any further. Maybe spotted a couple of mad balls ahead of him and decided, you know what, I'm going to wait for the rest of my team to handle this one.
Man, APG's got brightness on maximum there. Like he was gazing into the sun. The screen was illuminating half the stage. I don't really switch the phone up to 120% on the brightness.
Hey, you know, they can handle it, those phones. They got all the bells and whistles. Thunder Talk.
Oh, ring sunglasses
get a point off the wall. Yeah, I don't think they put sunglasses on your face. I think they're just short of that feature. But everything else, they pretty much got it on lock. Mad Balls crashing in, and Kara, Tulika spots one of them. And Moss has to crawl back upstairs. Remember, the recall beacon's still active, still accessible potentially, although it's going to get harder in the middle of the circle, which is where we find ourselves right now, Blank. It is going to be a little bit more difficult to find those recall beacons. So losing a player here is a little bit more terminal than perhaps losing a player further towards the outside.
It does get a little bit tougher. That's the sacrifice you have to make, right? If you want center, likely you're not getting a second chance here. Certainly possible to make happen, but by the time you start heading center, a lot of teams start to gatekeep on these recall beacons, which is something that's happening a lot more frequently. And I do think that this initial stint of eliminations, of aggression, does start to die down a little bit as teams head on over towards that early game, that mid game. I'd say that probably kicks in around about 12, 13 minutes here on Rondo, but it can kick in a lot later, as we've seen in previous PMSLs where things get really dicey the entire time. The question is whether it's really worth it or not, and I think teams haven't quite figured that part out yet. I think there's still decisions to be made whether to send 3 in, get some points here and there, and just send 1 out towards the center of the circle. There's decisions from certain teams. I mean, Papua Supermassive did this where they actually profited quite a lot off of Rondo individually by playing a 4-man all the way through to the end game. They never really participated in those early fights, but they were still getting a lot of big points, because by the time they got towards 18 minutes where they were stacked, they were looted, they were ready to roam around as 4, there was still around 50 players in the lobby. So you still have a lot of time to pick up those points.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm looking on the map at Regnum-Karya, blank, in the middle. And they are on a 2-2 split, currently looking at 2 recall beacons, and one of them just went up massively in value. I'm expecting that they regroup to the east now. No real reason to stay on that western side one. Get a move on, because you know that recall is so valuable for you. And Regnum-Karya want to keep that one under control. Alpha 7 still has 2, by the way, in the northwest side. And they are now near Virtus Pro. R8, they feel like, you know what, 6 points is enough. We'll crack on, lads. See you guys later. You'll stick around as 2 in the blue.
I mean, for Alpha 7, that second fight was really poor. The vision was that after that double knock, they were going to try and clear up the fight from there for R8 and deal with them. Unfortunately, there was a quick response from their side, and suddenly Alpha 7's plans get massively cut to shreds. Now they're sat on the outside edge, trying to move in. Real difficult maneuver now to make. I mean, they're passing through VP as well, and they sort of have to make a straight shot towards the circle if they want to catch a recall beacon in time and still have a chance to get some loot on board before you're transitioning towards those late game fights. I think it's tough for Alpha 7. I don't think that this initial match is going to go all that well for them whatsoever. Good shot from CEO over towards Solus. Real quick put down from him.
Yeah, Kara, remember, they lost a player earlier, and so they are staying as 3. They didn't break out to go for that recall. That's what I was talking about. Even though they are still available, they're kind of trapped in now. So Mad Balls being able to find that opener, really very valuable. And it looks like they are still under caution, but CEO, as you saw there, getting that knock over to Solus. That should be fairly resable. Uh-oh. Poser has to live under the cover fire of his teammates there as Lemon nearly takes him down out of the rotate.
It's one of those tough things, and it's a good point to bring up, is that if you're knocked and flushed towards the center of the circle, typically you're not getting that player back up again. But there's also that thing that's talking to you in the back of your head, right? The evil voice that sometimes you get. That tells you that maybe you could go for one of the recall beacons. I think that is something that you had to kind of have to disconnect from your mindset in these games. If you're going down towards the center, you have to play on as 3. Yes, there's a possibility you can play on as 4, but does that possibility pose more risks? Most likely. So I think that teams do struggle with this idea of making those bold plays. I think if you go down to 1 or 2 players, I think it's absolutely fine to try and go for one of those maneuvers. It's probably not going to work out, but if it does, you know, you salvage the game off the back of it. But I think playing as 3 is absolutely fine if you are center.
Ooh, nades over the top. This is Kara down to 2 now as Wolves took their 3rd player out. So it's just Lewis and CEO, and nade bounces on the backboard, and it manages to land on target. The circle shifts out to the side, so this has the hurry up on the fight, and I think that Mad Balls is just going to be able to close this one down here and now. CEO, though, has something to say. A nade out through the door, stops first breach, gives him a little bit more time to play with. Teams are going to be leaving from around them, so not too much danger of third party as nades start to bounce on in, and he goes down to the bombardment in the basement. Too much to handle. CEO, you're fired.
Given the old basketball maneuver there as well, bounced it off the floor into his face. I love that nade. You don't see those all that often. This is very messy right now. And I mean, we didn't really talk about the circle too much, but this has shifted over towards the eastern side. There is a lot of space down towards the southern edge of Yeongu right now on Jadana City that is available. This circle could push towards as well. Most teams are sat down towards Tulang right now on the south side. Huge amount of water involved. It's a very uncomfortable circle, very, very uncomfortable. And you can tell that just by this terrain that you're looking at right here. It's, you know, small divots to play in, small defiles you can set up, but other than that, very rough. And I mean, this is where you really want to be able to use the destructible terrain to your advantage, right? Being able to bomb out some of these areas with the nades, create those small craters is going to be very, very useful. More so than this is having buildings like GS. That does make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, that's a big advantage right now. Coming in through on that south side, a little bit closer to Tuling. I think the teams on the south are going to have a little bit cleaner of a time for now, but I think as things move forwards, it is the teams further up towards the north where Thundertalk were playing before, and well, actually where DXavier are trying to send towards right now. You can see they're trying to get around the edge of this one, regroup onto Lambor, who is their northmost point blank. They're 3 players behind, and they are sending it forwards. They managed to find a sliver through. This is good scouting coming through for DXavier. They find themselves on the coastline on a nice little plateau.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And for DXavier as well, there's always this chance to move over towards that northeast side and try and cross the water if the circle does shift towards the northeast. It's there's a chance there. I'm not going to say it's like a startlingly large possibility, but it is one of those positions you do need to be aware of, which is quite like DRX's spot. They haven't set themselves up for a massive elim game, but should the circle move over towards the eastern side, they have the bridge to work around, and also they could just gatekeep if they wanted to, and that's where they could pick up a lot of eliminations in the chaos and the panic that ensues after a circle like that. But as usual, I'm going to set all this up, and we are not going to go towards the eastern side, so I won't talk about it until that happens. In the meantime, Thunder talks over towards that central arena, like you said, alongside with DXavier. Well, maybe I do need to talk about it. Completely undefined, right? Completely undefined. I'd say it was slightly more over towards that northeastern side in terms of land. But yeah, I think that you pretty much have to stick to your guns here. If you're Alpha 7, you are having a great time off the back of this. Mad Bulls moving into Geekay. Very, very bad stuff here happening for them. But luckily, Flip's on the outside. Wonderful off-angle player, but then he's got 2 enemies to deal with here in front of him. Safji and Ragnarok. See what Flip can get done here. He's very good when it comes to the clutches, usually, for Mad Bulls.
Oh, Ragnarok rolls on in and finds the 2 players. I think there might have been 3 on the middle there for the Mad Bulls. Flip with a nade on in, looking to try and stop Ragnarok from doing any more damage here. But the rest of his team has melted. He might be an off-angle player, but now he is the angle. And we'll have to try and find something. Nice. A real big re-knock there as Ragnarok actually has to send around the edge. But fortunately, he is kowtowed down behind as Regnum Kaya chime into the fight. There's off angles everywhere, Blank. This is the messy area we were talking about. This northern road, so difficult.
That's a bold push. Very, very bold push from Flip here. He's been taking a little bit of damage from behind, hoping this nade goes through. Regnum Kaya completely stymieing his approach. I think it's a very smart play from Ragnarok as well to immediately switch back over towards the rest of the team. It put the pressure on Flip in a big way where he had to speed up his gameplay, accelerate a little bit because it meant his teammates dying. And Ragnarok might just get... I think getting the full team res is going to be a bit difficult. Maybe if he cleaned this up slightly sooner. There's a slight indecision here, and now Regnum Kai should be able to clean up the pieces nice and easily.
There we go. They are indeed eliminated. And Regnum Kai are now up to 5 elims. They've lost one of their players, but there's still plenty of firepower for them to play with, and 5 points. It's not a bad game by any stretch. Now, we head over to the route out of Jajina City, the bridge mouth here where Arena have sat. DRX were up in the buildings for a long time, and now they want to exert more control over the area and get past this Arena blockade on this northeast side. But R8 are pushing in from the west. They're already up to 7 elims, Blank. They've had a hot start to the game, and they want to continue taking out Hyunbin like it's nothing.
Hyunbin going down is pretty problematic. I mean, Hyunbin's probably one of DRX's better players as well. So him going out early there is pretty tough. Soaz now has a very, very big task ahead of him, but I would say that, you know, probably second best on the team here for the squad. Is able to take out one, making this into a 3v3 versus R8. Now, R8 could continue the warpath here since taking down the Brazilian squad in Alpha 7. Look to push out now. There is enemies all around, though.
Ooh, giving them the quick start steps, but it's not going to phase them at all. R8 have been through the ringer already, and they know the tricks of the trade. They'll move up to the north side now because Arena are struggling against one. They're getting mashed up across the road. What on earth just happened over there? R8, the major profit makers, though, on this engagement on the south side with IQ over the horizon. They continue to push up north.
Yeah, I mean, disgusting Molotov going through from QXE. He's able to find a lot of damage. Luckily, Prestige is able to move around the side, get the backstab, but he was putting up a valiant fight. Well, I don't know what to say here. This is such an evil circle to start off the day. In fact, just to start off PMGC in general. And Alpha 7 get incredibly lucky with this one. I think that's the play you have to make if you're a two-man squad, is you head to the unknown side of the map, which in this case is northeast. But they get so lucky this continuing to be in the circle in stage 5. I mean, by stage 5, you're usually assuming the circle to pick one of two land masses to go to. But because this has been so central each time, the algorithm basically just says, well, we just have to split.
Yeah, it's a real nasty circle right now, and I mean, at the start of the game, playing like lemmings, you think that Alpha 7 do need to have a little bit of an uptick on performance there. As a rotate comes through for the Wolves, they're trying to crash on in. They do not have any other option. Thundertalk are going to be on the defense here. Plenty of teams trying to crunch their way through, as well as R8 try and move up north towards the IQ position, but they are finally falling. With 12 elims, though, they've already had a banger of a game. A nade onto the outside leaves just the one player now. Baton for Wolves alive up on the wall, dancing around, trying to find an opening, but it's not being presented. Thundertalk playing solid, stalwart on their defense, and there's nothing doing. Now he's at long range with the shotgun, and he's got to keep the lead pouring out, but it's not going to be enough to get all three. But goodness me, it was close.
I mean, it's the correct move. It's the correct move from Thundertalks. It was slightly less glamorous than they were hoping potentially, but it is the right move, is to send 3 out on a quick spin there to take down Baton, because the way he was running around, I think they realized that they were just going to be wasting nades, sending them out the window, hoping for something like that. If they get this done right now, it means they can have a lot more pressure over towards the future. DXavier played a blinder here on this game, moving over towards that northeastern position after seeing that circle and getting it done so effectively. APG with some good nades as per usual, but one is sent back their way in Scarface, as well as Ketch, doing a huge amount of damage. Now APG down to just Doc on a sliver of HP.
And we talked about them a lot earlier, Blank. DXavier making that rotate in has really paid off. I mean, the circle's helped, but they have managed to maintain that position on the north side here. They are not across the water. They are still on that southwest side, and they are rotating through. They've had oversight on so many of these fights. I mean, we saw brilliant nades just then, but none of them really mattered for the teams throwing them because of so much pressure coming through from DXavier's position.
They have held a really nice 4-man split as well, which I'm sure the desk will talk about at some point, but being able to do that over towards that tree line is not easy. There's plenty of positions teams could backstab you from, but I think they were keeping tabs on the circle very, very well. And immediately, as you saw there, as soon as the team got anywhere close, that's where they started to open up. VP, who did fantastically well within their own region, now have set themselves up beautifully on this north side. They're one of the last to the circle as well. They were on a similar trajectory to Alpha 7, so both teams had similar ideas here. But But in their case, VP has 4 players as opposed to Alpha 7's 2, so has a much larger chance at taking this game. I think for DX Xavier, it's a tall task ahead of them, right? They need to take down most of the teams on the western side. Then they need to get an initial knockover towards Virtus Pro to enable even a swim to take place. I think if you were to put money on this match, fake Monopoly money, of course, you'd probably be betting that on VP.
Yeah, I think that is the smart money right now. I think you might be right on that one. IQ trying to leave, GS dropping down, trying to find one of their backstops, and they will be able to do so fairly simply. I mean, the rotate necessary coming through from IQ. They're rotating up, and Prestige, who did manage to get out of this one, does finally fall down, will fall to IQ, and they will stop at 13 elims blank. Almost 50% of their points this match have come through from Alpha 7. Pretty fantastic, if you ask me. Thunder Talk now pushing in as well from that western edge.
Yeah, look to push through APG. Top and Doc were able to get back into the position. It's a cracking nade. A lot of splash damage on that bad boy. Flashed his own teammate, but he had eyes on. That was the main thing, right? He had eyes on. So the flash didn't matter. They mainly flashed Doc there.
It's all shock and awe, you know, they're just rolling on in. Big bang, big boom. They know where the player is.
Throw the stun grenade.
If you're both flashed and only one of you knows where the other one is, that's an easy win. Hey, look at this. Alpha 7. They've managed to find some divots very early across the way. Talked about them before. And now here we are, with them being given a massive amount of circle luck to keep themselves in this one.
Wow, what a love from Paragon. Very, very long on the nade there. But Thunder Talks get up effectively, and DX Xavier have nothing to say about it. 7 elims so far for the Thunder Talks, and overall, I would say the team play is phenomenal this game. I've been very impressed with maybe not the mechanical skill, but the decision making overall has been very, very good from Thunder Talks.
Xavier with 2 players now, holding off against 3, but it's Lambo to fall, leaving just Nate T left. He is closer to the water, and Thunder Talk do need to move on in, move a little bit closer here as the nades continue to roll on out. This is a bit more of a difficult push now. Virtus Pro may have oversight to some of these side angles that Thunder Talk are going to want to use to approach this situation, so it could be a little bit harder. That deployable cover as well, airdropping on in, giving them that concrete barrier, keeping them safe, but Alpha 7. They're still alive, by the way, and they've taken down DX Xavier.
That's an annoying one for Thunder Talks. I think they were just about to get that knock as well. But Alpha 7 salvaging this game as best as possible. I think that was only doable through this.
What on earth?
Yeah, this is rude. It's very rude. Thunder Talks might win this game. I might be wrong. I think for Virtus Pro, I mean, all things considered, this absolutely made sense for Virtus Pro to win this game. And I think that I would be lying to myself to say that I made a mistake that I don't think I did. I think it's just a case of the circles messing with us all right now. But for Thunder Talks, I'm going to go ahead and say that I think that just off the back of this game, there's been multiple moments where I thought that the team play is very, very good, which is usually something that is quite present in Chinese teams anyway, is that their team play is very, very good, but they're backing up with very, very quick maneuvers. So I quite like this from Thunder Talks. Virtus Pro immediately know they need to move across. I don't like that Thunder Talks aren't holding the water aggressively here, and I think that they're worried to go too far forward and expose themselves to angles from Alpha 7. But that does get Malai as well as Milky Way up with the 2 backstops in Aragon as well as Voston just watching their approach. Very well done. Very, very well done.
Yeah, I think this is really well played by Virtus Pro, and I think you're right on that. Alpha 7 off angle suppressing Thunder Talk on the western side. Just a note on the circle on the minimap, it's slightly offset from where it actually is. It's a little bit further southwest than this, so it is actually centered up into the water here. It does look like it gives more of an advantage to the southwest coastline, but that is not the case. It's really nasty. It's really nasty to everyone involved here. And I mean, Alpha 7, they might also have a chance in this one, Blank, which is crazy.
Yeah, as teams
There's a
start to
difficult
get...
rotate out for them, so there's
Yeah.
definitely the outside chance.
I mean, teams are bruised up and cut up, and I think that you'd be okay saying that Alpha 7 has a chance in this game, because I am kind of concerned that there's a case where this game is all down to chance now. On this next circle shift, the last one of the game. We'll see where it goes. Goes down towards the southwest. People are looking fairly happy, but I can't quite tell where that is on the mini map. I'm waiting for the map feed to update here, but that does head back over towards Boston.
Able to take him down. 3 teams now remain. 4 players for Virtus Pro. They're split 2 and 2. A nade here could be dangerous. Could cause themselves to bleed out a little bit further, but this is the time that Virtus Pro are going to use to flex out. They're really needing to control Alpha 7 here, and ThunderTalk can't take shots over towards their backstop with these front 2 playing it. Virtus Pro playing on a knife's edge right now, but it's working. A nade over the top, over towards Xing. Milky Way might drop down into the path of the nade, but the work has already been done. AJ getting taken down to the last player to stand for them, and the players across the way, Carrillo is chiming in too.
So
ThunderTalk up against the wall, and Virtus Pro have played this masterfully.
I mean, you might have a 2v2 here, though, between Alpha 7 and Virtus Pro going over towards that end game, depending on how AJ plays out these final moments. A lot of indecision there coming through from ThunderTalks. And there you go. This is exactly what I was talking about. Aragon now has to hit the deck. There is shots from the sideline. Obscure has to be clean with this one. He is not. And Malloy is providing support. Carrillo with it all down to him now in these final moments.
And he will not be able to meet the mark. Virtus Pro able to claim that Northern Shore on a deadly circle on Rondo Blank to kick us off. Alpha 7, I mean, they played like lemmings at the start of the match, but they claimed 2nd place off a big shift up to the northeast side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call that a big win for Alpha 7. It's a bit of a salvage game, but let's head back over to the desk to see what they had to think about this one.
Man, what a tough game there for Virtus Pro at Alpha 7, huh? I mean, that was a very difficult rotation. It's so ridiculous. Rondo, there's only the tiniest little bit of water, and it just so happens to land on majority of water here. Hey, it's PMGC circles, Max, man. What else can we expect, right?
Yeah, like Rondo, there's just a little river. There's no way it's going to come into play, right?
Yeah.
Right? And it does, like, it's genuinely so impactful in the later stages of this game. And it keeps shifting to the east every single circle shift. I don't know what the hell was happening. Alpha 7 and Virtus Pro, of course, congrats on the amazing game. You guys got a little bit lucky with the circle there. And you know what? They made the most out of it, Hot Jukes. That's what you want to see. And Virtus Pro, Aragon in particular, and Malloy, Milky Way, the guys putting up the numbers and coming out huge here on this first game on Rondo as the kings of the CSA region.
Let's go. I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, towards the end of that game, I mean, for us in the background, we were like, all right, yeah, you know what? Alpha 7, they got this win. And then for a second, we were like, all right, ThunderTalk, they are in the best position here. And then all of a sudden, just Virtus Pro with that 2-2 split, man, they crushed it, Neptura.
They did. I don't know how they got off of that ridge just into complete nothingness with only smokes, right? But it was the controlling aspect of the 2-2 split either side of the river. I was skeptical at first about how that was gonna go, but honestly, it worked so well because it meant that they could control each other's enemy aggressors rather. So really love how they played that, controlled the circle, amazing.
Yeah, as we can take a look here at that game one more time there. Virtus Pro, man, they were able to just get it done right at the last second there. We saw Obscura try to be able to get that double knock, and I think that's really came down to that last little fight there, but he ends up getting taken down, and Virtus Pro just cleaned things up here, Max.
It's down to the smokes. You can see for a split second on the other side of the river, those smokes coming out from Virtus Pro were just paramount in them securing this chicken dinner at the start of the day, at the start of the gauntlet stage. And Malloy, Milky Way, this duo sending it across the river, Niptura, and holding off all of Thunder Talk while keeping two players on the other side of the river to control the ridgeline. That was the game-winning play from Virtus Pro. And I don't know if it's too much to say, but I would say it's as close to perfect as it really was in that scenario for Virtus Pro. It was beautiful.
And to make such a perfect play out of such a difficult zone as well, right? To take that sort of high pressure scenario, it was not an easy game by any means. Yes, they might have had more time to think about it because they were on the other side of the river, but yeah, it's insane that they were able to bring that out of it.
Wait, Niptura, Hot Jukes, am I seeing Malloy with 870 damage, 4 limbs, and he's only taken 22 damage?
What?
That's what I'm talking about.
Bro.
He's out of the Matrix. Oh my... That's crazy stats. Okay.
Dude, ridiculous. I mean, one thing I really love from them, though, was to have that heads up to cross the river, right? I think a lot of teams in that position, they're just like, you know what? We're going to hold this side and just see what happens. But no, they end up making that split, and it worked out for them big time, Max.
Yeah, definitely worked out for them big time. Let's go through some of the replays here of this match. And of course, a lot of hot drops, which you would expect Niptura, right, going into Rondo because of the recall tower system. But Alpha 7 losing to R8, definitely an unexpected run of events here in the compound northwest of Rondo. And Alpha 7 got to maybe rethink that hot drop because R8, they're coming in hot. They're swinging here for the MENA region.
Yeah, it is interesting that we weren't expecting to see A7 really not come out on top on that one, but yeah, maybe they'll have a little bit of a rethink. At least now Rondo's done and dusted. They got some time to think that one through maybe a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised though if we see them do it again tomorrow, right? Because one time does not a decision make. I think they gotta lose twice before they go, okay, yeah, maybe not. So we'll see tomorrow what they've got in store.
Yeah, I think it's harder to make that decision too when you end up in second place. You know what I'm saying? Like the recall towers, I mean, it works out big time for them. But at the end of the day, yeah, them losing that fight was pretty tough. I mean, R8, got to give some big shout out to them. 5 eliminations off the rip in here, really utilizing this whole mechanic to their advantage.
Just farming eliminations in the early stages of the game. Though, we did see a few quick little replays in Niptura of a fight I think we both found very interesting. That southern fight on the gas station next to the bridge. You had DRX, you had E-Arena, R8, and Orangutan that I know that you wanted to talk about that actually, instead of going for the aggressive approach, went a little bit slower here, and that allows them to secure 9 points on this first game.
9 points, top 4 is exactly what they needed to start the day off right. Start all of PMGC off right? But I really liked what they did there because they knew R8 was right next to them, and they thought, listen, if we third-party DRX and E-Arena, then R8 are just going to third-party us. We're going to leapfrog all of this, let R8 do that third-party, and then we're just going to gatekeep them the whole time. And that got them those placement points. They were able to full send it to the middle and get top 4. A brilliant play. And this is what I'm saying. They're a smart team. They know what they're doing against these global teams.
Yeah, and though looking at the leaderboards we saw for a second there, Hot Tricks, we need to mention Thunder Talk. Like, those guys, 15 points right out of the gates here for the PL region, setting up absolutely game-winning positions onto the western side. I think earlier on they had a big 2-2 split, then they regrouped onto mini heaven, as we were calling it in this game, a little plateau area, and their zoning capabilities were just second to none. They were so efficient at making sure they were creating space for themselves to transition later on in that game. Thunder Talk, I want to see more of this because this is the Thunder Talk you expect to see coming forward after their PL season.
And their quick decision making, I think, really showed off right here because you saw D Xavier in a really dominant position, but Thunder Talk wasted no time, pushed on them, and took them out the game. But you know, D Xavier ended up with 8 points. Thunder Talk ended up with 15. But it's all Malloy here. I mean, look at that, 870 damage. What a great start here for this team, Max. So here's the rest of the top 4 players, and I'm not surprised we see, of course, one of the Thunder Talk players right here and now, Max.
Yeah, setting up the plays at the end there. And I think Niptura, talking about actually sitting and Thunder Talk, that push we saw later on in the game onto, I believe it was Dig Xavier over that little valley point, keeping one play on the backside, I believe it was King.
Yes.
That was literally the most perfect execution of that play for Thunder Talk in particular that we could have expected in that situation. It was so well played.
It was so nice, and love to see sitting pretty #2 here on the top 4 players. It's really nice, and it's really it's a good example or a good representation of what this game was for them. It was really nice.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. I mean, man, R8 starting off strong. So many different things to talk about, but that's it for Rondo. Next up, we're gonna go into Erangel, Max. And when it comes to Erangel, right, we already saw some hot drops in Rondo. I know that we're gonna possibly have some ones here in the big map of Erangel. Which ones do you think are gonna happen here, Max?
Well, I'm a bit scared about Virtus Pro and Alpha 7 because they both drop in George Pole / Lipovka. Also, they do drop in Mill to Power for Virtus Pro, so there could be a little bit of a clash there. But the main one, I think that me and Niptura are both going to be heavily paying attention to moving forward, is going to be GS Team hot dropping APG in military base because they kept doing it during the scrims. Are they going to do it today, Nep? I'm hoping no, but they might.
I really hope they don't, because like we discussed yesterday, right, while we were watching that, it's like, if you want to go and hot drop another team that maybe has just switched to that position because of PMGC, then fine. But you don't hot drop APG in the location they have had for years across multiple different teams. No matter what team they're on, they drop military base. They know the ins and outs so intimately of that location that for GS to go, hey, actually, we're going to uproot you out of that. No, you're not. It's not happening. Go somewhere else. Don't hot drop. Don't do it.
It's big enough to have 2 teams, okay, guys?
Dude,
it's way more than enough buildings and
APG's like,
military
nah.
base. Yeah, it like genuinely, Hot
Military.
Jukes, if we see the fight happen again between GS Team and APG in military, it's 100% intentional, and I think GS are kind of throwing.
Yeah, I mean,
want
honestly.
it to be top 7.
Because even when we were watching it during the scrims, it's not like any of these teams were, either the two squads were walking away unscathed, right? Like they were all walking away with 2 players gone or 1 player out of there. And I mean, when we're playing 3 Erangels, this is the map in particular you don't want to waste any time on, right? So
yeah,
it's crazy to see. I mean, a hot drop of this scale. But I mean, we talk about, I mean, these teams here, and APG in particular, they don't move for nobody, Max.
They're never gonna, like, I think that we're gonna be 10 years in the future in PUBG Mobile Esport, and APG will still drop on Sovnovka Island in military base, okay? This is their position for the longest time, and it will stay that way moving into the future. Though, looking at the hot drops that used to happen, we used to have Orangutan, right? Neptura hot dropping versus Regnum Karia in Rozok. They changed their drop location now dropping around Shelter area. They can also go to Saverni if they want. I think this is a great change for the better, and I'm really happy with Orangutan making that switch.
Yeah, I am too, because it really plays into their edge style, their edge play style, right? They like to wrap around the edge and control as the game gets later and later. And so to go center when all the other teams also, a lot of teams also play center in this lobby. So to land center and then try to play edge is going to be too much of a hassle, and you're probably going to get caught out early. So it's really nice to see them move to a more of an edge position on the map. And so then they can actually play how they want to play a lot easier.
Yeah, you can see these players locked, loaded, ready to go here into Erangel. Are we going to see those hot drops? Military base is going to get crazy. And it still just freaks me out every single time, because I'm like, why are we dealing with this? There's so much room. You could easily have a team go Novo, loot half the place, and be fine with it, but they're going to crack away at it no matter what, you know? Now, we got some other teams, other players here that I definitely want to talk about, right? We didn't get to really talk about at the top of the show about Geek, right, Max? And I know Nerzed joining them has been a really, really big improvement for them. What do you think about that?
I really like the way Nerzed has been playing with the team during PMSL Mina. He was so impactful, but also not just solo carrying. Very clearly, it's the entire team putting up some really good results. Berlin, Kevin, Nerzed, Ragnarok, everyone's doing fantastic in their games. Safety also, of course. And I do think it's still a slow process, because adding a player as experienced as Nerzed in this team, it's still taking time for them to adapt, because they have a completely different meta, right, from when he was in CSA, now joining the MENA region. But they've had time now since PMSL MENA, and now going into this tournament, so I feel like that synergy is going to be even stronger. And if that's the case, maybe we could see a MENA team make it to the finals. I feel like that's the region a lot of people are looking at. that might not have any teams to represent them in the finals, but if any of them is going to make it, I think GK is definitely one of those squads that I'm going to be paying very close attention to.
Yeah, and I also think that maybe in PMGC, in a global lobby, they're actually going to be a little bit more comfortable because now Nurzed is able to bring that global experience that he has to the team and forge the team as it needs to be, you know, tweaked or whatever, right? Whereas going into the regionals, they were still playing as a regional team a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if that experience, if that influence is going to actually make them have a better time at PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see. There's so many different roster changes, so much things happening right now, but it all comes down to this, guys. There's only 7 slots to be able to head towards the grand finals, and if you do not get there, oh man, it's going to be a tough battle in the group stage. We got 10 seconds left to go. These guys are getting locked and loaded. We are headed into Erangel for the first time.
Who's going to get the better end of the stick here. A hop in through the window from Doc and actually finds an AKM. DBS though in the hands of D3S. That's going to be nasty. Fortunately, Doc's down as well. And Alpha Gaming actually definitely on the back foot of this as Reefus takes a lick down the hall.
Yes. For GS, not a bad start for them. APG were fighting over this in the test matches as well. It's interesting to see this one come back again. So this was a little engagement that was taking place multiple times during scrims. Looks like it wasn't one to conclude too quickly. Both teams kind of were going back and forth on this. APG were winning a couple of times. GS were winning a couple of times themselves. So it really was undecided who would be able to take this one. You also got Geeke over towards Novorepnoya as well. So it's certainly a difficult scenario now for APG as well as GS. Who's going to be winning off the back of this one? I mean, APG down to 3 players, GS still at 4. So the ball is in their court realistically.
No recall beacons for Doc this time around. Ziol biding his time. Reefus ticking up slowly on the stims. Icon puts the pin back in the nade. Missteps a lot more costly here on Erangel, obviously. Taking that recall beacon away. Alpha 7 far flung from the thick of it right now over towards Lipovka, heading up towards the north. And given the circle, I think that's probably the right choice. The circle did pop all the way up to shooting range. Long road for these two teams. They need to conclude pretty soon if they want to get in with a chance of actually having a decent shot to the circle.
Definitely a long journey, and there's no recall beacons anymore to assuage those problems. APG is kind of stuck here now too, because you can't really make the backstep over towards the hillside behind them, very exposed. Once you move out the way, GS, all they have to do is head over towards the roof and start taking shots. So APG's sort of locked into this fight. It's a long journey up north as well, with the circle staring up over towards shooting range. It's unideal.
Zhou. He's been hiding behind this wall for a while now. I don't know if they know about it, but if they get up to that high ground, they will. Can't really move up to the roof. It's just so exposed, and you don't really know fully where Reefus is. Nade from D3S. I think they know he's behind the wall now. Long nade. Don't think that tagged too much damage, but Zhou had to reposition and the footsteps give it away. They know where they're playing now. A stunner out wide to slow down a push that didn't come through for GS. And Alpha Gaming still just holding, playing as 3. Top off in the distance as well. A Molotov out on the door. It just keeps just at bay time and time again. It feels like every single time GS are stepping forwards, but they're just getting rebuffed.
It's very much a stalemate fight. And again, it's one of those things where APG has to commit to this now, where if GS want to keep dropping on them over towards military, then APG need to make it as hellish as possible going forward. If you want to keep dropping here, we won't leave. Even if you take down one of us, we will remain, and we're going to make your lives very tough. Which is a bit of a stubborn approach, but I think APG and stubbornness go hand in hand anyway.
Yeah, I think that's...
It's the start of the tournament. So they've got plenty of time to convince other teams not to come here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they want to get up towards the top 7 in Gauntlet, which really is the ultimate goal of these teams here, they do need to try and get that one shifted a little bit further down the pipeline as fast as possible in the next 3 days. See what more they can earn. Aaron Gold, obviously a major feature of these days, with a 50% of your matches played on the grassy pastures. Taking a look at the points right now, I mean, R8 with 13, which is crazy on that first match, despite going down fairly early on in the overall standings. I think it was 6th or 7th or something on the placements. But Virtus Pro and Thunder Talk just a little bit ahead of that. And the fact that Alpha 7 got 9 in the end boggles the mind. Kara moving parallel now to the so-called hometown heroes right now. Certainly the only representative from the hometown in the Gauntlet stage. We'll be seeing Vampires in the finals as well. But Irina going to be moving alongside Kara.
Joker just watching this unfold. They pass on by, which isn't great, to be honest with you, for E-Arena. I think I would have rather have got moving a little bit early with Kara, taking a proactive approach there. It does set up a bit of a landmark that's going to block off E-Arena when they start to come through. VP also will be making a bit of a rotation over towards the north side. Round Stalba likely. APG regress over towards GS.
Reefus with the pump action. Alpha Gaming taking a little bit more ground back under control in the long building, but they left a backstop in the cupboard there, and 2 players go down immediately as well. It's getting turned around, it's getting traded off. It's chaos on the inside here, Blank, but Alpha Gaming managing to stand tall amongst it. The push back in has worked. They are making it hellish indeed. There's Jafar now, the last player to stand for GS. Spots Reefus, ducking down behind the box, and has to head up the stairs instead to stay safe. The blue zone is ticking away. It's slow, but it's there. The dropout from Jafar into a 1 versus 1 now, and Alpha Gaming and GS still toe-to-toe in C block. The bomb action through the window. He gives them the do-si-do and puts them back in the lamp.
I mean, the one tap as well is pretty impressive coming through from Jafar. And their wish is granted, like you say. Military base is theirs. APG do go down. They do lose a lot for it, though. Only 4 elims and only 2 players remaining off the back. Thunder Talk over towards the north side compound, just the west of Severny. I actually don't mind this position at all. Quite like it on our screens right now. A lot of capability for maneuvers later on, which is good stuff. It shifts down towards the southwest side, where DRX is currently playing on the dead trees. Zaki for Alpha 7's an interesting one.
They started at the
they have been cowed.
Well, fine. You know what? I mean, they sent there early, right? And they're going to have to play from that northwest side. Geeke moving on in on the east edge with Ulf just to their south up in the hills. You can see The ridgelines, the trees, the terrain play here will inevitably be incredibly crucial. As DRX look to regroup, Alpha 7 poking their noses in too, but Carrillo, he's turned away. Spots too much danger for his liking, waits for the rest of his team.
It's a good time for Alpha 7 to move. I mean, you said it started in Lipovka, moved over towards here. You're getting a lot of value off the back of this one with the circle moving over towards that western side. GK currently on our screens. Moving through the center of the circle, but no real position to stay right now. The arena finally made that move from the western coast. They are on the south side. Kara is still posing a bit of a threat to them, being a little bit annoying, but Marcel having to swim here does give free reign now for E Arena to push over towards that eastern side. Potentially even past the Xavier. Kind of like their split. 2 and 2 across the roadside, tucked in over towards the hillside on the east.
I'm confused about what Marceau's doing right now. Because Kara have got control of the bridge. Fully. He just fancied a swim. He wanted to go back to the last game. He's like, oh, we went in the final circle. I want to be in there. Nah, just get on to North George. Come on. Kick up the pace. Regnum Kaya, they are slap bang center, but they're in a bit of a divot here with a lot of oversight from on the surrounds. It's going to be difficult to move away from this, but it's very central, which is the big positive of that spot. They'll be able to play on from there. The DXavier 2-2 split to their south flank as well is a big threat to them, but could be a bit difficult for DXavier to hold. We'll see if they have more success than they did against Thundertalk from the last match.
Honestly, I loved Thundertalk gameplay from that last match. And I think that it is definitely difficult to deal with a team that is very coordinated like that. I want to see more from them. I mean, 15 points already is a really, really good start. And for Thundertalks to get into that top 7 will be a big boon for their region. Alpha 7 starting to cross from that field on the western side, but still really difficult to determine where you want to play on this circle. It's not amazing spots all around. I think even moving down this way, you're very, very tough to find decent spots to play now. I think a lot of teams are going to shift over towards that western side, try and play the east edge of Georgia Pole. Burst Pro up against Thundertalks once again. Like you said, sighting does go down, but for their troubles, they're at least able to find one.
They're able to get... Oh, Virtus Pro able to claim a point there. Thundertalk not so lucky, and IQ are tagging onto the back as well. King going down, should be flushed out. Gonna be real tricky to make that one work. Rectum Kaya holding their central spot as well, defending as they move. Sorry, they're not holding. They sent all the way down to the south coast. Goodness me. Okay, a big rotate coming through in the midst of it. They give up the position a bit further up the hill and instead take control of the roadsides blank, which slither through the middle of this next circle. A lot of control for Regnum Kaya still.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about Regnum Kaya other than that initial push from last game. But definitely a team that we are expecting big things from in the future, and already a very, very good position on this map to play around with across the roadside. It is going to require a little bit of gusto from them to hold on to this spot, but I think that Regnum Kaya can make it happen. R8 currently playing box, which is not a bad position at all. I think for E Arena, it looks better than it actually is over on this south side. It's going to be kind of tough to move across that open ground, even past all 4 DXavier or Wolves even holding on that north side. So I think for E Arena, they may struggle slightly.
Alpha 7 trying to dodge the spray downs. Looks successful for now. Kara moving in from that western side, slowly moving through North George. Marceau did finally get toweled off after his swim under the Georgia Bowl Bridge. And now they'll have to try and move further east with Virtus Pro and Alpha 7 in the way, though. That is going to be tricky, and the blue zone is starting to hurt now into stage 3, closing in 39 seconds to stage 4. That's where it starts to become impossible to play inside that blue, and they're kind of caught in the crux of it, Blank. I think Kara not long for this one.
I mean, they didn't have a bad spot to play around with. They even got ahead of the issue with Irina. Like, the initial rotates from Kara were good. Yeah, getting torn to pieces by Virtus Pro a little bit here has been pretty rough, at least. We should be able to get the players back up in action. Next move, right? What's the next step here? How do we move Knight from here? Because I think that they're likely not taking a win back of this one, and it is more checkmate on their side of things right now. Regnum Kaya pushing over towards the bridge. Actually, unironically, a very good position. Looks bad. Is pretty good.
I mean, yeah, right now it is brilliant cover, brilliant hard cover. The downside is that R8 are sort of just around the corner. Could be difficult if nades start to pour on through. In the meantime, this northwest side is getting treacherous. DRX moving on through, and Alpha 7 clashing with them. They stayed back from the fight for quite a while. They moved all the way out to Zaki on a wide wrap from Lipovka, and now they're starting to push towards the circle. Kara spreading out in a line behind them might prove to be a difficult obstacle, and Obscure going down means DRX are starting to turn the tides of this fight. A second knock found as well, and really not too much damage seen in response towards DRX.
I mean, that's one way to do it, right? Is if you can't quite see your target, you just blindly spray through the smoke, and typically gets the job done. I think for Kara, they're so far on the outside of the circle that, yeah, it was only a matter of time before this started to happen. DRX still trying to put the pain on over towards Alpha 7. Grisao moving off in the distance. Tanky gets taken down. Quick jump into the vehicle from DRX. Can I say slightly low, but is healing. I do think for Regnum Kari, it's not actually that bad between them and R8, because the chances... right now, at least, I think the chances that R8 leaves box in the relative safety of those outside windows right here to take shots or nades down towards Regnum Kaya, very slim. I think for Regnum Kaya actually working pretty well in tandem with R8.
Ooh, Ragnarok doing a lot of work for Geeke there as well on that northeast side. IQ cut down. Still going with a little bit more gas in the tank, but you don't imagine that they've got too much more for Orangutan. It is going to be a difficult move now with one player left. Marso's in as well, but he's taking fire from across the way. I think that's Thunder Talk. I think that may be Regnum Kaya if they step up on that south side that they've managed to move out for an outpost with. Loxy, I mean, he spotted this cross. This is, oh, a nice little pick up there. A little bit too bold from Loxy, in fact, there as R8 spot him on an off angle.
I don't really know why he pushed out so far. He wants to take down the straggler there from Orangutan, but it's not meant to be. The Xavier, do you remove Mamples? Only 4 elims this game. Will be taken down. Virtus Pro currently playing on the bridge alongside on that western edge, but Ulf has something to say about Aaron here. This team's actually really quite strong. I think that we haven't seen all that much out of Ulf recently, but Aaron does get clipped by the circle, and like you say, in stage 4 here will start to hurt quite a bit more than a zap, more like a proper taser on that side of things.
Yeah, he gets flushed out as well. Couldn't quite make it. Couldn't quite make the run. Ulf now a player down, not ideal, but they are on the Kobe. They can go way towards their advantage. It's going back up to that northern side blank. That gives the position for DX on the buildings a bit of potential here, and they were able to a lot of that area and play that ridgeline potentially further towards the south. This could be a pretty solid spot moving forwards for DX. It is a lead that is going to be difficult. No one really tested on the north, so maybe that's going to give them an opening.
It's nice the circle does come over from the south and heads up. And DX do have a fairly strong spot to work with. Even trying to remove GS3 on the backside of this building. They're being very vigilant clearing this one out, by the way. There's only 2 players. I mean, they have to be if they want to wrap around towards that north side. 2 good grenades, but no dice on that.
Joker crawling back to Sakura. I think find this res. Jafar not quite in position, and a big nade from Tony K gets that knock and almost immediately gets the flush there. Well, nicely found. Sakura gets that res, and E-Arena playing on now as 4, but they have to move up to the coastline here and into the waiting arms of R8, of Regnum Kaya. Mormon makes first approach and will get immediately backed off the angle. I think Marso's chiming in there as well. This is a really difficult rotate for E-Arena. I would be surprised if they make it unscathed.
If they can regroup on Mormon, sure. But we'll have to wait and see. Like you say, it's a tough rotate for them to make. Wolves now wrapping on DXavier on that northwest side. Let's see if DXavier are able to hold them off down the line of shields. It's a pretty good regroup. That is a fantastic nade. Honestly, an airburst might have done the trick there. Silas has to do it all himself once again. With the double. Fantastic stuff. Zed Wolves goes a little bit too high, but Silas really throws the dazzler.
Sometimes the old dog doesn't need new tricks. Just play what you know. And the nade on target is brilliant for Silas. One of the longest standing veterans of the PUBG mobile scene on the global stage. No one really has more experience than him. And that's going to calm the nerves. Marth spray down towards Mormon. And E-Arena, I mean, I said I'd be surprised to see them make it unscathed. They did make it, but they were not unscathed after that. Silas saw to it. And now 2 of them have fallen, but they do manage to get into the next circle.
Good nade from Coops from up on high over towards DXavier. It's a good opening. And after that, instantly Doran's in as the front man from Romania. Very, very good stuff that he can bring to the table. Has always been a fantastic fragger, and now on a team that can really utilize his performance.
2 players from Wolves down. They managed to get an opening too, but that is not going to be enough there. It seems like DXavier can't hold off these pushes. Thunder Talk, and now Wolves have been able to take advantage of positions that seemed very, very strong. And with Wolves being able to pick up those 3 elims, now GK are going to try and capitalize. 1 player does stay down. Doran is back up to his feet with a nade in hand. I'm surprised he's not going for that heal. There's that first knock, and Wolves look to hold off in a solid fashion where DXavier could not. Coops, I think he wanted to hop out the window there. Maybe a little bit too slow. Second time's a charm, but Higsword goes down on the sideline. 3 players fall on the approach, but 3 in response, and it's up to Doran versus Saf. And now pushing onto the outside there. Doran loses one of his teammates. They are flushed away. Opens up for the door frame, but will be blasted back off its hinges.
Safji underneath. Ooh, trying to make his way back up the stairs here. Like you say, Doran, all down to him now. Nade in hand. This has to be a golden throw. And will head further down the stairs. Has 1 more to try and make it happen. Quick switches between the weapons. But teammates are starting to bleed out. Safji realizes he's just going to go for those elimination points. Pick those up where he can. Doran jumps out the window. Goes for a similar scenario. Takes down the entire team between the 2 of them.
Saf G has to go for the reload there, but he's managed to get it in time. Oh no, the off angle comes through as well and forced into the fight. He wasn't ready for it. Wolves fall and nobody can hold these buildings. GK very, very slow to be able to get out of this position as well. It's going to make their approach really tough. They're playing now as 2 players on that northern side. Regnum Kaya still in a great spot, and R8 as well, having a second really strong game to open the tournament.
I mean, for R8, I've been... Well, again, I said it was unsurprising. I think they're a team that's improved a lot over the years. And they have remained steadfast between one another. So I do think they deserve all the prestige that they're requiring throughout this gauntlet. Good shot from Marth over towards Saf as he attempts to leave that position. Will explode on the vehicle there. Leaving GK high and dry with just the 1 player in Kevin. Tries to make a move out. Marth's got his eyes that way too. Doesn't quite have his number though.
quite on the bead fully, unfortunately. Kevin gets a little bit further forwards. R8 regroup back down to the compound that they've held for a while now and continue their solid hold on the riverbank. Circle definitely north leaning, but Regnum Kai have been holding this 2-2 split for a while. They like these river splits. They've played quite significantly on them in these sorts of situations, and they played them pretty well in the past. And they're looking to do just the same here. Mormon still alive for E-Arena. Tony K as well, off on that western side. The 2 players left for the team from Thailand as the circle pops.
Towards the west. Still has a lot of water in this one as well, so getting flashbacks over towards Rondo now. Thunder Talks with their singular player looking to pump the placement points a little bit with their 18 from their last game. Very obvious someone's in here, at least. Marth again, really not leaving Kevin alone. Despite asking multiple times, Prestige gets an off angle on it and will pick him up. As the circle moves further towards that western side, Regnum Kaya get more and more of the advantage here. But I think that both Silas as well as Zedwolf know they need to have a very, very strong hold towards the south side, because this is the position that's going to allow them to take on R8 when they do eventually try and move in. But with E-Arena still around this area, that's what Silas as well as Zedwolf are definitely most worried about.
Orangutan, last player in the drink. Been hiding out for a while. Almost cost Loxy his life to try and pick that point up. See how much longer they can survive. R8 making that western push, the real big maneuver that has to happen here. The question is when. The question is, what do they need to get in place to feel confident enough to go for this push? Ida pushed off that rooftop now. They have to keep marching forwards, regroup onto the tower and go from there. Regnum Kaya yet to really fully chime in with force. AJ being a bit of a thorn in the side here. You see, I think as soon as AJ goes down, if Zedwolf can find those shots with the Mini 14, I think that's when Regnum Kai can really start to leverage this.
All right, moving out, but Wild immediately finds the first shots on that one, which is a good pickup. Looking behind him as well, I mean, very, very good awareness on this one, but minimal ammo to work with, no nades. Realistically here, Orangutan still holding strong. R8 just about get themselves in a position to start sending nades, but Wild evades every single one of them. M79 out of the smokes now as E-Arena looks to move across. How is he not down? Goodness me.
Oh dear, Tony K takes a lot of damage as well, and it is going to be maintained on that south edge. Regnum Kaya now playing with 2 on that south side. Don't go down as well. A knock there would have been really nasty for them, but they keep it going. Loxy, close to Marth, close to Ida, close to Prestige. Orangutan still just with their solo representative as well. Just clinging on there. On the off angle, down under the bridge. Playing down in the dark. Wild somehow doesn't go down to that nade. Felt like I went off right in his ear. And Prestige strikes out towards the south side. And Silas is going to fall. Zedwolf now needs to pick him back up as Marth continues to move on over. Spots a leg, spots 2, and clocks the shot. Able to take down Loxy. Regnum Kaya faltering on their hold now. They played too timid blank. They haven't been allowed to do what they wanted here, and Wild needs to stay alive but can't. Another nade, and there's Amori finding the shots onto Silas. Zedwolf now the last to stand. Will give it a good go, but it's not going to be enough. Falls out and will go down. Regnum Kaya eliminated in 4th.
I can't believe Regnum Kaya loses there. I mean, they did everything they needed to do, which was to take out E-Arena, clear some space on that side, and then push over towards R8. But R8 have really been putting on a clinic during this game. Very fantastic play from inside of box compound, never straying too far away from their safety. When it came down to it, this has been a really, really good hold in terms of playing from one position to the next. Marth, oh my goodness me. I think he'll give his life for it, but you don't really care.
My goodness me, what a stylish way to close that down. R8, they were on the warpath in Rondo and they wanted more. A bigger slice of the PMGC pie. That is a massive game for R8. They held the box compound and nobody could deal with it.
That is some silly stuff. I mean, I think I've seen Moth do that twice this game, by the way. But you don't expect it in those final moments. You really do not expect it in these final moments. What a way to finish the game. And Orangutan, once again, gets some decent placement points.
R8 putting Mina on the map right there. That is what I'm talking about. That finish, by the way. Oh my gosh. Marth onto AJ. That was one of the most disgusting ways to end a match. These guys are not messing around here, Max.
I can just hear Marth on that push just like, YOLO! Just like, let's send it. Let's try and get that. And it actually worked out. They get rid of AJ. They're like, wait, there's still someone alive. And it was Aru from Orangutan. But R8, given a free tick into the late game by playing box compound, they were able to hold on to their resources. But the flex out at the late game, Niptura, that we were super hype about of Amori to get the off angle onto Rengnam Karya. R8 coming out swinging here in PMGC in the first 2 games alone. I'm
nice.
genuinely so impressed.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with them as well. I love that Rengnam played that really well. 2-2 split either side of the river. They were going against 2 different teams at the same time to minimize both of those teams' control. But Amori was like, not on my watch, bro. Going around to the north side, getting that angle and just demolishing Rengnam after that really set the tone for the game. And they were just able to just bulldoze through that after all.
Dude, R8, I mean, started off strong in Rondo. They had 5 elims to start things off and then just would continue to put up points. They win the second game. They are off to the best start they could possibly ask for, right? Now, speaking of starts, Max, man, you know, this match started exactly as we thought it was, right? What a ridiculous fight once again, right? We just see APG, right? Just going at it with GS right off the rip in military. What do you think about that, Max?
You're trying to make me angry right now, Hodrix, because it's working. Just to tell you, it is definitely working. It's
crazy.
Yeah, GS versus APG, it's an ego fight we're seeing between these 2 teams. It's completely unnecessary. We talked about it. Military Island, it's big enough for 2 teams. And look, in comparison, you can look at GK, right? They don't fight in Novo. Yep. They're instantly in the circle, going for great third party onto Wolves and Xavier on the northern position. And then you have GS team and APG constantly fighting, clutch after clutch. Really good fight from Jafar at the end, by the way, but completely unnecessary. But you know what? I'm going to talk about something that makes me happy. And it's this R8 win. You know that? I can talk about positively because Amori, the off angle, sure, maybe it doesn't show itself through his elims. He only got 1, but the angles were so impactful for them to wrap up this chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's the damage that really makes this and the knockouts well. And also look at Marth. It's very similar to what we saw in the last game as well, right? 67 damage taken for 894 damage is insane. So I wouldn't doubt that we're going to see him MVP.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that'd be good to see here. But, yep, this is what we love to see right here. Oh, my gosh. At first, we thought that Top was clutching it up with that double shotgun, right? Woo. And then Jafar just cleaning it up right there. And you can just see the frustration and talk amongst all these players here, Max.
Okay, genuine question for you guys. Are they going to stop the hot drop? What are we thinking?
No.
I agree. Unfortunately, I agree. They're going to keep doing it, right? It just seems like something APG would do, and GS team are like, why not? That's their reasoning, I'm sure. Why?
Who cares about the grand finals? You know what I'm saying? Who cares, dude? You know, we still got group stage. It's not like we're out of the tournament, right? Right? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for, or what that's the vibe right now, but that's definitely not the way to play it. Come on, guys. I mean, we've talked about it before, Max especially, right? We've been saying, hey, if they don't make it, if the teams that don't make it to Gauntlet, they're going to have an extra hard time making it to finals through the group stage. You've got to be in that top 7 for the best chance, and it seems like both these teams are kind of throwing that already.
Yeah, looking at these replays, though, big highlight on Marth, not only for that final send onto AJ with the car that was just like an absolutely crazy clutch at the end, but also how he was able to just peek over the rocks to make sure there wasn't just a solo straggler around there, and they do find that one solo of Regnum and just eliminate him. That could have been a big issue as you go back over the entirety of this game. I love this graphic, by the way. I got to say, production.
So
Love this.
much.
I want to see more of this kind of graphics. I'm looking at, in particular, R8, the winning team of this match, holding on to George Pole, moving into crates, actively scouting the entirety of the early stage, and they see this circle instantly. Where do you want to go? In a position next to the river, and they send it instantly in that spot, which not only facilitates transition in case of a bad circle shift, but it also allows you to just zone teams away from you, which allows them to instantly have an easy access into the late game with cars to move up and just clean up the entirety of the lobby.
Beautifully done. I mean, that's such a great position too, because for some reason the zone just hard shifts back to the south. You were right there, right? You control the bridge, you could gatekeep and get points, or just head back to a position. So I mean, R8 not hesitating there. I think it paid off dividends for them here in Neptura.
It really, really did, and it's one of those things of, like, you know, zone prediction and trying to figure out where the zone's going to go next. And we do see a lot of zones over on that bridge specifically. So really, really heads up play from them to try and take advantage of that and go, listen, it's either going to go straight up to the north, because we've often seen zones up there, or it's going to stay on this bridge. And they were really right with their prediction there. It turned out very well, and it worked in their favor. That was a big Elan game for them.
Look at that. 20 points for R8. Woo! These guys are feeling great right here. Tons of great fights in this one, too. As a matter of fact, we look a little bit down on the leaderboards there, right? We saw the Wolves, right? They had a great push onto D Xavier. I was honestly shocked that we saw GK push all the way out there and actually make that third party, Max. What do you think about that fight?
It was all down to SafG, really. SafG, I think it was actually a 250, 300 meter third party from a distance between Wolves and Xavier. It's like, well, I got an easy angle there. It's so flat around the compound, I'm instantly going to take it up. And when he gets the knocks, they regroup, send it forward, and get a really good cleanup. It was down to just a solo, I believe, on both sides between SafG and Doran, and luckily enough, SafG wins it. But I like to see GK being this opportunistic in these third-party opportunities, so keep it up, because right now, Mina, they're coming out swinging, not just R8, but GK too, and I want to see more of that moving forward.
Yeah, I want to see more of that as well. I want to see more of that last play that we saw from Marth. Oh my goodness. If you guys could, we were in the back, right? And when I saw that zone shift, there, I thought we were going to see AJ possibly clean things up, make a crazy last stand fight, but then Marth just said, nah, you know, you're out of here, dude, right? Just driving up the vehicle, backseating himself, and going into the blue, right, Neptura? Like, literally, if he did not hit those shots, he's gone. So that was a crazy play.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like do or die, really. You gotta try and go for the risky play to make sure you get the rewards that you're wanting, and they did. I mean, look at the overall rankings. That match puts them top of that leaderboard, 33 points.
I mean, we're looking at teams that were so well placed there. Thunder Talk, despite not getting a win, currently in second place, and also Orangutan looking really good in the top 7. They are looking really comfy despite not getting a chicken dinner. They both have 10 placement points, which means you're still reaching the late game. I would like to see Orangutan survive as more than just a solo in the later stage. I think it was AKOP on Rondo, and this last game it was just Aru in the water. But you know what? They know when they lose the early game fight, we'll just try and survive as a solo, get some place.
That advantage. So really need to see the other teams try and curb that gap, because it is going to just get run away with.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Kara here in 12th position in the rankings, need to do a little bit more in their games, and you've got 1 placement point, 6 eliminations. A team that, you know, have some great players on their roster, especially looking at old Melis Esports players from Turkey. There was just a rising star squad back in the day, and I think they're going to try and redeem themselves a bit more in this PMGC. As of right now, definitely a slower start, alongside also Ulf, that I think a lot of us here in Iptra and Hodrix, we were looking at Ulf like old Fireflux squad with Eren in particular, rising star of Turkey, that they were going to do well. But unfortunately right now, playing way more passive than I really expected moving forward.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird, right? We knew that they were going to play more passive, but this passive, I don't know. I don't know what I feel about that.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? It's so hard for me to really, you know, adjust when we've only seen 2 games, right? I think once we see at the end of the day, we're going to have a much more like clearer picture of what's happening here. But I mean, with these 2 games, and let's be real, guys, right? These zones have been going ridiculous, right? They've been yoinking all over the place. That's been making things really tough. Even in this match, right? We had a hard shift on over to the southwest side. So I think that's making things a little bit uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, I mean, these squads, you got to be used to these hardships, right? You got to be able to put something on the board. But I will say, you know, it's hard when you're hot dropping, right, Max? It's a little
talking
tough.
about it. It's making me
I'm not
angry,
gonna
hot
stop,
jokes.
right? Because it's like we got three today, but it is what it is, right? You know, hopefully we can start seeing some adjustments. That's what I want to see, because at the end of the day, we talk about consistency, right, and how important that is, Max. But adaptability, I think, is going to be clutch, especially when you have just so many monster squads here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like some people would. I see a lot, especially in like chats and just comment sections in Instagram, when people give up a hot drop position. They're like, oh, they're scared and stuff. No, they are playing to win. It's a battle royale. You want to survive as long as possible in the game, okay? The idea is to get a chicken dinner. It's the whole point of how the game works. So giving up a drop location or going slightly off to your drop location to have a similar rotation path, but just to dodge the early skirmish, is a smart play. It is how you play this esports. And unfortunately, as of right now, we've not seen those big changes. Of course, it's just 2 games in. It's still day 1, okay? But we do need to see those adaptations being made, because otherwise, for me, if you keep hot dropping an entire tournament, you're just not first place caliber just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It comes down to this. Do you want to control the beginning of the game, or do you want to control the end of the game? And a lot of times you can't do both. So you got to pick, because I think the end of the game is going to give you a lot more of what you want versus controlling the beginning of the game. So you got to make that choice and make it fast, man, because yes, you know, we still have that opportunity in the league stage or the group stage or whatever to get where you want to be. But it's the gauntlet. There's only 3 days. You only have so many matches. If you want to make that top 7, make the changes. Control the end game.
Yeah, and you know, I think at this stage here, you know, we try to be as open-minded, I think, about certain decisions that these players make. And at the same time, though, I mean, we have to be critical, right? Because I mean, this is where everything's on the line, right? I think there's a lot of squads here. They're all confident in their ability, right? But you don't want to deal with the group stage, Max, because we got some monster squads coming along the way, right? So if you could just head and just straight to the grand finals here and now, you got to do it. So if you feel like we're being a little too harsh on some of these squads, I mean, we got to be right now, right? This is what they've worked the entire year for, you know, being a little bit more, you know, passive and kind of like hypothetical. I mean, for me, that's for PMSL, some of the earlier stages, Max, right? This is the PMGC. There's no room for error.
Especially in this gauntlet stage. I'm sorry to say, but for some of these squads that I'm looking at, their highest opportunity to make it to the finals is going to be through the gauntlet by being in top 7. Making it down to relegation into the group stage or into last chance, where you have to be top 3 or top 2, it's even more competitive. It's even harder to be at the very tippy top of those rankings. If you fail now, chances are your adventure might just be over unless you do a massive comeback in the next stages and you can actually qualify to the grand finals. So we need to see changes very early on, because otherwise top 7, it might be out of the question. Because this lobby, the gauntlet, looking at the other teams in the group stage, it's so competitive, and it is the toughest lobby. But still, this is your best opportunity to reach the finals, so you've got to bring your A game here.
Yeah. And the good thing is, like I said, it's top 7. So you got to, it's not like we're only, you know, having 2 slots where you have to have absolute perfection, right? If you're able to get 6th or 7th, you're going to be screaming for joy, right? But I like that point that you made, Max. And, you know, we got a little bit of time to talk here. So how about this? Okay. Neptura, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Max was talking about how there's some squads that need to perform here, because if they don't make it in the top 7 now, they're probably gonna not make it to the grand finals, right? So which teams in particular do you think are really in the hot seat, right? Which squads do you want to see make it to top 7 and are possibly not going to make it in the grand finals if they don't make it to that top 7 here now?
Okay, I've got a really hot take, and I'm slightly scared. I think A7.
Oh, wow.
A7.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they did make it. They did make it to in the World Cup, right? They didn't make it past the survival stage.
Exactly. Exactly. I think the longer they have to fight against more and more teams, the more pressure they put on themselves, I think the worse they're going to do. They need to come out super strong with no pressure, top 7.
Worked on building our communication
Codes, and then hopefully we can
tomatoes, not the onions. Stop throwing them, please, please. I can only take so much.
He's in the stocks, bro. He's in the stocks on this.
I got put in the stock haze yesterday. It was crazy. But we're straight back into things over on Rondo here. Northern Plain Path. Should be a good one. Hopefully less of the water in this one as opposed to yesterday, because yesterday's finish was pretty insane, and I think we're theorizing behind the scenes probably shouldn't have been possible in the first place. I think it was fairly cruel, and there's only so much water in Rondo as well, right? You got a little bit down towards Rinjiang, and then most of it's over towards Tuling Jadena City. We managed to head right there, which was very unfortunate. Already though, we're getting those hot drops coming through. The three mans going up against one another, trying to get as many points as possible in the early game of Rondo.
We saw those big pickups right at the beginning of yesterday. I think it was 6 points earned off Alpha 7, right? That was pretty incredible stuff off one team to be able to extract 6 elimination points right off the bat. Was brilliant. That was R8, I believe, who were able to be the main profiteers of that one. We are going to be heading up to the northeast side on the circle as our hot drops continue to unfold. I'm sure we're going to have more than just GS and Geeke on our plates very, very shortly. But of course, remember those recall beacons. We harp on about it enough. You guys should be familiar at this stage with just how it will work. And you can see a little bit of maybe trepidation for these teams right now to kick things off.
Kind of crazy that you've got Saf G from Geeke all the way up towards the northwest side of the map, south of Minhu. This is practically on the other side of the world right now to the rest of his squad. Obviously, Nerzed in the mix with the rest of them. So Ragnarok and Kevin. I think this is a pretty good mix as well in terms of firepower versus GS, but GS brought out some surprising gameplay yesterday, some pretty strong stuff. All right, Moth starting things off versus Revo with the knock, takes him down instantaneously. That's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, looks like maybe we're on for a repeat over there. Brazilians getting bandied about. Meanwhile, APG looking to try and hold the door frame. Top can't quite land the spray. With the UMP around the corner, the step in with the micro Uzi is good, but it's going to be all right for Alpha Gaming. They are actually very, very split. They're on a four-way split. Every single one of their players dropped solo, and they will have plenty of opportunity to go for these recall beacons. But that seems an interesting choice for APG.
Yeah, it's super weird as well, considering like Alpha Gaming strategy is to drop as a 4-man on Rondo. Come to globals, it's like, well, let's drop as a 1-man. In 4 different locations, which I don't think it's ideal. I mean, all 4 of these positions are not in the circle either. So this is a complete, I don't want to say waste of time from Alpha Gaming, but it's not great. Let's put it that way. So to regroup here, you'd have to battle through R8, A7, DRX, even OG's in front of you here. Could be a bit of a menace to you. So I think that overall, this is a bit of a difficult scenario right now for APG. Not sure I'm on board with the strategy just yet. We'll have to wait and see.
The one thing I think may have happened there is that they were trying to camp multiple recall beacons, right? And I'm really giving them some slack here. I feel like it's very tenuous of a link, but yeah, it's a weird play. It's certainly not something we've seen before on Rondo, where teams are balling up for the death balls. Okay, that was first blood. I mean, that makes sense. You hit the deck, you get that M4 on boards, you're going to hit those sprays all day. Looks like they do get some retribution, though. Alpha 7, back in.
Yeah, I think Obscure's been playing very well, honestly, for Alpha 7. Out of all the players as well, you sort of expected to be Revo, Carrillo pulling out that magical moments, but honestly, Obscure's been very strong, even just on the nades overall. Jafar at distance here from GS with DS3 and Icon inside the building. He seems to be dipping out a little bit here. There is one nade in the hands of Icon. Could be quite deadly versus Geeke, but this fight is massively slowed down. And again, this is towards the north side of Jadena City, so they're not really towards the circle just yet either. Both teams likely would have to rotate on that north side. It is slightly weird for Geeke with Saf G being over towards that northwest side, where the intention here is, I guess, not to lose the fight, but if they don't lose the fight, regrouping with Saf G might be slightly rough. Let's put it that way, because they got to push through Mad Balls. There's Deke Xavier in front of them over towards Concierge as well. So yeah, I don't know how that happens. Reefus is down from Alpha Gaming. He tried to look in on this fight, and Marv said no.
Marth's cracking on. He's having a great day so far. And R8 very happy to earn these points back. They do still need to get one of their teammates back into the fold. They did, of course, lose that one to Obscure. But Alpha 7 seem to have actually regrouped here now as well. They are all 4 players alive. He spotted an off angles there. Rizal actually landing the shots onto Marth, and there's no response. A nice little pickup. He steps through, he gets the flush for Alpha 7. Another point added to the tally. But is Amori going to find that answer? Doesn't look like it. He hits the deck in time.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive push here coming through from Marth, honestly. And at least he does reveal the position from Guizhou as well as Carrillo, but that's about it. They do have the outpost and Prestige down towards Rinjiang, which is pretty far out from the circle, but they can pick their players up. I think right now, probably Prestige is just asking Amori to see if he can get a knock, get a flush, and then just leave out of here. VP enters the scenario as well, as does Zjol from APG. It's a full 4-man squad now, back up and in position.
All right, okay. Aragon moving into the corner here with Voston as well. Revel has oversight. He's warned his teammate. He's not going to be able to do too much more. Carrillo, though, able to find Aragon on the first. Step into the bathroom for a heal as well. Another APG player goes down, but it seems like that's just par for the course at this stage. They are just adding points to everyone else's tallies at the start of this game. Alpha 7 popping off, though, and keeping things going. Carrillo on the corner, an indomitable Fortress, keeping Virtus Pro's duo at bay.
I think the thing is here is that at least Joel gets information there's 2 teams in this area, and then they all regroup down towards Yulin. So they could push north and hold out both these squads if they wanted to. Virtus Pro's got a similar situation where they got an outpost over towards Stadium that they can refresh their players from. But Alpha 7 definitely weathered the storm there. It was not easy versus R8 in particular, but R8 also back up to 4 players. And Murray, though, looking for a little bit more. Doesn't quite find it. Carrillo hits the deck, but will get res fairly quickly afterwards. Let's take a look at what's happening over towards the circle on the northeast side. Great start from Thunder Talk on a 2-2 split, which they quickly regroup towards a central position. They're holding high ground with Sai Ting, as well as Sing towards the lower end of things, just providing scouting capabilities towards that southern side.
That river that sits in the middle of this circle, Blank, has some really difficult crossing points. I mean, we saw just how treacherous those riverbanks can be yesterday on our Rondo game, but in general, there's not the easiest time where maybe on a map like Erangel, when you're crossing that central river, the riverbanks are a little bit more forgiving. I feel like there's a lot of verticality on the Rondo riverbanks. There are obviously some places where you can get across, and obviously those bridges will be an option, but it's going to be pretty tricky for teams who haven't already made it to go straight through. So I'm expecting quite a lot of wide wraps from teams on the southwest.
Yeah, I think getting over towards Ryan is probably the best idea, and then you can wrap down towards DRX's position, potentially take some high ground for yourself. But it does depend on this next circle, right? Because if it does shift down towards the southwest here, like you're looking at Test Track, you're looking over towards that hillside in the west, but it doesn't happen. We head over towards Hua Sing. I think that this is actually fairly rough in terms of position of play. And GS, though, still going strong versus Geeke here. This fight has raged on for quite some time.
It shows no signs of slowing either. D3S wants to hop out with the auto shot.
Wow.
Doesn't find the first, the second, not so lucky, but there is still that trade around corner. Actually, only 1 player now remaining for Geeke, I think. No, for GS, just Jafar. He's been in these spots before. We saw it against APG down in the C block fight that we saw in match 2 yesterday. And now he needs to find Kevin on the corner. The recall beacon just outside is beckoning, but he needs to get through this hurdle first. Kevin's running low on ammo, but he has got the other weapon in the back pocket.
Nice.
Jafar handles him low, not even going to be able to loose a shot his way.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play there from Jafar. Some great baiting as well. I mean, both players had 0 meds to work with, and they would have heard each other using them. So Jafar just baits out the scenario, waiting for that desperation play. He has a full sweep on the edge as well, where he can swing wide. So it's really, really smart maneuvers. Wolves here going up against Regnum Kaya. Now, there's a lot of talk about Regnum Kaya's day yesterday, which, as we all know, was pretty poor. I think losing a player pretty much in the early moments of the map each time definitely hurt them, right? They were playing as a 3-man multiple maps, and they just couldn't get much done from there. But Regnum Kai usually uses that day 1 as a big study day, though I was a little disappointed in the performance that they put up. I thought they'd get a little bit more than 19 points overall, but already Rondo starts fairly decently in a strong central position as well.
I'm liking the little pop-ups on the tower graphic on the right-hand side. I don't know if you've clocked it, guys at home, but if a recall does happen, we saw it just on the Wolves tab there. it will show who has been pulled back up and when it will happen. A little gold flash appears on the right-hand side of your screen. So if you're watching and we're not on board with your favorite team and they're looking to get a recall on board, that's how you can keep track of it. You'll see exactly when it happens. So you're nice and up to date with everything.
Igor just going over towards E Arena right now. Joker was pulled out yesterday for NC2. Learned his lesson, apparently. Come back into today looking a lot more fresh. Getting the initial pick off there onto Wolves. I mean, E Arena didn't play terribly yesterday. I just don't think that they had these massive moments. They were consistently towards like those later portions of the game, but I think it's mistakes like this, right? I think they get step 1, step 2 correct, and then step 3 is where they fall short. I think that when it comes to thinking ahead, they don't really have that right now. Where they make this push, you're playing on the hillside, you're not worried about the backside angle. Again, in a global lobby, you have to worry about that. It's imperative that you worry about that.
Ooh, Circle pops down towards the south, gives a little bit of a favor to Regnum Kaya potentially, Orangutan on that southwest side as well. Looking at the teams on the south, though, it's a bit of a difficult run up here for teams like Alpha Gaming, who have got all 4 of their players alive. They did manage to get those recalls on board, and E-Arena, who are moving very, very close. It's going to be pretty stacked up on this south edge with Kara as well, maybe poking their noses in, and a few teams yet to move as well.
It's been an incredibly odd start for Alpha Gaming. I think that it's hard to say whether it was the correct decision or not. Personally, I don't think it was the initial 4-man split. Like you said, I think you were giving them a lot of credit for what they were attempting to achieve, but I think that that's more coming from the fact that they had such a bad day yesterday. They were feeling very worried coming into today. And then this first 12 minutes has just been about getting a 4-man towards that late game, which is where typically Alpha Gaming does shine, is if they have a 4-man towards that 18-minute mark, they're very good at sweeping. But we just haven't seen that because they've been torn apart by teams like OG yesterday in that final match. I don't think that APG is feeling very confident coming into this day. And unless we get something insane over the next 3 games, I'm not even thinking that APG gets into top 7.
Yeah, gonna have a tough time of it for sure. We'll see if they can bring something to bear in these next 2 days. DXavier, they've spotted at least one of the players from Alpha 7. This is up on the north side, Blank, coming down from around Heme Town on that north east side of things. Alpha 7 struggling to get through. They got the Mad Bulls ahead of them as well. Not only are DXavier going to be harrying them as they try and move forwards, but they're going to have to deal with that too. The recall beacons not long in this game, so opportunities starting to dwindle to get yourself back up to 4 players.
Yeah, we are really lacking on those recall beacons. The only one still available is probably in Alpha 7's camp over towards Muhapan. I think that potentially Korea is able to pop that one off, but Mad Bulls is set up on a lineup right now. Takes down Guizao and Obscure, so leaving just Korea at the recall beacon to get the rest of his team up, but they will be dropping in with limited supplies. I'm kind of concerned right now for them. 5 elims on the game is not terrible. It's not great either though.
You see those recalls popping up there. Wolves moving through as Ulf managed to get into this position nice and early on the plateau, but will they be able to hold it? The first is good. A double spray down across the way. No, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Ketch is able to find another. Coops goes down. They lose one on the off angle here. Scarface has been knocked, but the Wolves are no more. Taken away on the approach. You can't get up the top there. Ulf able to beat out the Wolves on that hold.
So funny is the 2 Wolves logos going at it with one another. You know, the 2 packs are scrapping in the meantime. Though I think that Max brings up a really good point on the desk, is that the Ulf does feel very weird right now to me. Rondo actually was one of their best maps that they played. They were fantastic at it overall. And I think for Ulf, there is this issue that I think it is confidence based, because they went from being kind of lackluster when they were playing under the name of Fireflux to suddenly this whole new team with Aaron on board, with Matcat out, and then coming to globals. I was just concerned because I was like, well, this is not the Ulf I'm used to seeing, with just incredible long range control, and especially having such a good time on Rondo. Just was not meant to be yesterday. We'll see if they can pick up that performance.
Ooh, the Gardens not playing well for DRX. They A lot of people trying to move into the area. Alpha Gaming actually fairly successfully taking a decent chunk of it. A big nade comes through from Reefus as well. That's going to find two of them, just leaving Soizy down on his last legs here. Last player to stand, and his bridge position fairly known. Look at the ground that Alpha Gaming have been able to achieve. I mean, fair enough, you know, to be able to salvage something like that from a game that started the way it did for them. And with two elims, they do have a lot of teams that can crest over the ridge lines, take shots at them. The question is, will teams want to do that?
Recentering up on the circle a little bit now. I mean, Mad Bull's on the northern side. It's not a terrible spot for them, but they are a little bit exposed right now. Regnum Kari are playing things slightly slower over towards the western edge. You can see here already a nade goes through, able to find good damage over towards Tulika. Likely a knock and a flush comes through off the back of that one, but Tulika is just crawling backwards as fast as he possibly can. OG playing things out smart down towards the southwest side, just biding their time, and I think that's fair enough considering your VP ahead of you. They can try and cut out any control on the south side. There's no reason to move right now.
Kara. And they were on the east side. We saw them trying to crest that ridgeline over towards the Alpha Gaming position in the center of the gardens. And now they're going to have to move off of that hilltop. You can see Poser poking his nose in, trying to establish some kind of inroads for them. I think it may just be a crash onto Alpha Gaming spot, but GS are going to move in parallel to that. It's going to be messy in the middle there. A difficult time, I'm sure. DX Xavier, they've moved in from the north side. The Mad Bulls have been leapfrogging with them, and Paragin will be the player to go down, but there's an answer, and it's Regnum Kaya to third party out to the west.
Fair enough as well. I mean, Regnum Kaya able to gain a lot of control over that northwest side. Mad Bulls continuing to take damage. Loxy finishing off some of the final players there from Mad Bulls. Just one last left alive now in Pusher, who is hiding in a field of Doritos.
Oh dear. I've had dreams like that, I'm pretty sure. Xavier, though, a bit of a nightmare. With the nades bombarding them behind the tree trunks, but fortunately they're just stepping into the cover at the right time as the trots to be excavated beneath their feet. Mad Bull's putting them in the ditch.
I mean, I don't know how long Mad Bull survives here. I mean, they've smoked out as much as possible, but even so, that's a little bit tough. Now we're looking over towards our final circles. With Ulf playing this high ground, I think they have a great chance at this game. There is equally E Arena, who needs to do a lot of work now to control over towards that northeast side. OG continues to put presence over towards the northern edge. I think they understand that Regnum Kaya right now is probably their biggest threat, and Silas is continuing to poke over that way and see what they can find off the back of this. He is recalling the rest of the team now down this way. They have the high ground advantage. OG initially taking shots over towards R8 though on that southeast side and get caught off guard by Regnum Kaya. There are shots coming through.
And there's the trade. Loxy looks for a second and finds it. The backline now down to one. Just a tanky there, looking for the shots, and does manage to clock Silas, looking for... Now Loxy getting backed off the angle. Only one player now as the flushes are confirmed for Regnum Kaya. Silas unlikely to get rezzed here, Blank. I mean, they could put him in a vehicle and see if he can get on forwards, drive him on in, but I think it might be more worthwhile to just send your 3 players away, not try and spend that time, because look at this approach. I mean, Atanki's managed to make it to a rock miraculously here for Orangutan. See if he could survive and out for the final moments. We know they are able to do it. They've got it in the tank. Let's see if they can do it this time.
Yeah, trying to survive on that side of the map. Slightly underneath Ulf, though, so a little bit of a dangerous position for them, but I don't think Ulf is too preoccupied with that right now. They're looking over towards Mad Bulls and making sure they hold out VP in the process. So it's a good play from Atanki. It is a little bit of a risky one, but if it pays off, then he's able to get quite far into this game, which is nice to see. Regnum Kaya, though, that is a decent start for them. Up to 27 points now. So already 8 points on the game here on Rondo, which is massive news for Regnum Kaya. Starting to catch up to teams at the middle of the pack. And a nice start to the beginning of the day is really huge for a team that struggled yesterday.
That's what you need to be able to find as well at this global level. Finding that resurgence after a bad day, very, very important. Although sometimes you don't have that opportunity, especially when it gets to the smaller numbers of days, smaller numbers of matches that you're going to be playing. For now, though, ThunderTalk, I mean, we saw how much work they were able to do yesterday, right? Getting so many points and getting so close to what we expect the bubble to be already in just one of their 3 days.
Nice
It's a beautiful turn up. Silas was picked up, but maybe not for too much longer as he's crawling back behind the deployable cover there, looking for another res. They are in this zone. Virtus Pro might try and put them out of it, though.
I mean, you can see their VP looking to try and push further up. These nades are getting very close. There's a good chunk of damage. I think that Regnum Kai is kind of lucky that they don't lose too much damage on their side, because the nades seem to stop a little bit from VP. They want to hold them out for a little bit later in the game there. There's no real chance of getting too much more utility going forward. So you got to be a bit conservative now going into these final moments. Good shot over towards Ulf as well from Regnum Kai in the midst of all that, by the way. I don't know where that came from.
Silas very close to bleeding out here. Might in fact get flushed. I think he does. Oh, I think, has he gone down? I think he's down entirely there, Blank. It's going to be very close to the wire. Might be just about getting rezzed. Can't quite make it out on the screen there, but that's a nasty little turn up. And I think it was actually R8 who did a chunk of damage from that off angle to be able to seal his fate. Oh no, I'm seeing 4 players alive around Gaia. Maybe the res was there after all.
Yeah, it did come through. Tanky, though, knows this location. Looks to send some nades over the top. It's a pretty nadeable position, but he has limited sightlines on this with the rock in front of him, but a great nade over the top will take down one player from R8 there. With limited vision as well. That's a great arc on that one.
Brilliant little find, but will he have drawn the ire of too many around him? Mad Bulls feeling the burn as Regnum Kaya roll them down. 2 players fall, and that will be them done and dusted for the match. Regnum Kaya seem to be on the warpath here. 8 elims already. Let's see how much further they can go.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya as well, it's important to consider that when they were playing on this northwest side, they would continue to get knowledge, to get information. Silas is great at that type of thing, alongside with Wild, where they were consistently wrapping out in the vehicles. So they knew sort of what was going on up here. They knew Mad Bulls were a much weakened team, so they wrap upwards. They don't really want to get stuck in that situation alongside with VP, but a nice nade from Soez over towards ThunderTalk will take down at least one. Doesn't quite have the angle yet to confirm onto it, but I don't think ThunderTalk really have too many options here.
Yeah, really don't. They're starting to run out. Barrel getting a little dry now. Sighting wants to peek over the top, but you know how dangerous the hump of this bridge is. We'll see if so easy. He's going to be able to do it though. Not quite connected through the smoke. 2 players run around behind, and a nice little flex out for ThunderTalk. Will anybody spot it? Regnum Kaya will have heard the shots. They'll be looking. You can guarantee that much. We'll see if they're able to find it. Doesn't look like they will. Maybe a little bit of time for ThunderTalk to play with. Amori now the last player for R8. Joker steps up. He's not going to find it. Another player goes down. Sakura falls. Tony K as well. This hold has just been a blast. A little assist from Ulf on the off angle. But how has he survived that? What a hold on the inside. Don't think he's going to last too much longer, but that is a great little clip for him.
I mean, Amuri in the wreckage of broken vehicles, but as sharp as the scrap metal around him, looks to put a little bit more damage on. Quick Molotov over towards Joker to try and confirm the elimination point and get some more underneath the belt. Has a little bit more to work with. Smokes out front side. Can't believe Amuri lives through that. Mom enough in the distance as well. Not likely to even try and attempt to get near him. Throws out another Molotov, and that should do the trick. I don't think he got the flush over towards that player, so he's looking to confirm it, but he's already gone.
He's not there. No more. Not a morsel. Mori, though, surviving next to a tanky for Orangutan. Both of them hunkering down, trying to lock it in for their teams. Get a couple of placement points on board, because we are now into placement point territory. See if Ulf can survive on this push. They were able to defend against the Wolves. But Regnum Kaya might be too tall an order. They've already found a knock. A north side shift does keep a tanky in, but you can imagine that APG are going to be trying to bear down upon him. Amori already feeling the brunt of it.
I mean, after gaming, this is what we're talking about. Get them into a 4-man position towards the end of the game. That's where they can start sweeping a little bit. But there is consistent angles that are being available here. It's such a rough scenery to play in, where any little mistake in terms of sightlines that you leave capable for yourself, you're going to take damage from. Regnum Kai continues on their mission to take down the entirety of the northern hemisphere of this circle and doing fantastically at it. They've already put in a lot of damage over towards Ulf and probably limited a lot of the supplies, but now VP makes their wrap up over towards that north side, and Regnum Kaya instantly is responding.
They're moving back on over. They sent a lot of their players out to that east. Virtus.pro read that quite nicely. Thundertalker actually managed to get a full reset here. A tanky finally may actually have to stand up and take a fight, but the nade is just too strong. Doc had the run out as well, and it will be the end. 6th place, locked in, 1 Elim for Orangutan there, and they will not be able to survive into the later portions of this game. Thundertalk make it across, and they will be able to do so with 2 players. They still got a backstop to deal with, and a player knocked as well. That just came through as a res, so they're up as 4 once more, but can the other 2 rejoin?
This is great damage coming through from Sing right now. They have to drop down the tactical covers, try and keep themselves up, but a double in the back line will take down 2. Sing walks straight past the nade there, takes it on the shoulder, and Doc now has to do the impossible.
With only 1 player standing, Doc needs to come up big for them to survive for a longer into this match. Another nade put on top. It's going to keep the pressure on, but the res is going through all this while. In the meantime, over on the northwest side, Virtus.pro and Regnum Kaya starting to pop off. And it's Regnum Kaya to hold their nerve. Only 1 knock seen, and nobody's in a position to capitalize because Ulf are more preoccupied on the southeast edge, looking towards Thundertalk as APG fall as well. That is going to be them done and dusted. Regnum Kaya on the north edge, looking to try and get the reset, but there are still shots flying their way.
I mean, for Regnum Kaya, though, it has been a hell of a day for them already. Loxy does go down as he attempted to move further up. This is great management and good control from Ulf right now between 2 separate squads. They had the high ground. They're trying to work with it. Smokes are flowing through right now, but you can see 0 nades on the cards for the boys on Regnum Kaya on the top of your screen, but I think that may be a lie. I'm not sure.
Well, done well. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to loose any. Certainly would be a great boon to them.
Ulf got nothing.
Ulf are completely barren on the old supply cupboard there. Regnum Kaya actually able to clock a shot over towards King, keeping Ulf safe. Scarface might have gone down there with just a little moment longer on that spray from King, but he is denied. Regnum Kaya able to save him. Scarface back up with that first aid kit.
I mean, for Ulf, they are definitely struggling in terms of utility, in terms of gear. Scarface playing this close as well is dangerous, but it's necessary. Has to be done to keep Regnum Kaya at bay in the coming future. I mean, Thundertalk off an insane day yesterday, a pretty difficult crossing for them. I think the most surprising thing about this game is Thundertalk being on 4 players at this stage of the game. I think they must have been knocked multiple times. I don't think once used the recall beacon during this match, which is even more impressive. So I think this has been fantastic from Thundertalk. Now it's a question of whether they can actually close out the game, or will Regnum Kaya sweep through with their 3 players, because crossing this open ground is very difficult. But Thundertalks have 13 nades to do it, but no smokes, which is the critical factor, which Regnum Kaya, they've got all of them.
They've been ordering them. It's all or nothing. Ulf have found a nade from somewhere. They've been able to pick one up from a box, but catch. He's going to be dropped down by King, and the 4 players from Thundertalk trying to take down the off angles from Ulf as Silas actually gets spotted. Scarface. He would have gone down if they hadn't have taken King out on that spray. Oh, they're regretting that decision now. Thundertalk, though, mounting the pressure. Regnum Kai, I think they were up on 12 elims. We'll see if they can get a couple more, because Eren not going to be able to defend in the face of the onslaught from Thundertalk. Zedwolf breaking out wide, and the 2-piece here for Regnum Kaya needs to be impeccable.
I mean, I don't think it's possible. With all these nades available for Thundertalk, it is going to be so difficult. You know generally where they're coming from. Thundertalk looking to take yet another game in their favor. Zedwolf and Wild will have to pull out something extraordinary here if they want to win this one out, but I find it highly doubtful. Wild sending all the way on the side, but them using this little cliff towards their western edge, their advantage, and now it is Wild in this 1v4.
Oh, they isolate it. They all move up. They get 1. Wild looking for the spray. You're right. He's managed to get 2 here. Maybe able to give them the slip. This is the final zone. It closes central. Wild, if he can hold a central position for just long enough, maybe the blue zone will put too much of a hurry up on these reses. Zedwolf does get flushed away, but a 1v4, I just don't think so. Wild looks for more on the angle. King steps up for the challenge, and he's good for it. I thought he might have stepped a little bit too far there, but Regnum Kaya fall. It is Thunder Talk to get another chicken dinner. Blank, they're not satisfied with one day. They want two at the top of the tables.
I mean, it was a crazy run out from Wild, but you got to respect that Thunder Talk already had sightlines down that way. Knew the Wild probably would be rotating to get the clean lineup angle down the edge of that hillside. So really, really well done. I think Regnum Kai, you can be pretty pleased that game. Not quite getting the chicken dinner does feel slightly rough, but overall, I think that was way, way better than yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of elims for Regnum Kai on that match as well. Able to do a lot of damage to the lobby, picking up plenty of points. They'll be happy. But Thunder Talk, I mean, that is going to put them really, really close. I mean, they're pretty close to breaking the 100-point barrier already, Blank. I mean, with the elims that they found.
Yeah, I think they are done at this point. It's very unlikely they don't make it into the top 7 going forward. But I also think at this point, it's likely that they'll be making up towards first place if they keep playing like this. Let's head back over to the desk.
Talk get their 3rd chicken dinner so far, and just like that, there's now 6 slots remaining to the grand finals. I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, after that performance, these guys have got to be a lock by now, Maxman, right?
Yeah, I mean, look how much of a clinic they set up at the end here. Thunder Talk have to rename officially Thunderclap. Because, oh my goodness, they're slapping the lobby around in these games. And Nipchuri, you was saying it before we just came on camera here. This is a back-to-back win now we just got from Thunder Talk. And actually, on top of that, they've now officially got a win on every single battle. Got a win yesterday on Erangel, a win on Miramar on the last game, and now a Rondo chicken dinner. These guys are putting on a clinic on every one of these battlegrounds. And look at the player stats. Sitting 4 limbs, 5 limbs for King. AJ gets 3. Jing putting up 1 elimination, still 500 damage, putting in the work, putting in the hours in this lobby. Not an easy game to Nipchura because they were fighting tooth and nail in the swamp. APG, there was DRX, there was Kara on the east, and survive. They thrive. They keep every player alive, making the Weibo might not just be the best team at all.
Absolutely. I mean, exactly what you were saying, right? We game, and you know who's gonna win this game. You know who's next. Thunder Talk conversation all, and they just in of every fight happening to them. It was such master. I mean, the nades onto AP, clearing them, getting that ridge to themselves, and then just being for the right time. The timing is impeccable with this team.
I mean, just putting on a masterclass on that edge style play, right? I mean, they were playing the edge pretty much the whole way until the end there, right? Just taking out teams one by one, catch guard, and to do that and all 4 up, especially in a lot this max, it's just super impressive.
It really is. I mean, in particular, they out-naded Doc, which we know Doc, the nades, that's a specialty usually, but no, they were this entire game there, right? The smokes, the grenades, and
I think they've done a lot. Do you think, Neptura, that because, I mean, it worked for them, right? I think GS did a lot better when they didn't have to do that hot drop, right? So I think maybe their coach or Neptura, you're the coach of GS, okay, right now. Put it on the coach chat, right? If you were their coach, what would you tell them going into Erangel here for me?
I wouldn't hot drop. I'd be like, look at the results we got as staying full squad through most of the match, getting much farther into the match as a full squad versus when we hot drop and yeah, we get some early elims, but now we've got a really long rotation to make. So through the blue, all of this sort of stuff, everybody's already set up. That would not be my play. I'd be just like, no, you guys, we gotta switch things up, go somewhere else.
Yeah,
Max, you're the coach of APG. What would you do?
Hot chop, because I think on a very serious note, it would be extremely funny. That's my analysis, because for the memes, go for the hot drop. But no, generally, I would like to see it not happen on a serious note, because it just doesn't help the team. So hopefully they can fix it, Hot Jukes. It's in particular APG, because they can't afford another bad day here. They need to step up. They need to make military base their own.
Let's make it happen as we take it on over to John Allen and Blank for match number 2. I want to talk a little bit more about possibly some of the other hot drops we're going to deal with, Max, right? So what do you think is going to happen here in Erangel?
I mean, really, except for the APG GS team, I think hot drops were pretty clean. Nothing really happened. So I think we're chilling on that front. I think we're okay. I'm actually going to be paying attention to Virtus Pro and A7. We know they have some drops in common. They have Northern George Pole, they have Lipovka, and also VP tend to drop into Milto, which could be a clash between themselves and DRX, depending on how the drops go and how the playing goes in particular. So I'm looking at them. But Alpha 7, Nipture, I'm looking back at yesterday's Erangel games. Their rotations were so pristine, were so quick. They would get in a circle before anyone else and in really good POIs typically. So are we going to see that same Alpha 7 in these Erangel games? Because if yes, I think they're really going to solidify a high rank in the top 7.
I mean, I would love to see that for them. It's something that they're desperately needing, and I think they're going about it the right way. You're right. The timing has been pretty impeccable. They've been doing everything they need to do. They've been taking advantage of the teams they need to take advantage of. They're reading the lobby really, really well so far. That doesn't always translate into points, but what I always love seeing is a team that you can see what they're trying to do. You can see what they've got strategy. They're not just doing it randomly, and they've got ideas. And so for a team like Alpha 7, who are obviously a very good team, but have just been struggling lately, it's nice to see that we're actually seeing a team that is like, no, we're on the ball with these rotations. We're on the ball with this timing. Yeah. It's very hopeful.
What I'm really hopeful about is not just the rotational potential of this team, right? I mean, especially for you, Hodrix, covering Americas, but it's so cool seeing the rise of Guizhou and Obscure on this storied roster, on this storied org of Alpha 7. And last game on Rondo in particular, oh my goodness, they put up such a great showing versus RA, and even I think there was a potential third party happening from APG and Virtus Pro in the wings, and they were fully ready for that. So this is Alpha 7 2.
Essa música bizarra. Sırada der şaka değil. Sırada der şaka buruvali nasıl var? Abdullah dayı.
ما په خپل کسانو سره مو مليون کو په ایمولیټر باندې خپل گیم وګورم وزیر عمر کړی
Umar ورکړی. شاشټاټیکا.
عمر خلکو له
سیر بھائی عمر هر سړی ته چیلنج ورکوي رم.
او که څنګه بم وي تیر ته په پیسو باندې
او کنه
زوی وزیره
زوال نشته ته کی زوال.
نه زه په موبایل باندې ما مرغه
I won my last match.
ور کی زوای. خلکو شو سن راغلی.
आज नंबर 3 नंबर 4 गाड़ी चलाओ यार हमको झूला दो नंबर 4
भाई भाई अब तो हमें भाई गुनहगार कर रहे हो. नाम कैसे रखा है और आवाज किसका है?
नहीं नहीं यार यार देखो ना
कसम से भाई.
ओए ओए ओए नंबर 4 टिकटॉकर
हाउ फातिमा का तो टिकटॉक भी है.
अयो नंबर 4 का जहाज आ गया है
भाई हाउ फातिमा का टिकटॉक है.
नंबर 4 दुबई में हो
जी जी भाई.
आओ आओ जो
पता
Está amor posso ganhar chupcha spi bachia sta भाई कोस के sta amor
Alta Mamarza.
amor
Alta Maver. Alta sexta faida.
dumra spi bachi dina dumra spi bachi dina de mor
Da konion ta Maver savol. Ta tul konion di.
der gat punian di
Ekim zikiye.
माल अलग अलग पुख्तो राजी माल अलग अलग पुख्तो राजी रो रहा
Če nasir भाई da de pover waga wal.
وردا وردانګه پی غو نشته
Gada da preza ju. Makše samara.
नंबर 4
भाई
दुबई में हो
जी जी भाई.
किस जगह में दुबई में किस जगह
जुमेरा. बंदा हो रहा है.
फार्म जो मेरा
जी जी भाई.
किम्पला
ये बाहर आओ
कितना है?
बाहर
कितना
आओ.
फिर तो एंजॉय कर रहे हो हाँ
وردا
फिर तो
गरीब
एंजॉय
लोग
कर रहे
हैं.
हो हाँ
पाला में
चरता दे नंबर 2 ओए दा दे और पुसे
वया गया दादा.
ऊपर है नंबर 3 देख अवैध है मर जा अवैध है ना अवैध है छलांग मार दो तू चलना
नसीर भाई तो मुझे
बड़े
कसान
बड़े
लगा दी.
बहुत खतरनाक लोग हैं
बुढ़ा.
ओए अवैध मेरे को बंदे नहीं होए
Arturo revice one.
راغلو
Pasa Rahul, pasa. Garnet nashta?
ګرنیټ نه نشته
ओए ऐसे इतने पैनी आके क्या है कोई कैंप करके बैठा है कोई समझ नहीं आती कि कितना निकला जाओ इंतकाल करो ना ऐसे सिलेंडर
नीचे से रवान दे राश दलत दे
زرعنا ما أعرف بريت إذا بور
لا ودرا بوسا كيم كبي
أنا أكيد कॉल कर देंगे तो
ओह कॉल पे नहीं आ पास भी जाना
Passa na narkozigi, ha? Rage.
पूरा लाना पैन ओ पैन नु लाना हाय मसला को नहीं बचा लेंगे
दाऊद लारी कोलो का ना करने
की दलता ना की
ओके रफीका
तो passa tupunaka
बदला के बटेर उनते तवीगा
आईवा ऐसा टीममेट तेरे वो तो लग रहा है ना वैसे
आ जाओ लूट भी करो रिपोर्ट भी हो जाओ आ जाओ
शुक्रिया नंबर 4 भाई कोई लोकेशन नहीं है
नहीं भाई इधर बाहर है राज
किसी माल शाल की हम भी हाँ नहीं हम भी दुबई में कोई लोकेशन माल शाल की
भाई ये कुत्ता की तरह गिर रहा हूँ
हाँ भी यार
एक पड़ा हुआ है
है किधर
पीछे यही है कुत्ता
ऐसा मोर को संगे हम चुपचाप ये वही है जो हाल पे गाली दे रहा था ए रफीका
जी वाया
कोई लोकेशन नहीं है इधर दुबई में हम भी दुबई में कोई माल शाल
तो भाई पैसा है
टिकटॉक सर से अभी तुझे कुछ और बना रहे हैं
नहीं ना सर
पैसा बहुत है भाई बहुत ज़ाया किया है इधर इंटरनेशनल सिटी में जाता है इधर बस माल पुराना हो गया अभी पूरा एक खाना
आगे बंदे हैं वो पहले बंदे मारते फिर माल शाल की बात करते
किधर है बताओ माल रफी का माल किधर घर में है
इस साइड
Watch out!
गया रफीका तुम्हारे आगे 15-25 है 15-25 है
ये तो शुभजीत
बालो बाशे
भाई इधर तो इतना स्कोप की भाई अंबार लगे
ये भी 6x पड़ा हुआ है ओए
ये आखिरी बंदा है कोई कैंपर होगा
150 का मिलता है अच्छा चीज होता है अच्छा
भाई हम 100 का मिस्त्री चौकता है ना तुम्हारा सोच है जैसे मर्जी गांड में चाटे मारना 1 घंटा पूरा देते हैं मिस्त्री है तुम देखेगा ना कसम से ना तुम हम उसको तुम्हारा नंबर भी तुमको सेंड करते तुम
भाई वो बुढ़िया होगी बुढ़िया
ना ए शादी भी नहीं कसम
ये बंदे
अकेले रूम में रहती है में अकेले किधर है अभी कहां गया
जाओ
कसम से हम गया ना उसकी गांड में ऐसे चाटे मारे ना उसने कुछ भी नहीं बोला
जुबान नहीं मारा
हैं
जुबान
ओ यार कैसा बात कर रहा है रफीका यार।
भाई मजा तो उस
यार
चीज का
तुम
है
दिल खा कर दिया यार।
भाई, चीज जो
दिल खा कर दिया यार।
नमक जैसे टेस्ट आए, मजा तो उस टाइम आता है भाई।
हाय हाय हाय, अभी तो मजबूर कर रहा है ट्राई करने पे।
आओ नसीर भाई, ये लांग दे,
हम लोग भाई
नीचे
इधर
कुत्ता
काम
बैठा
कर।
है।
तीन प्लेयर इधर आए तो पावर।
यार
तेरी
ऐसा के रफीका
कुत्ता
यार।
इंसान, ये कुत्ता नहीं मारा मैं इसके पीछे।
चढ़ता थे चढ़ता थे।
मैं किधर मरा?
लान दे दे। ओए
बड़ा
बहुत बैंड चौध
बड़ा
आदमी है।
कुत्ते वाला भाई वो कर रहे हैं।
अवैस है बोल चा शहजादा बीजे जी।
नसीर भाई ग्रोनस तरफ था इको
बोल का यार।
मार्क
Nie, patrzę na lagi ma tu
Dostań
Margaret.
ta fair razi.
O, nachkari
किधर
dzisiaj
है
mana po mobile.
कारी कारी मा उमिनतल।
Help!
ओए दे मोर पस के गिनवा चम बंगाली के। 15 25 दे। हम मोची खाएगा अवैस है।
अच्छी लगी तुम।
नो लाल लाने का प्रेशर भाई कोई समझ नहीं आती है।
भाई नंबर 2 पे लैंड हो गया।
किधर है 15
आ गया नंबर 2 पे लैंड कर। अवैस कितने मार करी?
हां
कितने मार कर?
ये भाई।
Watch out!
ओए
Marked a location. Watch out!
ये मेरे आगे।
नंबर 1 कौन है? मार सकती है पत्थर के पीछे।
रफीका दा दे।
1 सेकंड में भाई
दा नंबर 1 टॉप लदा वली ना वली क्यों नहीं मारे नंबर 1 मेरे भाई।
रफीका डेढ़ दो काश वाले खानिया दो काश वाले खानिया। रफीका यार क्या करेगा रफीका? इवेंट खाली किया देखो फिर भी किल नहीं हुआ कुछ भी नहीं हो जा रहा। रफीका तुम्हारे सामने राइट पे रफीका।
नहीं है भाई।
नहीं राइट पे नहीं है साइड में देखो। इस साइड में नहीं दूसरी साइड में। रफीका
मैं सिर्फ आपको रिकॉल करता हूँ।
कर दो टाइम नहीं।
अच्छा 2 बंदों का है, 2 बंदों का रिकॉल है।
और तुम्हारा साथ वाले का होगा ना ऑटो निकालता ना।
रिकॉल
शुक्रिया रफीका बस जल्दी जोन में आओ रफीका।
रिकॉल तो नहीं है ना सिरा, किसी का भी नहीं है
रिकॉल निश्ता ना निश्ता यार। जोन में आओ तुम जोन में आओ। वक्ती दिल जोन के रहेगा।
अब किधर से हो ये तो बताओ।
हम शारजा से। किट लगाओ।
Watch out!
शारजा
सर बंदे इधर से आएंगे।
इधर तुम जोन में जाओ। हाय दो काश वाले
एक ना से रूस अब सके साइड है।
देखो जोन में बैठे हैं बहन। डेढ़ खा गेम चल रहा।
ये देखो ये अभी जा रहा है ये कुत्ता।
बहन जो अभी तक जोन में बैठे हुए हैं बहन के पास।
رسلوني وحقول
كنا كم جورا
ليموكا
Pashtin una servaiva vordiye vela. Sha?
أهو लैंडिंग सही हो गया तो वही देता हूँ
इंशाल्लाह ट्राई करते हैं
لك سيرت تبع ورشة سنتر كمان
Marked a location.
راغلا ما قالوش لي مخش شيء थोड़ा सा इनको डैमेज पड़ा आओ आओ आओ इस साइड चला गया
Watch out!
مش اوبراتور
बोट पे गया
هذا شاطئ
इनको रिकॉर्ड भी खत्म करो कुत्ते का
راضي
हमारा पतशेरी अकेला किया था नंबर 3 पॉपुलैरिटी देखते हैं
هذا يقولون تهيل توخا التركي ده
अंदर
جوار وده فولو نظر
मारा
ده
खड़े में वो
Detálame very good
ड्रिंक्स वगैरह اشتهى سرا نادي لاند دي نادي ड्रिंक्स वगैरह اشتهى سرا
لا
Watch out!
לאן דקסתי?
Kel kita se zupir shi. Ti imate zdaj v
Watch
se
out.
zaporšiti in šato node to.
Watch
Rada.
out!
Usi ode to, da. والله ماشي la fregata.
तेरी पिछवाड़े में घुस रहे दस इधर आओ रिकॉल उठाओ
Excellent work.
इधर आओ
इधर बंदे आओ
Kasam söyledi ganze dahil. इतना दूर से हमारा तो बर्बाद रिकॉल है अच्छा मेडिसिन में फाइट है एक साथ चलते आओ
Watch out!
वैसे हवा से आओ ये किधर से ओ दूर से
Watch
वैसे
out!
दमे नुक्कड़े दे
Watch out!
درغلم
استنى وترى يا استنى وترى
نشتا
ديلتا يا نصير بايشير سي
Watch out!
مړه په دې موبایل باندې داسې نشم د ګیم کوم شکون بس ترکی ده वो टर्की
वो उधर है नंबर 4 थिंकिंग पता ना होना सर वही नंबर 4 प्ले गेम को आओ मैं आगे चलता हूँ ये मुझे नॉक करेगा ये ऊपर है
Watch out! Watch out!
मुझे बोट ने मारा नसीर भाई नंबर 4 बचात का वो बोट आ रहा है उस पे बोट जैसा प्लेयर है ये नॉक किया एक मेरे घर के नीचे
हाँ वजीरा बस
Watch out!
مش خزون دلارو
ये कुत्ता अभी तक पीछे जोन से आ रहा है
जोन दलारू
हाँ
Help!
लूटना मरेगी का ना
نصير جاسي غير
رايت كلا شرد سيدا नहीं ढोका
داوكسا دواخ مواغي ول
زي جزوف وزير عنوان اتصابات وزيكو انت وقتي سبات بكوبي اوري
څنګه نو وخت 11 بجې ټیم شو
والله ما غرمي خوب کړه نه ده بس سترګې مې د پټېږي پوه شوې لون کمپټیشن د سهار وخت بیا سکولون ډیپټۍ
صحیح صحیح څنګه ورځه
صحیح شو کنه سبا ته بیا مې اوکې لا
सिर्फ आपसे बात करना है अस्सलाम वालेकुम भैया आप बोल रहे थे कि सेलर आपको नहीं मिल रहे आपको पॉपुलैरिटी चाहिए इजी पैसा कर सकते हो जितना पॉपुलैरिटी चाहिए भाई आपको मैं दे दूंगा मेरा दोस्त है ट्रस्टेड इंसान बंदा है भाई इसी को इसको चाहिए होगा भाई उनके साथ प्राइसेस है मेरे साथ है हाँ उनके साथ हर किस्म भाई गाड़ी भी मिलता है पाकिस्तानी रुपीस में पॉपुलैरिटी भी मिलता है सब कुछ भाई जो प्लेन है प्लेन वो प्लेन जो बड़ा होता है भाई बेटर लगी मुझे एंड टाइम पे चाहिए भाई ये एंड वाला पीर महंगा होता है इंस्टेंट जो होता है वो महंगा होता है क्योंकि आपने बोला इसी वजह से मैंने बोला इसमें भाई पैसे ज़ाया ना करो आगे मर्जी आपकी है भाई उसमें मिक्स भी मिलते हैं प्लेन भी मिलता है भाई सब कुछ उनके पास होता है वो बड़ा डीलर है भाई उससे मैं यूसी लेता था भाई आजकल तो नया चीज़ आ गया है भाई वो क्या डाउनलोड करो अब सऊदी में हो राइट नया टॉप अप भाई नई एप्लीकेशन से इजी पैसा कर सकते हो सब कुछ कर सकते हो टप टप सेंड
जी मेरे मैं इजी पैसे वगैरह नहीं कर सकता सिर्फ यूसी कर सकता हूँ
भाई मैं यही बता रहा हूँ आप सर्च करो गूगल प्ले स्टोर में टप टप सेंड
चलो मैं करता हूँ
मैं आपके फायदे के लिए भाई ये बहुत
आपका इंस्टा है ना
हाँ इंस्टाग्राम है मेरे पास वही मैं उनका
मैं उधर मैसेज करता हूँ आपको आप उधर मुझे बता देना ये बैटल का पूरा
एक सेकंड में भाई आपको भाई बड़ा इजी ऐप है और ट्रस्टेड ऐप है आप मुझे मैसेज करो अपना इंस्टा आईडी बताओ भाई। भाई मुझे अभी ये नहीं मालूम कि मैसेज किधर आते हैं। अच्छा इधर आते हैं।
ये लो ये सेट।
सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम अब्दुल्ला भाई कैसे हो?
अब्दुल्ला नहीं मैं शाह हूँ।
शाह भाई कैसे हो?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप सुनो।
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह भाई। वन सेकंड भाई मैं आपको सर्च करता हूँ कि ये कैसे सर्च होता है। मुझे तो नहीं बूदी। एक के वन है।
हाँ एक के वन है।
आप मेरे साथ ऐड हो भाई। हाय मैंने भेज दिया।
हाँ ऐड हो गया। देखिए
क्या स्ट्राइकर स्ट्राइकर कोई नहीं आया?
अभी नासिर आया तो चलो भाई। ये टप टप टप सेंड देख रहे हैं भाई। ये इंस्टॉल करो।
हाँ देखी मैंने।
ये तो इससे इजी पैसा वगैरह भाई बैंक को भेजो हर जगह भेजो। शाह भाई और सुनाओ कैसे हो?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
भाई इसका जो एक्सचेंज रेट होते हैं बहुत अच्छा होता है भाई।
इसका
ये इधर से एक एप्लीकेशन होता है। इनको पॉपुलैरिटी भाई भेजो अब्दुल्ला भाई।
पॉपुलैरिटी किसको भेजनी भाई को?
मुझे भी भेजो इनको भी भेजो।
मेरे पास चिकन भी खत्म हो गया। मेरे को भी खत्म हो गया। ये बढ़िया
भाई वर्ल्ड गेमर की किधर है? कौन है भाई वाइल्ड गेमर है क्या नाम है?
वाइल्ड गेमर ये यार हमारे मेरे साथ ऐड है। अब्दुल्ला तो नहीं, अब्दुल्ला ने तो नहीं ऐड किया यार।
अच्छा बस समझ गया।
ये भी अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेल रहा है। अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेल रहा है ना चाचा? मैंने कहा अभी ये अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेल रहा है ना वाइल्ड गेमर।
अच्छा पागल है मस्त है।
मेरे ख्याल से अभी हाँ अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेल रहा है।
थोड़ा वेट करो भाई यार फिर खेलते हैं। शाह भाई इसका एक वो इंस्टॉल करना है।
चाचा एक बात बताओ।
बोलो भाई।
यार आपने जब आप पीसी पे खेलते थे पहले।
जी भाई।
आपको कोई फाइल लगाना आता है इसका?
भाई वो 4 साल पहले 5 साल पहले एक फाइल आता था नो रिकॉल वाला भाई। उससे आईडी बैन नहीं होती थी। ओके वो एक डेटा होता था। और डेटा जो गेम के अंदर होता था उसमें भाई हम डालते थे।
हाँ मुझे पता चल गया वो आईजी टेंशन वाला।
ओ भाई मुझे मालूम है और नहीं। माफिया को भाई रिजोल्यूशन भेजो, फिर नहीं उठाएगा। अभी उठा लिया इतना जल्दी माफिया कुत्ते ने।
माफिया अभी आपके साथ खेल रहा था?
नहीं दूसरा उधर खेल रहा है किधर।
नहीं पहले आपके साथ खेल रहा था।
माफिया आ गया फर्स्ट टाइम। बड़ा कुत्ता है कसम से भाई, क्या कुत्ता है।
चाचा आरपी भेजी यार।
अच्छा क्या करना है यार
चाचा यार आरपी से कोई थोड़ा अच्छी आईडी भेजेगी फिर।
भाई मैंने कितने मरतबा भेजी, फिर आप लोग बर्बाद करते हो स्क्रीन पे।
आपने नहीं ये चीज बर्बाद नहीं करते हैं, मैं नहीं करता, अब्दुल्ला कर देता है, मैं उसको आईडी दूंगा ही।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम।
अभी तो हमारा एक दोस्त भी है, हमारे
आओ दोस्त लेकर आओ।
हमारे दोस्त भी है। अब हम ग्लेशियर को कर लिए
लेवल 6 वही मैं देख रहा हूँ।
चुप हो जाओ।
ये पिछले वो बेटा तुम मत बोलो, तुमको इतना गंदा रूम हराया हो ना मैं शाह में भी लास्ट के 5 सेकंड में एग्जिट करके भागे मेरे सामने रूम।
I got the triple elimination medal.
मैं ये सोचता हूँ रफीक भाई, मेरे पास इतना कचाड़ा पीसी है तो मैं शाह भाई को पेल दिया। मेरे पास मतलब कोई हैवी पीसी होता तो शाह भाई
मुझे नहीं अब्दुल्ला को लगाया था।
मैं नहीं मानता कि अब्दुल्ला भाई खराब है।
पलट के कैसे
मेरे साथ तो
नहीं मानता कि अब्दुल्ला इसने हराया है, क्योंकि अब्दुल्ला अच्छा खेलता है।
भाई अब्दुल्ला भाई एग्जिट नहीं जाते हैं।
और भाई मैं कहाँ पे होता हूँ ये कब की बात है मुझे तो पता भी नहीं यार।
ये ऐसी की कोई टाइम हो रहा था शायद भाई, शाम का टाइम था। अरे
किस टाइम पे?
आज शाम का टाइम था।
नहीं आज नहीं
चाय हुई थी, आलूदा मौसम था।
हाँ और शाह भाई आ गए रूम पे इनवाइट भेजने।
बता खेलना तो आ, मेरा रूम एक्टिव है।
चलिए खेलते मैं नहीं डरता किसी से।
आजा इसके बाद आजा, मैं बताता हूँ
अगले सीजन खेलेंगे।
नहीं तूने आना है भाई, अब मुसलमान की पहली जुबान आना है।
हाँ अगले सीजन खेलेंगे।
अब दूसरी जगह जाएंगे।
हाँ मैं बिजी था।
एमएस खाई है।
हाँ मेरे एमएस आई मेरा। एक बंदा तो अभी लैंड हुआ था। भाई ये इसको नहीं बाबू हमको मत मारो, कोई मित्र है। क्या भी देख के मेरे सामने बंदा है, आ नहीं पाऊंगा मैं अभी। बिल्कुल यहाँ पे बैठा
Marked a location.
ओहो क्या कैंपर है रे। अरे उस पर थर्ड पार्टी कर दिया बंदे ने, खैर भी होल्ड कर लिया यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा। नहीं बल्कि छोड़िए, मैं कहीं और चला जाता हूँ, मेरे लिए बेहतर है। शुक्रिया। मुझे छोड़ते नहीं है भाई कोई। हाइपो फैमिली, साला हाइपोपोटामस की फैमिली आई है। फाइट फाइट फाइट फाइट फाइट फाइट फाइट फाइट
बाहर पे बंदा बाहर है।
शी
अरे मोशरे तुम कहाँ थे?
वो रिकॉल टावर वाली साइड पे
बंदों के मुंह पे ले।
ओ पैंच शॉटगन।
रफी पे यूएमपी का डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा हाई नहीं कर दिया है।
आप लोग किधर गए ब्रो? मत जाओ।
2 गोली में बंदा पड़का के चले गए मेरे
किसने
को।
मारा?
मैं यहाँ रिकॉल पे उतरा था शाहरुख भाई, रफीक भाई इस वाले रिकॉल पे।
माफी तूने आना है अभी रूम पे ठीक है ना?
डन हो गया शाहरुख भाई। मजाक कर रहा हूँ लेकिन डन हो गया। नहीं शाहरुख भाई जा रहे हैं।
हाँ?
ना क्या नाम है, शाहरुख भाई आप रफीक भाई के साथ रहिए। हाँ आप रफीक भाई के साथ रहिए, शाहरुख भाई जा रहे हैं रिकॉल पे ओल्ड प्लाजा।
हम लोग तो फिर आउटसाइड हो जाएंगे। मैं गलत जंप
I'm
मार
recalling a teammate.
मैं गाड़ी का इंतजाम कराता हूँ शाहरुख भाई।
चाचा एमएस खाइए आपका।
खाइए, मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
बोल कर नहीं शाह रफीक भाई करते। रफीक भाई कब से बोल रहे हैं एमएस हाई चल रहा है।
एमएस यार मेरा भी हाई हुआ था बिल्कुल गेम। ये तो नहीं मेरा भी हुआ था। मेरे को पूरा गेम रिस्टार्ट करके आना पड़ा फिर।
हाँ अभी मेरे को दिया स्कारल उनको तोड़ने। तो पहले जब बंदा मेरे मुंह पे था तब दिया था यूजी। ये तो है, ये लोग इतने बड़े तो हरामी हैं।
हेलो मकान।
ओ स्ट्राइकर बोट आया।
स्ट्राइकर भाई आए थे। स्ट्राइकर में ऑनलाइन आते हैं।
ओ ये स्ट्राइकर आया।
मेरे पास नहीं आते स्ट्राइकर। खैर भाई मैं आ रहा हूँ आपके पास वो लेके। गाड़ी मिली गाड़ी।
मैं आपके करीब आ रहा हूँ।
4 टायर वाली बग्गी।
फिर डायरेक्ट निकलते हैं।
हाँ मेरा रिकॉल नहीं है।
इसमें हल्टेड नहीं होता।
अच्छा मैं इवेंट पे भी उसी से मरा। सही है, इवेंट पे भी उसी से मरा। इवेंट के बाहर भी वही बंदा आएगा मेरे सामने। बैड लक चेक करो यार। ठेका लिया हुआ था
चाचा।
तो जाएंगे तो मिक्स माफिया का वरना किसी का भी।
साहब भाई बर्बाद नहीं है चाचा, और आपने साहब भाई की असल गेम प्ले नहीं देखी।
बंदा है मुशरे सामने।
नहीं बंदा नहीं, बहुत है बहुत है बहुत है। और शाहरुख भाई एक गोली आखिरी का बना पूरा करेंगे पूरा करेंगे।
जल्दी आओ टीम में ना यार। ग्लो चलाओ।
हम लोग आ गए इधर से।
पोनेंट निकालना है।
पोनेंट निकालना है।
जाओ जाओ।
बलम स्टार में तो पोनेंट नहीं है।
ओ शाहरुख है
भाई किसने कल की मारा?
देखो स्लिप खा रहा है नहीं।
ओए टीटू पाड़िया नहीं शाहरुख भाई फंस गया गाड़ी फंस गया अपने। वहाँ पे भी नहीं खड़ा हुआ। मेरे पास ये वाला पावर है। मैं एक वीडियो देख रहा था शाहरुख भाई, एक इसी का ना एडवांस वर्जन वाला आता है।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
हाँ उड़ने वाले का एक एडवांस वर्जन होता है। उसको एक हाइट पे लेके जाओ ना तो आप उसके ऊपर वो कर सकते हो, ग्लाइड कर सकते हो।
नहीं नहीं सिंपल वाला भी चलेगा। फुल ऊपर कैमरा करके फिर जा सकते हैं।
आ जाओ
उसको फुल ऊपर कैमरा करना।
मैं पहाड़ के ऊपर जा रहा हूँ। तेरी सभी जा रहे हैं। ओए ओए ओए ओए ओए गिर गया मैं नीचे।
Body substitution is a life
चाचा कोई एक्स्ट्रा
I've used it countless times
एक्स्ट्रा
to
स्कोप
get
है
out of
चाचा?
sticky situations.
अरे फोनिंग का आवाज आ रही है कहीं से।
लेफ्ट साइड पे देखो, लेफ्ट साइड पे कौन फायर कर रहा है?
ये कौन कुत्ता है मड़ा में? ये इधर बंदा फिनिश है।
सर को रफी को कवर नहीं
कहां बोलते हैं? सरिन पिंक को
3 नंबर को।
Let's go.
इस साइड
Watch
से।
out. Not too fast.
चाचा
I still have fish cans to eat.
आजा आजा चाचा नीचे आजा।
अरे माही मारा गुज्जर का मारा।
चरू में बैठे वो बड़ी अच्छी लोकेशन पे।
छोड़ो मैं अभी
पहाड़ के
इनको
ऊपर ही
साथ
चले
छोड़
गए।
देता हूं।
वो
थोड़ा
सबसे पहाड़ के ऊपर बैठा।
मुझे नजर नहीं आ रहा, तभी नजर आया।
एमएस वाकई में
अरे हुनैन, अरे यार ये बहुत खतरनाक भाई, बेहतरीन। रिवाइव
Hey
कर।
there! Did you miss this handsome penguin?
हाँ रिवाइव कर।
मार दिया करो इसको। हाँ नहीं उसका टीममेट भी मार
नॉक हुआ है।
नहीं उसका टीममेट मैंने मार दिया।
फिनिश हुआ, डायरेक्ट फिनिश हुआ भाई।
बस सही है फिर।
उसका टीममेट मार दिया था। अरे मेरे को इंजेक्शन मिल गया। वो किसी के बम पे घुसाओ तो रिवाइव नहीं हो जाता वो तो वो वाला।
ओहो बड़ा दिक्कत हो जाएगा।
दारू भाई आइए जोन में आइए। हाँ
आया।
साले कैंपर
मेरा किल हमेशा चुराता।
अल्लाह माफ करे, तौबा तौबा।
किसने नहीं मारे?
आपको अल्लाह और किल दे।
Marked a location.
मेरे को यहाँ पे बंदा था तो का मारते हुए आ गया। हैं? ऑटो रिवाइव हो गया क्या?
कौन?
अभी मैंने जिसको मारा वहाँ पे चांस तो नहीं रिवाइव होने का।
Maybe they were just jealous of our moves.
तो खुद को फिनिश दे दिया होगा यार।
मतलब सही है, तेरी मेरी दुश्मनी थी जो हो गई पूरी। मर गया उसका टीममेट का भी।
आ जाओ भाई, किल नहीं है।
अभी वो रफी भाई अभी हम लोग आगे जा रहे हैं ना, इधर पीछे साइड पे 2 बंदे थे। एक को शाब में मैंने देखा, उसको मैंने मार दिया। फिर बाद में एक और उसके पीछे से जा रहा था, उसको रिकॉल रिवाइव दे दिया।
अरे यार ये इतना दूर क्यों नहीं रहा? पहाड़ पे रुक ही नहीं रहा। पहाड़ पे छोड़ता है ना बंदा। मैं छोड़ रहा हूँ, उड़ा के फेंक दे रहा पहाड़ से बाहर।
अरे वो हम लोग पता है क्या करते हैं, माउस का घुमाते हैं ना चरखी, तो वो फौरन से वो कर देता है, गन हाथ में भी आ जाता है।
हरामी
भाई आपने बहुत जल्दी किया।
सर भी आ जाइए, अब रिकॉल भी खत्म हो गया।
आ गया
साली सहारा।
साहब कसम से ऐसी जगह बैठे थे कि ना मैं जा सकता था।
ओए कहीं और से मार रहा है पौने भाई मेरा दोस्त।
हां साहब ने बचा लिया।
पौने
कौन दे रहा है?
पड़ रहा है।
गरीब मर गया। हेल्प! गरीब कहां से? अरे हरामी
ओपोनेंट किल किल किल किल किल यार इसको कोई मार दो।
गई। अरे यार चल गई, ओपन भी नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ मैं, दूर से भी एक हरामी बन जाता है।
हाँ अलग अलग एंगल से होगा।
एक साल का बच्चा दूर से भी हरामी बन जाता है। और ये सारे यहीं पे डाउन लिस्ट पे बैठे पड़े हैं। फांसी हो करके अलग तबियत
रफी भाई हाँ ऊपर ऊपर स्मोक हाँ मारिए इसको।
लेकिन नजर नहीं आ रहा
बड़े मजे से
कोई भी।
निहाल साहब मेरे को पूरा पूरा लिया आगे अलग से खुशूसी और निहाल साहब के पीछे
रफी
से
भी
कोई
अभी
बंदा
आपने जिसको
कवर
नॉक
दे
डाला
रहा
है
था।
ना। हाँ बाबू तुम लोग अभी जाओगे बाहर हैं? अबे अभी रफी भाई मेरे को 2 बंदे, एक बंदे इधर है, मैं करता हूँ बाबू। रफी भाई मेरे पर 2 बंदे आ गए रफी भाई।
अबे इनकी तरफ पूछ रहे अलग 2 बंदे हैं।
किधर है शाह या
रफी भाई भी एक बंदा
Marked a
यहाँ पे बैठा है,
location.
यहाँ पे रिकॉल टावर के साइड पे कहीं पे कैंपर
आ जाओ मुशरे। चलो हो गया क्लियर हो गया क्लियर हो गया।
एक मेरी साइड पे था जहाँ से मैं आ रहा हूँ।
एक आपकी साइड पे था।
एक नहीं ये 2 है भाई वो।
फाइनली रेड डॉट मिल गया मेरे को।
अपने ये
और
क्यों
हेल्थ
छोड़ा
भी
शहाबो?
क्या चीज?
अरे ये इसको भी नॉक डाला हूँ रफी भाई तो बाकी
This way to the play zone. Watch out.
सुहा डाल दिया उसको, सुहा डाल दिया। हाँ उसको सुहा डाल दिया। रफी भाई इधर पे हैं, शाब भाई रफी भाई के पास जाइए।
इधर लेटा है एक।
Watch out.
बैटमैन दूर से मारा जा रहा है। साइको वाले तो वाकई नहीं है, कब बैठे रह गए। मुझे 5 मिनट देंगे रफी भाई, मैं बैटरी लगा करके आ रहा हूँ उस पे, क्या बोलते हैं यूपीएस में बैटरी लगा मुझे तुम्हारे। जोन के लाले नहीं होते हैं तो क्या है?
स्ट्राइकर आज ये माफिया स्ट्राइकर।
हेलो चाचा क्या हाल चाल? शाह भाई क्या हाल चाल? सब मजे?
मजे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। आप सुनो कैसे हो?
मजे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। आप लोग सुनो
कैसे इस टाइम पे कैसे ऑनलाइन थे चाचा?
नासिर ने बोला क्या हो गेम में, फिर नासिर 2 गेम के बाद चला गया।
कोई ना चलो
बर्बाद हो। कम और यार स्ट्राइकर पॉपुलैरिटी भेजो जल्दी जल्दी।
चाचा आवाज आ रहा है?
आवाज आ रहा है स्ट्राइकर।
भाई ग्राफिक्स को HDR एक्सट्रीम प्लस किया 90 FPS, कितना अच्छा भाई, मजा आ रहा है चाचा।
मजा तो आ रहा है, इसमें ग्लिच होते हैं स्ट्राइकर।
ये भाई आईटेक नहीं है, आईटेक पूर्ण में नहीं कुछ अच्छा वो सैमसंग में करता है। वेट में एसडीआर करूँ चाचा फिर कॉम्बैट का भी वो कर और लॉबी पे क्या है एसडीआर स्क्रीन प्लस चलो एक स्टार्ट करो चाचा।
ओके 1 सेकंड
देखो कैसा आएगा भाई लाइक करेगा नहीं तो मुझे तो नहीं लगता चाचा लेट करेगा। M4 का चिप में लेट करे तो फायदा नहीं फिर M4 का
नहीं लेग नहीं करेगा आपका M4 अच्छा चलेगा
भाई तो बोला
भाई
चलो
भाई,
देखिए
ये तो
चलो
रैंक है
भाई सब किल में से किल इफेक्ट सब चेंज हो गए चाचा एचडीआर में जानते हो।
मजा आते स्ट्राइकर अगर आप उस पे आ गए कसम से आपको मजा आएगा।
अभी किल इफेक्ट ये स्कारल कर रहा है जो नया स्कारल नहीं कर रहा उसका किल इफेक्ट बड़ा ही खराब था अभी देख रहा हूँ बड़ा अच्छा हो गया भाई एचडीआर में।
बाकर स्टार्ट हो जाए
शाह भाई कनेक्ट किया
शाह भाई अब स्टार्ट करो। शाह भाई इधर हो कि नहीं हो तो अब स्टार्ट
इधर ही
थैंक यू वॉरियर पॉपुलैरिटी के लिए मैंने तो अभी देखा।
मैं आपको ऐसा है क्या मुंह में मारो किधर गया एक गाड़ी मारता हूँ चाचा बैक टू बैक वो भी नहीं निकलो ये दूसरा बता सिर्फ बैक टू बैक और एक मोटरसाइकिल शायद चाचा बीमार पॉपुलैरिटी
भाई मैंने वो
नहीं मारा खुसरी
मैंने वो 2009 को भेजा ओ भाई मैसेज किया हाँ अच्छा ये मोटरसाइकिल मुझे कब मिले
ओ समझ गया कौन है भाई वो कितने टाइम बाद आया एक साल हो गया बहुत टाइम बाद ये स्टार्ट क्यों नहीं हो रहा स्टार लॉबी ना बनाए
हाँ क्योंकि आप लोग बहुत
लॉबी
टाइम
बनाओ
लिया आप लोगों ने
आओ
No.
नो नहीं इसकी एज भी कर दिल नहीं चलता
रैंक लगाऊं
लगा लो
भाई क्या लाना थे स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा
ट्रायल भी भाई ये वॉरियर और शहाब जब ये दोनों आईडी जब एक लॉबी में आए फिर स्टार्ट नहीं होता ये मैंने नोट किया स्ट्राइकर आपने भी नोट किया होगा
भाई ऐसा मिक्स लॉबी आएगा पीसी यूरोप एशिया नॉर्थ अमेरिका ऐसा मिक्स लॉबी आएगा
हाँ भाई छोड़ो जो एमएस आता है कोई मसला नहीं
Marked a location.
आपकी बात ठीक थी, आपने बोला कि ऐसा लॉबी आएगा मिक्स।
Wait, HDR 90
अंदर एक और है। मुझे फिनिश करना है।
समझ गए वो मर जाएगा। आप फिनिश करके मर गया है। मरा तबाह था ये। माशाल्लाह अच्छा काम कर रहा है चाचा।
काम तो अच्छा कर रहा है। बहुत मजा आता है HDR में स्ट्राइक कर रहा हूँ, कसम खुदा की बड़ा मजा आता है
भाई। इतना मजा आ रहा है जो खेलने से जो बड़ा मजा आ रहा है इसमें। अरे ये कैंपर इधर भी। ओवर
Marked a location.
जी जी जी जी भाई मुसाफिर जाते हो कैसे बोलते हैं? जी जी
सर बड़ा खुश रहे भाई।
अच्छा बड़ा खुश रहे।
अभी तक नो बंदा है।
इसका शैडो ऑफ किया चाचा मजा आया। शैडो ऑन किया तो मजा नहीं आ रहा था। अभी शैडो ऑफ किया बिना शैडो के मजा आ रहा है चाचा।
वो अंदर बैठे होंगे भाई ये पूछ रहे।
ऐसा फील हो रहा है चाचा पीसी में खेल रहे हो टच के साथ। ऐसा फील हो रहा है।
फील भी करते हो। आगे बंदे आगे बंदे
चाचा। ये किधर से मेरा ये पूरे
ये इधर से आ रहा है एक।
Watch out.
वेरी गुड।
वेरी गुड चाचा वेरी गुड। राइट वाला भी गया लेफ्ट वाला भी। स्कोप इसमें बड़ा अच्छा दिख रहा है चाचा कसम से। स्कोप जब स्कोप करते हो
आपने क्या रखा है स्ट्राइक करो?
HDR 90 FPS बिना शेडो के।
शेडो किधर से बंद होते हैं भाई?
HD शेडो उधर एडवांस ग्राफिक्स सेटिंग में जाओ शेडो डिसेबल करो adaptive और सीपिंग डिसेबल करो, ये सब डिसेबल करो और वो भी उसमें रखो। भाई हमारा लोकेशन मार्क हुआ है।
इधर है वॉरियर।
Watch out!
अच्छा आपने भी HDR रखा है, HDR 93 है।
भाई ना सामने और ये सामने ये
Watch out!
ओके
मैं आगे जाता हूँ, मैं नोक होता हूँ।
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. I'm recalling a teammate.
शाइकर कितने बंदे हैं?
Thanks.
रिकॉल भी लो भाई, सबका स्टार्ट।
हाँ भाई यार दिया हुआ। Oh, Mayor, warrior, very good.
वेरी गुड है चाचा, वेरी गुड है। 4x चाहिए चाचा, 4x।
Okie dokie. I got supplies. I got supplies. Marked a location.
Warrior, 6x واخلع. Warrior, 6x واخلع.
Спасибо.
I got supplies.
पाऊ मारो चाचा। नाइस नाइस। लो लगा के हाय शाह। पीछे स्टॉप। चाचा जोन जोन का बाहर कितना अच्छा नजर आ रहा है भाई बिना कोई वो के
भाई मैंने तो खत्म किया, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता।
चाचा बर चाचा जोन का बाहर इतना अच्छा नजर आ रहा है बिना कोई वो के
Watch out!
दो को मारा चाचा नाइस चाचा HDR रखो HDR 90 FPS रखो चाचा ना हटाओ मजा आ रहा है वो
Watch
जा
out!
रहे चाचा जैसे जा रहे रिकॉल कर रहे रिकॉल करता चाचा डोल
मेरा
ग्रेट
हवा
स्टडी
वाला
में
वो बंदे रिकॉल हो गया।
रिकॉल किया देखो भाई
Watch out!
सब रिकॉल हो गए इसका मतलब नहीं गया नाइस चाचा ये चोरी हुआ या हमारा
भाई उधर भी वो किधर हुआ, वो क्या हुआ उसका,
Watch out!
वो आपने चोरी किया?
वही बोल रहा हूँ चाचा वो आपको है या और ने मारा
Watch out!
इधर बंदा है भाई अंदर।
Watch
आओ
out!
स्ट्राइकर हवाले।
Help!
उसमें ये कुत्ता देखो, कसम खुदा की साउंड नहीं दिया।
Help!
शहाब चला गया बस, हवा से जाओ हवा से।
Help! Marked a location. I got supplies.
जोन आ रहा है, जल्दी करो।
Watch out! Help!
ट्राई करे रेंगल हाँ
और कपड़े चेंज करो भाई, सब कपड़े इंडिया में मजा आ रहा है, ऐसा कुछ चीज चाचा वो भी नया आ रहा है,
कौन
क्या बोलते हैं, अल्टीमेट
मेरे साथ
टुमारो।
तीन मेरे साथ पहले से है, का 4 का 2 है 3
मेरे पास 5 हो चुका है भाई, रीड करो। ओ चाचा ट्रायल भी करेंगे, एचडीआर करो भाई, पूरा एरेंगल नजर आ रहा है, पूरा एरेंगल।
इसमें वाइब्रेशन करता है
वो आपका भाई सर ठीक है, मैंने कोई वो नहीं अच्छा ऑप्टिमाइज हुआ है यार। आप भाई इंटरनेट गया
Watch out! Help!
ट्रायल पे आओ स्ट्राइकर। ट्रायल पे आओ।
तो भाई मुझे मारक पत्ते ने लेकर इधर जा रहे हो क्या? ये तो बोलो थोड़ा वेट करो कि बंदा यूज करे, बंदे को मार के ट्रायल। और ट्रायल के लिए चाचा जिंदा होना पड़ता है ना, जो बंदे मारो
मैं इसे बगैर की करूंगा, टेंशन ना लो।
ये तो मालूम है चाचा, चाचा दिखता नहीं है। ओ देखो चाचा, मुझे आसमान से 400 मीटर से बहुत नजर आया था। अरे अभी ये बहुत मारूंगा चाचा के सामने, मजा आएगा। चाचा के सामने बहुत
किधर है नजर नहीं आता।
Watch out!
चाचा आपका HDR नहीं, आपको नजर नहीं आएगा।
आप ओपन करो स्ट्राइकर, टाइम खत्म हो रहा है। स्ट्राइकर ये किधर है?
कौन?
ये ट्रायल वाला।
जल्दी जाओ चाचा, 1 मिनट बचा है, जल्दी जल्दी। घर किधर है? घर जल्दी जाओ।
इतना
ये लो चाचा, ये लेके जाओ, ये आसमान पे जाओ।
किधर है भाई?
सामने सामने, थोड़ा लेफ्ट, थोड़ा लेफ्ट। मार्क मेरा देखो। कोई नहीं, हो जाएगा हो जाएगा।
Help!
ओ भाई किधर जाना पड़ेगा?
इधर लूट करते हैं थोड़ा।
चाचा अच्छा बात इसका जानते हो क्या है चाचा? ये गन चेंज कर रहा हूँ, ये देख रहे हो गन का कुछ चेंज हो रहा है। पीसी में जब HDR करो, गन चेंज करो, ऐसा खराब होता है गन चेंज करने से। हमारे लिए आया है,
नहीं वाली कॉल के लिए जा रहा है मेरे को। बनने सब में। शहाब हमारे मार्ग पे आओ।
के
भाई स्कूल की तरफ क्यों जा रहे हैं भाई, क्यों मरवा रहे हैं?
Help! Please recall me.
हाँ भाई रिकॉर्ड करो। जाओ जाओ
ब्रेक लिया तो जब मर गया। चाहिए ओए ओए चाचा एग्जिट क्यों किया घर ही
भाई उनको
चाचा एग्जिट नहीं करते ना के लिए वेट करो heal करो।
इधर से जाओ।
Watch
बैठो
out.
बैठो बैठो
बेटा उस साइड का
Oh shit, renter अच्छा ऐसा करता हूँ 3 सेकंड गया था
अच्छा शहाब भाई अब क्या कर रहे हो भाई ना माइक ओपन ना कुछ समझ में आता है भाई कि आप क्या तक क्या
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
आ जाओ शंकर जल्दी जल्दी ना लूटे
कोई नहीं कंट्रोल नहीं था हीलिंग नहीं है सिर्फ एक बैंडेज है
मेरे
चाचा।
सच्चे बैंडेज है
ऐसा फील हो रहा है जैसे अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेल रहे हो चाचा।
शहाब भाई अब क्या कर रहे हैं भाई खील लेकर आओ गाड़ी लेकर आओ भाई शहाब भाई की आवाज नहीं आ रहा है ग्लिची के क्या है
मेरे पास बंदे आए हैं मेरे पास बंदे
शकर ड्रिंक्स दे दो ड्रिंक्स
चाचा एक बैंडेज है और कुछ नहीं है दुआ करते चाचा।
बस हो
ओके अभी सब चिकन का
टाइगर इस समय इवेंट पे जाओ
Watch out!
सामान लेके जाओ
वो चाचा ने फर्स्ट टाइम पे ही बात बोला
Help!
झूठे थे झूठे
नहीं मिला सामान
चाचा फोरेट
है
चाहिए
मेरे पास आओ मैंने बेल ज्यादा उठाए
आओ चाचा हीलिंग का सब हो गया हीलिंग सब कुछ हो गया मैंने 5 12 बैंडेज खरीदा 6 7 12 बैंडेज
दे दो
कितना आपको दो 1 2 3
ड्रिंक्स दे दो
वेट एक 2 3 4 5
शहाब को फोन कर रहे हैं सामने
Watch out!
भाई फुटबॉल ना करे करे तभी कॉल
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
टाइगर बेल जाओ सीधा
शाह भाई बगी लेके आओ बगी लेके कुछ लेके आओ भाई
Okie dokie.
प्रिज्म जाओ प्रिज्म
वो किधर आ गया चाचा कैंपिंग लोकेशन कैंपिंग तो लैग कर रहा है इधर मेरा इधर चेंज करो नहीं मैं कौन में मार सकते हैं चाचा इधर मेरा पूरा लैग कर रहा है चाचा इधर
शेकिंग कर रहा है शेकिंग
हाँ निकलो गेम के बाहर हो गए अभी फिक्स हो गया अभी
क्लाइम रिवार्ड लिखा है शायद शहाब भाई
Watch out! Watch out!
बहुत मोटरसाइकिल मेंशन जाओ पहले से पेट्रोल भी नहीं है
इसके अंदर किसके मजा है भाई गाड़ी को भी छुपाना है वरना ये लोग गाड़ी पटाएंगे पर close भागो गाड़ी भी स्टक हो गया फिर भी खत्म
Watch out!
ड्रॉप गिरा ड्रॉप इस घरों में कैंप करते गाड़ी
Marked a vehicle.
शहाब भाई लेकर आओ
चाचा जो घर पे शहाब है उस घर पे जाओ
अब भी आओ भाई अब भी आओ
जो शहाब है
Help!
शहाब को मारा शहाब ने खुद को मारा क्या भाई ऑफलाइन हो रहे हो ऑफलाइन हो
गाड़ी आ गई मारा भाई शहाब आप लोगों के ड्रामे खत्म नहीं हो रहे। लेट से आया हाँ भाई सब कौन करता है भाई? मुंह से बोलो भाई, मुझे बर्बाद किया। भाई ये कौन सा सही है? हम भाई नींद नहीं पूरा किया और इधर बगैर ओके शेखर भाई कल मिलेंगे शेखर।
Ya bara ilk नशा ही था, bara नशा ही, माफिया थी नशा।
एक गेम खेल नहीं
लॉबी बनाओ, लॉबी लॉबी
खेलते हैं।
नहीं करता पुरशा, वो थोड़ा फाइट करते उधर, मैं आके कवर करता भाई, अच्छा गेम होता। लेकिन भाई ये नॉक भाई, वो
भाई उसने नॉक किया अपने आप को, मैं रिवाइव कर रहा था।
वो नहीं क्या 2-3 मिनट के बीच में
मैं इसलिए बोला कि आप ऑफ स्ट्राइकर।
नासिर भाई को मैसेज करो, बोला उस टाइम पे ऑनलाइन है, मैं जानता हूँ।
नहीं स्ट्राइकर ना सिर्फ का सुबह स्कूल पे जाना होता है, बच्चों को ड्रॉप करना होता है। और चला गया।
It is showtime.
मुझे तो लगता है भाई इसका ऑनलाइन आता है, मैं बंदे का हाँ तो गिरते हो तो क्या, लेकिन मैं खुद में ऑनलाइन होती है।
नहीं मेरे साथ गेम खेल ले, फिर बोला कि स्कूल में की जाने जल्दी भाई। खेलते बस जाओ सोने।
जल्दी
सब ड्यूटी स्ट्राइकर।
जल्दी से मर के एक
I need a weapon. I need a weapon. Awesome.
ऊपर बंदा है
Help!
मरदार दो जला दिया चचा
आप ट्रायल पे जाओ
तो मेरे पास की नहीं है और भी साइड
मदर चोद इधर बैठा है मदर चोद
जल्दी से मेरे पास जंप करो
गाड़ी में करो स्ट्राइक
ढूंढ रहा हूं और आप जब चाचा आप किसके ऊपर हैं
Help!
कैंसिल किया
पाओ
ओके मैं गाड़ी ढूंढ के आता हूँ तो गाड़ी नहीं है
Awesome.
गाड़ी नहीं है शायद का
चाचा अगर गाड़ी नहीं है मेरा लूट कर रहा हूँ भाई गाड़ी बड़ा यार अभी लूट कर रहा
बंदे आएंगे मेरे पीछे
आप भी कर पाएंगे यार आप कट्टा की
Awesome. Awesome.
Wait. That's many.
आ जाओ स्ट्राइकर
है अगर गाड़ी मिलेंगे लूट कर दूंगा
Awesome. Awesome.
मोटरसाइकिल मेरा छोटा सा
होशियार
छोटा
बकरा।
मुन्ना मोटरसाइकिल। अच्छा अभी तक इधर बैठे हो?
मैं हेल्थ कर रहा हूँ।
ओह परफेक्ट।
इधर से साउंड आया।
Watch out.
नेट करो भाई इतना एमएस का ये क्या। इस साइड गाड़ी होता है।
Marked a location. Marked a location.
पेट्रोल फुल किया।
Help!
ये तो भूमि से कॉल ना करो।
Please recall me. Got it.
रिकॉल करो भाई कोई फायदा तो आएगा।
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
वॉरियर राजा।
जोन से बाहर जाना चाहता है जोन से
There's an ambush. Play it safe. Watch out.
इंशाल्लाह होगा बस बात नहीं है
Number 4, don't do this. We have to win the game.
Watch out.
भाई 8x मिला माउंटेन के ऊपर चलते हैं चाचा सुनो प्लान सुन रहे हो मेरे पास 8x है माउंटेन के ऊपर चलते कवर में आप लेफ्ट से मारो मैं राइट से मारूंगा
ये पिंगमैन किसने यूज किया? पैसे?
मैंने चाचा
दे
पैसा
दो।
है पैसा पैसा
गाड़ी आ रही है।
बंदा यार
Watch out!
भाई इधर बहुत बंदे हैं।
Watch out!
वेट करो करो रिवाइव कर दीजिए घर इधर लाते अच्छा होता है ऐसा ही था
Help!
जी
Awesome.
शायद पैसे और यार
Marked a
पैसे
location.
4-5
वो बंदा देखो बंदा
Marked a location. No.
खत्म हो गया
Marked a location.
चाचा ओ मेरा बैकपैक लेवल 1 है
मनी
क्या कुत्ता मैं
मनी
बोलूं
नंबर
मेरे
4
पास क्या है भाई बैकपैक अभी तक एक लेवल 2 हो गया भाई अभी तक मेरे पास बैकपैक
Awesome.
लेवल 1 इधर घूम रहा हूं इधर घूम रहा हूं यार गया तो चाचा नहीं तक इधर यार भाई
Marked a vehicle. Watch out!
ओहो मेरे पास प्लेन है चाचा
इधर है
On my way. On my way.
अच्छा मार करो अच्छा मार
Marked a vehicle.
भाई ऊपर से देखो उधर से देखो
Watch out! Marked a location. Help!
अगर ग्रेनेड है ये सब पे
Help! Awesome. Help! Help!
चाचा कवर रहो बस बस
भाई ये फजूल जगह पे हम आए हैं ये आ रहे हैं या
Watch out! Help!
इधर कवर नहीं होता
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
WM है इसके पास एक के साथ जो स्मोक में है। नहीं करता है।
ग्रेनेड नहीं है भाई। हाँ, ये तो वही काम। खतरनाक लोग ये हैं।
भाई इधर कौन जाता है? इधर नहीं होता कवर। लेफ्ट पे थोड़ा।
तो नीचे है मेरे उनके। ओ देखा देख। पुलिस में नजर आ रहा है।
It is showtime.
टर्नेट करो। थोड़ा लेफ्ट हो। इधर देखो कवर नहीं है शायद।
अच्छा एक और नहीं क्या? मैं जाना इसका।
की खरीदो स्ट्राइकर 10
भाई वो वेट वॉरियर को लीडर करो। वॉरियर को
हाँ।
लीडर करो। अच्छा लॉबी आएगा जल्दी। वेट वॉरियर सबको इनवाइट करो।
ओके ओके।
या वॉरियर
स्ट्राइकर की खरीदो की।
किधर से?
भाई इधर से जिधर से आप वो खरीदते हो। पीर्क्स में, पीर्स एक्सचेंज में
चाचा मैंने
20 खरीद सकते हो भाई।
हाँ चाचा देखा आपने 20
नहीं
खरीद
नहीं,
लिया है।
मैंने एक खरीदे।
भाई वो तो चलो बीजीआर में इतना मजे का नजर आ रहा है चाचा, जैसे क्या ही बोलूं।
वॉरियर 10 सेकंड
समझ रहे हो? Hello number one, how are you? Number one, play together, okay, baby? चाचा जानते हो इधर से भाई नोबो का घर नजर आ रहा है, इतना क्या इधर
यहाँ पे तो बड़ा मजा है। मैं
बड़ा
भी
मजा
खेलता
आता
था
है तो सर
पीसी
क्यों
में,
में भाई
मैं पीसी में खेलता था।
याद है नहीं, लेकिन पीसी में थोड़ा लैग करता है।
पीसी नया तो फिर लैग नहीं करता।
गेम भी कम से होता है, गेम में कितना सारा गेम
समझ में नहीं आ रहा है भाई क्या है।
Watch out! Watch out! Help! माशाल्लाह नंबर 1 ने अच्छा कवर दिया। Help!
Oh, मैं बार मरा। Number 1, can you revive me, number 1? Behind you, behind you. Oh.
और ये तो दावा खा।
I got supplies.
Revive कर रहे हैं मुझे।
बड़ा कुत्ते वाला MSI, बहुत कुत्ते वाला।
अच्छा एक बात मैंने नोटिस किया, जब ये मछली खाते हो मछली,
हाँ
इनका फास्ट हो जाता है।
अच्छा, ये कैसे खाना होता है भाई, मेरा तो नहीं होता।
हाँ अभी मैंने मछली खाई, मेरा बंदा इतना फास्ट हो गया। अच्छा बात है चाचा, एक जगह से फास्ट निकलना है,
कैसे खाना
मछली
होता
खाना
है,
फास्ट निकल।
मुझे तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है।
ये जैसा ग्रेनेड है, ग्रेनेड करते हैं, ऊपर ग्रेनेड नीचे ग्रेनेड।
अच्छा
ऐसा ही मछली के ऊपर क्लिक करो, उसका हील और रो है कि हील मिलेगा। बड़े बंदी ज्यादा हो गए। वो बंदे ने अचीवमेंट किया है, अच्छा आपने किया। और कुछ ना करो सर, चेक करो।
अब ये गाड़ी तेरा था।
Help! Help!
शिट मुझे मार दिया चाचा। बड़ा अच्छा गेम खेल रहा था, ऐसा बंदा मार रहा था, वो भी इतना गंदा लोकेशन में फंस गया चाचा।
ये ब्लास्ट तो हुआ मगर आगे बंदे हैं।
आसमान से गिरा, बंदा मेरे नीचे था, वो देख रहा है मैं किधर हूँ, मेरे नीचे था। ओ
गाड़ी आई गाड़ी। कहीं से फंस गए कसम खुदा की। वरियर पता pasar kena.
Watch out.
Okie dokie.
ये बंदा भाई फिर से आया। इस बार घर से मर गया।
Help!
Help!
बहुत ज़्यादा है। अंदर अंदर आओ अंदर आओ।
Watch out!
अंदर आशा।
बेटा फाइट कर।
मार्क मार्क किधर आओ?
उन्हें लगे। उन्हें लगे नहीं। हाँ ये क्लोज है।
Watch
वो
out!
तरह के क्लोज है चाहिए था। वो नॉक हुआ चाचा फिनिश हुआ पता क्लेजन कर रहे हैं हमारे ऊपर
Help!
मार्क मार्क किधर आओ?
Help!
शाइकर का
Awesome. I need consumables.
चाचा निकलो निकलो इधर घर ही
बंद है यार।
घर पीछे घर में आप निकलो राइट
Awesome.
चाचा गाड़ी लेके आप निकलो
इतना ही कुत्ते वाला है ये तो चेक करो भाई मेरा वाला
मैंने घर उधर पार्क किया था आपने ओ कितना दूर है इसमें जाओ मिलिट्री बेस में आप मिलिट्री बेस जाओ ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं अच्छा मिलिट्री बहुत चोर हो मिलिट्री बेस जाओ
वेरी गुड
Awesome.
जल्दी जाओ मिलिट्री बेस में आपको 2 मिनट टाइम है उसको
पेट्रोल खत्म हो जाएगा कितना टाइम है इसमें?
टाइम है चाचा, लेकिन जोन आपको मारेगा उधर। 2 मिनट तो रुकना है उधर, पर क्या करोगे? मेरे टीचर भी बनी है।
Awesome.
इधर भी बंद है ब्रिज पे।
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Help!
Kenapa?
Help!
Oh, इसने बंद सेना फारोमा सेना फार।
ये हमारे लिए बेटे थे शायद फुल स्क्वाड है। ओके स्ट्राइकर भैया।
बड़ा गेम पड़ता है चाचा के लिए।
बढ़ता
चलो कल मिलते हैं चाचा, इंशाल्लाह कल शुरू करेंगे।
अल्लाह हाफ़िज़।
ठीक है, अल्लाह हाफ़िज़।
Mahal, what to do? I was doing one achievement.
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now. Racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
With 43 points, and I want to get a chance to talk to Aru here, the mastermind, the silent assassin for this squad, because Aru, what was the biggest lesson that you guys learned from day one?
I won't say a big one lesson that we learned, but it was just we had something in mind and the lobby had something else to offer. So I think both of those things aligned, and as we predicted the lobby would be, it's almost exactly the way we thought it would be. So we are pretty much confident because we understand how the structure of the lobby is.
And I absolutely love the way you guys were just gaining that confidence. A lot of the viewers were saying that you were camping. I personally don't think so. Now, going into the last match, you guys did do something that surprised me, and that was hunt down APG that's currently in last place. What made you make that decision?
It's our drop. Whoever comes to our drop, we're going to hunt them down.
APG, thank you so much, Aru. That is a shot if I've ever heard one. And now going to other surprises, we got Tulika Mad Bulls. You saw me do an interview with him yesterday. We're gonna do another one. Tulika, your team was able to get together in July of this year. What has caused you guys to make such a great synergy in such a short time?
Так, Толика, ваша команда собралась в июле этого года. Как за короткое время вы смогли выстроить такую синергию?
Мы очень много тренировались, работали над улучшением игры, работали над макро, над коммуникацией, чтобы показать хорошую игру. Тем более у нас нет организации, что дает дополнительную мотивацию показать, на что мы способны.
We trained a lot. We worked on building our communication and our macro game. And since we don't have an organization behind us, it gives us more motivation to show a good performance.
Well, you're definitely putting in a good performance, but let's rewind a little bit, because yesterday in Rondo, that was one of your least performances. Very poor performance, I would say. 15 plays, 5 eliminations. What are you looking to change going into Rondo today?
Что вы планируете сделать сегодня на карте Рондо, учитывая то, что ваши результаты были плохими, 15 место и 5 elimination?
Постараемся сыграть как минимум не хуже.
So we perform our best, no worse today.
Okay, I expect a better than 15 plays, and more than 5 eliminations if that's the case, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of the Gauntlet.
That's right, Seven. It's day 2 out of 3. The time for excuses is over. The time to perform is now. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and Neptura. Man, day 1 was insane. Thunder Talk leading the charge with 77 points. As a matter of fact, they have a 39-point lead over that 8th place team. That's D Xavier. I mean, did we see this coming, Max?
No, genuinely, when I look at the PL teams, Hot Jukes, I'm mainly looking at Weibo, right, with Order, with Suk, and I was like, Thunder Talk, the fragging potential, it's a little bit inconsistent, but yesterday, Sitting popping off, Jing popping off, King popping off, AJ popping off, they're all popping off here, Hot Jukes, and I wonder, can we see that continue entering in the second day? Because if they can do it again, chances are they're locking in their position for the top 7.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see right now, that was the schedule. It's gone. This is the format that we got going on. The Gauntlet is here and now, guys. Yeah, so we're in day number 2. After this, we're going to be past that halfway point, right, Neptura? So just how important is it for these teams to perform, and which teams do you think desperately need to right here, right now?
I mean, it would be a very easy answer to say, oh, Alpha Gaming need to step up today, but it's because it's true, right? After game 3 today, we pass that halfway mark and we start going downhill. We start going to the closing of the gauntlet stage. And so this is where these teams need to step up, because tomorrow is going to be too late. I would say even once we get to the Miramars today, it's going to be way too late to try and do a lot here, because these other teams that have done so well yesterday will most likely continue to do well today. They're just going to be too far ahead, Jukes.
Yeah, $3 million is on the line right now, guys. And I'm telling you, there's all these crazy teams in this lobby right here. They do not want to go to the group stage, right, Max? So with 7 slots available, I think we definitely had some surprises. I do agree with Alpha needing to step up big time today. Who else do you think needs to step up?
Oh, I'm looking at Regnum Karya. 13th position currently, standing with only 19 points. Their best game was the first Orango of the day with 6 elimination, 4th place finish, which is, pretty decent, but it's not decent when you look at the rest of the games where they keep going out super early on. I'm talking 13th, 10th, 16th, 15th, 12th. This is not the Regnum Karya of old that we're used to seeing here in these international lobbies. So Regnum Karya, day one, a little bit of a fumble here, Hot Troops, but I truly believe that they're going to bring back some good action here, because it's Regnum Karya, the most consistent team in the world on global stage. They got something up their sleeve. I'm 100% certain about it.
Yeah, and I hope so, because honestly, they need to double their performance yesterday just to even catch up to 7th place here, Nepturo. Right now, that 7th place cutoff is going to be Alpha 7, and we're going to get into that once we hit in these overall rankings, right? So, I mean, for Regnum Karya, they need to do what they did and ×2 and even more, right? So when it comes to their play style, right? Because I know you're looking at their macros. So, right, what do you think they need to do differently here today?
I think in day one, they actually had some really good plays. The struggle was trying to just convert that into some points, right? Because I think when we look at the individual fights they had, several times we were like, there we go, that's Regnum, baby. That's who we know to be that team. And then it just wasn't working when it comes to the leaderboard. So I feel like maybe there's some issues there with maybe a little bit of the timing. Maybe they're a little bit too delayed. I'm not going to say hesitant. They're not a hesitant team at all. But, maybe just a little bit too delayed, or maybe they're getting caught out a little bit too much where, they need to be splitting up a little bit more to adapt to this lobby when they want to be more compact. Something like that, I think, might just turn the tide for them and get those points on the board.
Yeah, it would be nice to see, but though looking at these replays, I'm actually looking at this replay here of the early fight in Rondo happening between R8 and Alpha 7. And when you're looking at day one here, one big key point to bring up is going to be how R8 were just so dominant from start to finish of day one, right? Because this is a team from MENA that were like, regionally, they do great alongside maybe Geekay. Going into a global MENA, we're usually a little bit uncertain as to predict them, because they're usually quite inconsistent. But no, R8 bringing the heat from the get-go, extremely consistent gameplay. In particular, Ida performing, which is pretty expected because he's one of the main fraggers of the team. I'm especially excited here, Niptro, with Marth, because this guy is normally more of a support off-angle player trying to set up his team. He's currently the 4th best player in the gauntlet on day one with 13 eliminations on his lonesome. Marth, if he keeps this kind of momentum going, R8 might just secure an early spot for MENA in the grand finals.
And what a surprise it has been, right? Because exactly what you were saying, we're not used to seeing this kind of performance out of R8. Yes, they're very consistent. Yeah, they're doing really well. But 3rd on the leaderboard, I don't think anybody expected that. So it's looking really, really good for them. We just want to see that consistency now. And it's the same for Thunder Talkins yesterday. We need to see a little bit more, or not more, but continuation of what that was. We need to see that through to today. Mabbles as well. We saw them in his interview earlier, Max, as well, right? So yes. I do want to see just not so much more from them, but just a continuation, because yesterday was really good for these top 17.
Yeah, it was like, what more can we do? They're sure it's asking too much from us. What? We're already in top 7, but here we go, looking at our first head-to-head of the day. And of course here, Hot Jukes, is the main rival. We were all expected to happen here. It's Orangutan versus APG, and well, the numbers speak for themselves, because if you're looking at the numbers, Orangutan are completely outperforming APG, especially with that hot drop in Miramar. I'm wondering, now that they got that confidence built up against APG, can we expect more hot drops to happen just to ruin APG's chances of going to the finals?
And I hope we see some more hot drop action, because, I mean, we heard there from OG, right? They said, you know what, that's our drop spot, right? And they're going to claim it for themselves. They outperformed APG by a mile yesterday, right? The thing that we have to consider, though, right, is this is OG's first time here, right? We know what Alpha Gaming can do, Max, right? We know that the performance is pretty much imminent at this point. Do you think OG could replicate day one and hold off some of these monster squads that are on the second half of the leaderboards?
Well, I've actually seen for Orangutan, going back yesterday, rewatching the games, what Orangutan can improve upon is avoiding mid-game fights. And if we can see that happening, because we saw game 1, game 2, they would survive. I think AKOP survived as a solo game 1 on Rondo. And then game 2 was Aru surviving under the bridge as a solo. If they're able to maintain their players, their entire squad alive in those similar positions, chances are we might have had an Orangutan win in those particular games. So that would be a 1 point of improvement. If we do see that coming out from Orangutan, they're going to somewhat solidify a position in top 7. But again, bottom teams here, Niptura. On top 7, Alpha Gaming, Ulf, Regnum, Irina, DRX, Deek Xavier. Do we truly expect all those teams to take a beating without fighting back? I think we're going to see a big change up from these bottom squads in these next 6 games.
Oh, 110%. We have to, right? These are not teams to go down without a fight. Regnum, Karya, I know we talked about them earlier. Alpha Gaming, I mean, these are 2 powerhouses of the global stage, and not even regionally, just globally. And yet here they are in the bottom, you know, the bottom 8 here. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot before this day is done.
Oh no!
For sure.
Wait,
what?
Marzi is Sing DRX. No, if you guys don't know, in India, Marzi is like he's like me, but in India. Okay, whoever he supports, they get destroyed. He picked Reject during PMIC. Marzi, how can you do that to DRX? I blame Marzi for this.
Oh, no. Guys, make sure you guys are checking out all the crazy talk that's happening in the gauntlet. And also, you know, put in your input as well. Make sure you hit those QR codes, and then hopefully we can feature some of your comments here in just a little bit. Also, we got to show some big love to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025, engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. So guys, man, things are heating up here, right? We talked about all these teams that need to perform, and you know, OG with 43 points on the day are great. My big concern, Neptura, right, when it comes to OG, is some of these teams, right, that have a good solid day one will come back and say, you know what, maybe we should change things up. Maybe we should start getting a little bit more aggressive. We saw a little bit of that more aggression towards the second half in day one, right? What do you think OG should do here, right? Should they kind of replicate that kind of more, you know, tactical weight back play style, or should they up the aggression here and now? What do you think?
I think that day one was enough to build the from the interview, they're sounding very confident. I need to see them rack up those points in the eliminations, because the rest of the lobby, they had day one, everybody was playing probably a little bit more quieter. Well, they're going to start ramping up that heat. OG need to bring the same sort of level.
Yeah, OG hopefully can do it this time around. Moving on to the stage here, looking at all the players, they're fully locked in here, Niptura. But actually, talking about teams that should be a little bit more aggressive here, I'm looking at the side of Ulf. This is a team you mentioned a few times on day one, right? As they're playing way more passive. For the players on this roster, this is very unusual. You have Solis, you have Ketch, you have especially Erin, the rising star of Turkey. This is a team that I am expecting to level action, because day one, for me, they were just invisible. We didn't see anything of true value coming out from this roster.
Yeah, it's really, really strange. I mean, we've seen so much from them over this being very, very aggressive. This version of the roster is a lot more passive, is a lot more controlled in how they do things, but this is a little too far, because at this point now we're not seeing anything. They're being so controlled and so contained that they're not doing anything. So definitely need to step that up. I don't know what the idea should be, though. I personally am always a fan of being a little bit quicker to do things. This is a team that is slower to rotate, and maybe if they were just a little bit more snappy with their rotates and their decision making, they might see more results.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you one thing, though. We're going into Rondo right now, Max Man, right? And we saw some crazy hot drops in day one. We saw R8 versus Alpha 7. We got about a minute on the clock. Why don't you break down some of those hot drops that are about to happen here?
I mean, Alpha 7 R8, of course, as you just said, the main one that is going to be happening. We'll see who's going to be able to take the dub this time around. We had Ulf fighting Virtus Pro in Stadium. There was a very big fight. The Virtus Pro did end up winning and did get rid of all of Ulf in that position and did force a recall, so that was very well played. But we keep talking about Orangutan here on the pre-show. Niptura, Kara versus Orangutan did happen, and it did result in them going down to a solo player. I believe it was Aru who then went for the full recall and revived his entire team, which was great. Are they going to contest it after they built up a bit more confidence yesterday? That's a very big question that we're going to see answered very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible. I honestly, I wouldn't put past anything past OG at this point. They're feeling so good after yesterday. I just hope they can contain that and put that energy, put that confidence into making some really big brain plays and not just make silly decisions because they're being really overconfident. That's the balance that you've got to keep here. So I just really hope and pray that that's what we're gonna see from them today, and it's not gonna be a little bit of a car wreck, because we need to see that. OG, we've loved what we've seen from them so far. We just need them to bring the heat.
Well, the heat is coming, Max. Oh, that hot drop, man. It's coming. We know it's only a matter of time, guys. Can OG hold it on? Can they get those eliminations? Let's see if it's going to happen right here, right now. Let's go ahead and take it on over to Blake and John Allen.
Hello, and welcome to day 2 here of the Gauntlet. And we've got another rondo up and up to bat. It is going to be big. It's going to be messy because we've got those recall beacons back in action. They're engaged, just like us. We're jumping straight into this one, Blank.
Yeah, I'm locked in. Not the tomatoes, not the onions. Stop throwing them, please. Please, I can only take so much.
He's in the stocks, bro. He's in the stocks on this.
I got put in the stock haze yesterday. It was crazy. But we're straight back into things over on Rondo here. Northern Plain Path. Should be a good one. Hopefully less of the water in this one as opposed to yesterday, because yesterday's finish was pretty insane, and I think we're theorizing behind the scenes. Probably shouldn't have been possible in the first place. I think it was fairly cruel. And there's only so much water in Rondo as well, right? You got a little bit down towards Rinjiang, and then most of it's over towards Tulingjiang City. And we managed to head right there, which was very unfortunate. Already though, again, there's hot drops coming through. The 3-mans going up against one another, trying to get as many points as possible in the early game of Rondo.
We saw those big pickups right at the beginning of yesterday. I think it was 6 points earned off Alpha 7, right? That was pretty incredible stuff off one team to be able to extract 6 elimination points right off the bat. Was brilliant. That was R8, I believe, who were able to be the main profiteers of that one. We are going to be heading up to the northeast side on the circle as our hot drops continue to unfold. I'm sure we're going to have more than just GS and Geeke on our plates very, very shortly. But of course, remember those recall beacons. We harp on about it enough. You guys should be familiar at this stage with just how it will work. And you can see a little bit of maybe trepidation for these teams right now to kick things off.
Kind of crazy that you've got Saf G from Geeke all the way up towards the northwest side of the map, south of Minhu. This is practically on the other side of the world right now to the rest of his squad. Obviously, Nerzed in the mix with the rest of them. So Ragnarok and Kevin. I think this is a pretty good mix as well in terms of firepower versus GS, but GS brought out some surprising gameplay yesterday, some pretty strong stuff. R8 Moth starting things off versus Revo with the knock, takes him down instantaneously. That's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, looks like maybe we're on for a repeat over there. Brazilians getting bandied about. Meanwhile, APG looking to try and hold the door frame. Top can't quite land the spray. With the UMP around the corner, the step in with the micro Uzi is good, but it's going to be all right for Alpha Gaming. They are actually very, very split. They're on a 4-way split. Every single one of their players dropped solo, and they will have plenty of opportunity to go for these recall beacons. But that seems an interesting choice for APG.
Yeah, it's super weird as well, considering like Alpha Gaming strategy is to drop as a 4-man on Rondo. To come to globals, it's like, well, let's drop as a 1-man. In 4 different locations, which I don't think it's ideal. I mean, all 4 of these positions are not in the circle either. So this is a complete, I want to say waste of time from Alpha Gaming, but it's not great. Let's put it that way. So to regroup here, you'd have to battle through R8, A7, DRX, even OG's in front of you here. Could be a bit of a menace to you. So I think that overall, this is a bit of a difficult scenario right now for APG. Not sure I'm on board with the strategy just yet. We'll have to wait and see.
The one thing I think may have happened there is that they were trying to camp multiple recall beacons, right? And I'm really giving them some slack here. I feel like it's very tenuous of a link, but yeah, it's a weird play. It's certainly not something we've seen before on Rondo, where teams are balling up for the death balls. Okay, that was first blood. I mean, that makes sense. You hit the deck, you get that M4 on board, you're going to hit those sprays all day. Looks like they do
That's
get
very
some
nice.
retribution, though. Alpha 7, back in.
Yeah, I think Obscure's been playing very well, honestly, for Alpha 7. Out of all the players as well, you sort of expected to be Revo, Carrillo pulling out that magical moments, but honestly, Obscure's been very strong, even just on the nades overall. Jafar at distance here from GS with DS3 and Icon inside the building. He seems to be dipping out a little bit here. There is one nade in the hands of Icon. Could be quite deadly versus Geekay, but this fight is massively slowed down. And again, this is towards the north side of Jadena City, so they're not really towards the circle just yet either. Both teams likely would have to rotate on that north side. It is slightly weird for Geekay with SAFG being over towards that northwest side, where the intention here is, I guess, not to lose the fight, but if they don't lose the fight, regrouping with SAFG might be slightly rough. Let's put it that way, because they've got to push through Mad Balls. There's Deke Xavier in front of them over towards Concierge as well. So yeah, I don't know how that happens. Reefus is down from Alpha Gaming. He tried to look in on this fight, and Marth said no.
Marth's cracking on. He's having a great day so far. And R8 very happy to earn these points back. They do still need to get one of their teammates back into the fold. They did, of course, lose that one to Obscure, but Alpha 7 seem to have actually regrouped here now as well. They are all 4 players alive. He spotted an off angles there. Rizal actually landing the shots of the Marth, and there's no response. A nice little pickup. He steps through, gets the flush for Alpha 7. Another point added to the tally. But is Amori going to find that answer? Doesn't look like it. He hits the deck in time.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive push here coming through from Marth, honestly. And at least he does reveal the position from Guizhou as well as Carrillo, but that's about it. They do have that outpost in Prestige down towards Rinjiang, which is pretty far out from the circle, but they can pick their players up. I think right now, probably Prestige is just asking Amori to see if he can get a knock, get a flush, and then just leave out of here. VP enters the scenario as well, as does Zol from APG. It's a full 4-man squad now, back up and in position.
All right, okay. Aragon moving into the corner here with Voston as well. Revel has oversight. He's warned his teammate. He's not going to be able to do too much more. Carrillo, though, able to find Aragon on the first. Step into the bathroom for a heal as well. Another APG player goes down, but it seems like that's just par for the course at this stage. They are just adding points to everyone else's tallies at the start of this game. Alpha 7 popping off, though, and keeping things going. Carrillo on the corner, an indomitable Fortress, keeping Virtus.pro's duo at bay.
I think the thing is here is that at least Joel gets information there's 2 teams in this area, and then they all regroup down towards Yulin. So they could push north and hold out both these squads if they wanted to. Virtus.pro's got a similar situation where they got an outpost over towards Stadium that they can refresh their players from. But Alpha 7 definitely weathered the storm there. It was not easy versus R8 in particular, but R8 also back up to 4 players. And Murray, though, looking for a little bit more. Doesn't quite find it as Carrillo hits the deck, but will get res fairly quickly afterwards. Let's take a look at what's happening over towards the circle on the northeast side. Great start from Thunder Talk on a 2-2 split, which they quickly regroup towards a central position. They're holding high ground with Sai Ting, as well as Sing towards the lower end of things, just providing scouting capabilities towards that southern side.
That river that sits in the middle of this circle, Blank, has some really difficult crossing points. I mean, we saw just how treacherous those riverbanks can be yesterday on our Rondo game, but in general, there's not the easiest time where maybe on a map like Erangel, when you're crossing that central river, the riverbanks are a little bit more forgiving. I feel like there's a lot of verticality on the Rondo riverbanks. There are obviously some places where you can get across, and obviously those bridges will be an option, but it's going to be pretty tricky for teams who haven't already made it to go straight through. So I'm expecting quite a lot of wide wraps from teams on the southwest.
Yeah, I think getting over towards Ryan is probably the best idea, and then you can wrap down towards DRX's position, potentially take some high ground for yourself. But it does depend on this next circle, right? Because if it does shift down towards the southwest here, like you're looking at Test Track, you're looking over towards that hillside in the west, but it doesn't happen. We head over towards Huasing. I think that this is actually fairly rough in terms of position to play. And GS, though, still going strong versus Geekay here. This fight has raged on for quite some time.
It shows no signs of slowing either. D3S wants to hop out with the auto shot.
Wow.
Doesn't find the first. The second, not so lucky, but there is still that trade around corner. Actually, only one player now remaining for Geekay, I think. No, for GS. Just Jafar. He's been in these spots before. We saw it against APG down in the C block fight that we saw in match 2 yesterday. But now he needs to find Kevin on the corner. The recall beacon just outside is beckoning, but he needs to get through this hurdle first. Kevin's running low on ammo, but he has got the other weapon in the back pocket.
Nice.
Jafar handles him low, not even going to be able to loose a shot his way.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play there from Jafar. Some great baiting as well. I mean, both players had 0 meds to work with, and they would have heard each other using them. So Jafar just baits out the scenario, waiting for that desperation play. He has a full sweep on the edge as well, where he can swing wide. So it's really, really smart maneuvers. Wolves here going up against Regnum Kaya. Now, there's a lot of talk about Regnum Kaya's day yesterday, which, as we all know, was pretty poor. I think losing a player pretty much in the early moments of the map each time definitely hurt them, right? They were playing as a 3-man, multiple maps, and they just couldn't get much done from there. But Regnum Kai usually uses that day one as a big study day, though I was a little disappointed in the performance that they put up. I thought they'd get a little bit more than 19 points overall, but already Rondo starts fairly decently in a strong central position as well.
I'm liking the little pop-ups on the tower graphic on the right-hand side. I don't know if you've clocked it, guys at home, but if a recall does happen, we saw it just on the Wolves tab there. It will show who has been pulled back up and when it will happen. A little gold flash appears on the right-hand side of your screen. So if you're watching and we're not on board with your favorite team and they're looking to get a recall on board, that's how you can keep track of it. You'll see exactly when it happens, so you're nice and up to date with everything.
Igor just going over towards E Arena right now. Joker was pulled out yesterday for NC2. Learned his lesson, apparently. Come back into today looking a lot more fresh. Getting the initial pick off there onto Wolves. I mean, E Arena didn't play terribly yesterday. I just don't think that they had these massive moments. They were consistently towards like those later portions of the game, but I think it's mistakes like this, right? I think they get step 1, step 2 correct, and then step 3 is where they fall short. I think that when it comes to thinking ahead, they don't really have that right now. Where they make this push, you're playing on the hillside, you're not worried about the backside angle. Again, in a global lobby, you have to worry about that. It's imperative that you worry about that.
Ooh, circle pops down towards the south, gives a little bit of a favor to Regnum Kaya potentially. Orangutan on that southwest side as well. Looking at the teams on the south, though, it's a bit of a difficult run up here for teams like Alpha Gaming, who have got all 4 of their players alive. They did manage to get those recalls on board. And E-Arena, who are moving very, very close. It's going to be pretty stacked up on this south edge with Kara as well, maybe poking their noses in. And a few teams yet to move as well.
It's been an incredibly odd start for Alpha Gaming. I think that it's hard to say whether it was the correct decision or not. Personally, I don't think it was the initial 4-man split. Like you said, I think you were giving them a lot of credit for what they were attempting to achieve, but I think that that's more coming from the fact that they had such a bad day yesterday. They were feeling very worried coming into today. And then this first 12 minutes has just been about getting a 4-man towards that late game, which is where typically Alpha Gaming does shine, is if they have a 4-man towards that 18-minute mark, they're very good at sweeping. But we just haven't seen that because they've been torn apart by teams like OG yesterday in that final match. I don't think that APG is feeling very confident coming into this day. And unless we get something insane over the next 3 games, I'm not even thinking that APG gets into top 7.
Yeah, gonna have a tough time of it for sure. We'll see if they can bring something to bear in these next 2 days. DXavier, they've spotted at least one of the players from Alpha 7. This is up on the north side, Blank, coming down from around Heme Town on that north east side of things. Alpha 7 struggling to get through. They got the Mad Bulls ahead of them as well. Not only are DXavier going to be harrying them as they try and move forwards, but they're going to have to deal with that too. The recall beacons not long in this game, so opportunities starting to dwindle to get yourself back up to 4 players.
Yeah, we are really lacking on those recall beacons. The only one still available is probably in Alpha 7's camp over towards Muhapan. I think that potentially Korea is able to pop that one off, but Mad Bulls is set up on a lineup right now. Takes down Guizao and Obscure, so leaving just Korea at the recall beacon to get the rest of his team up, but they will be dropping in with limited supplies. I'm kind of concerned right now for them. 5 elims on the game is not terrible. It's not great either though.
You see those recalls popping up there. Wolves moving through as Ulf managed to get into this position nice and early on the plateau, but will they be able to hold it? The first is good. A double spray down across the way. No, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Ketch is able to find another. Coops goes down. They lose one on the off angle here. Scarface has been knocked, but the Wolves are no more. Taken away on the approach. You can't get up the top there. Ulf able to beat out the Wolves on that hold.
So funny, it's the two Wolves logos going at it with one another. You know, the two packs are scrapping in the meantime. Though I think that Max brings up a really good point on the desk is that the Ulf does feel very weird right now to me. Rondo actually was one of their best maps that they played. They were fantastic at it overall. And I think for Ulf, there is this issue that I think it is confidence-based because they went from being kind of lackluster when they were playing under the name of Fireflux to suddenly this whole new team with Aaron on board, with Matcat out, and then coming to Globals, I was just concerned because I was like, well, this is not the Ulf I'm used to seeing with just incredible long-range control, and especially having such a good time on Rondo just was not meant to be yesterday. We'll see if they can pick up that performance.
Ooh, the Gardens not playing well for DRX. They have a lot of people trying to move into the area. Alpha Gaming actually fairly successfully taking a decent chunk of it. A big nade comes through from Reefers as well. That's going to find two of them, just leaving So Easy down on his last legs here. Last player to stand, and his bridge position fairly known. Look at the ground that Alpha Gaming have been able to achieve. I mean, fair enough, you know, to be able to salvage something like that. From a game that started the way it did for them. And with two elims, they do have a lot of teams that can crest over the ridgelines, take shots at them. The question is, will teams want to do that?
Recentering up on the circle a little bit now. I mean, Mad Bull's on the northern side. It's not a terrible spot for them, but they are a little bit exposed right now. Regnum Kari are playing things slightly slower over towards the western edge. You can see here already a nade goes through, able to find good damage over towards Tulica. Likely a knock and a flush comes through off the back of that one, but Tulica is just crawling backwards as fast as he possibly can. OG playing things out smart down towards the southwest side, just biding their time, and I think that's fair enough considering your VP ahead of you. They can try and cut out any control on the south side. There's no reason to move right now.
Kara. And they're on the east side. We saw them trying to crest that ridgeline over towards the Alpha Gaming position in the center of the Gardens. And now they're going to have to move off of that hilltop. You can see Poser poking his nose in, trying to establish some kind of inroads for them. I think it may just be a crash onto Alpha Gaming's spot, but GS are going to move in parallel to that. It's going to be messy in the middle there. A difficult time, I'm sure. DX Xavier, they've moved in from the north side. The Mad Bulls have been leapfrogging with them, and Paragin will be the player to go down, but there's an answer, and it's Rectum Kaya to third party out to the west.
Fair enough as well. I mean, Regnum Kaya able to gain a lot of control over that northwest side. Mad Bulls continuing to take damage. Loxy finishing off some of the final players there from Mad Bulls. Just one last left alive now in Pusher, who is hiding in a field of Doritos.
Oh dear. I've had dreams like that, I'm pretty sure. Xavier, though, a bit of a nightmare. With the nades bombarding them behind the tree trunks, but fortunately they're just stepping into the cover at the right time as the trucks to be excavated beneath their feet. Mad Bull's putting them in the ditch.
I mean, I don't know how long Mad Bull survives here. I mean, they've smoked out as much as possible, but even so, that's a little bit tough. Now we're looking over towards our final circles. With Ulf playing this high ground, I think they have a great chance at this game. There is equally E-Arena, who needs to do a lot of work now to control over towards that northeast side. OG continues to put presence over towards the northern edge. I think they understand that Regnum Kaya right now is probably their biggest threat, and Silas is continuing to poke over that way and see what they can find off the back of this. He is recalling the rest of the team now down this way. They have the high ground advantage. OG initially taking shots over towards R8 though on that southeast side and get caught off guard by Regnum Kaya. There are shots coming through.
And there's the trade. Loxy looks for a second and finds it. The backline now down to one. Just a tanky there, looking for the shots, and does manage to clock Silas, looking for Now Loxy getting backed off the angle. Only one player now as the flushes are confirmed for Regnum Kaya. Silas unlikely to get rezzed here, Blank. I mean, they could put him in a vehicle and see if he can get on forwards, drive him on in, but I think it might be more worthwhile to just send your 3 players away, not try and spend that time, because look at this approach. I mean, Atanki's managed to make it to a rock miraculously here for Orangutan. See if he could survive and out for the final moments. We know they are able to do it. They've got it in the tank. Let's see if they can do it this time.
Yeah, trying to survive on that side of the map. Slightly underneath Ulf, though, so a little bit of a dangerous position for them, but I don't think Ulf is too preoccupied with that right now. They're looking over towards Mad Balls and making sure they hold out VP in the process. So it's a good play from Atanki. It is a little bit of a risky one, but if it pays off, then he's able to get quite far into this game, which is nice to see. Regnum Kaya, though, that is a decent start for them. Up to 27 points now. So already 8 points on the game here on Rondo, which is massive news for Regnum Kaya. Starting to catch up to teams at the middle of the pack. And a nice start to the beginning of the day is really huge for a team that struggled yesterday.
That's what you need to be able to find as well at this global level. Finding that resurgence after a bad day, very, very important. Although sometimes you don't have that opportunity, especially when it gets to the smaller numbers of days, smaller numbers of matches that you're going to be playing. For now, though, Thunder Talk, I mean, we saw how much work they were able to do yesterday, right? Getting so many points and getting so close to what we expect the bubble to be already in just one of their 3 days. Nice. It's a beautiful turn up. Silas was picked up, but maybe not for too much longer as he's crawling back behind the deployable cover there, looking for another res. They are in this zone. Virtus Pro might try and put them out of it, though.
You can see their VP looking to try and push further up. These nades are getting very close. There's a good chunk of damage. I think that Regnum Kai is kind of lucky that they don't lose too much damage on their side, because the nades seem to stop a little bit from VP. They want to hold them out for a little bit later in the game there. There's no real chance of getting too much more utility going forward. So you got to be a bit conservative now going into these final moments. Good shot over towards Ulf as well from Regnum Kai in the midst of all that, by the way. I don't know where that came from.
Silas very close to bleeding out here. Might in fact get flushed. I think he does. Oh, I think, has he gone down? I think he's down entirely there, Blank. It's going to be very close to the wire. Might be just about getting rezzed. Can't quite make it out on the screen there, but that's a nasty little turn up. And I think it was actually R8 who did a chunk of damage from that off angle to be able to seal his fate. Oh no, I'm seeing 4 players alive at Regnum Kaya. Maybe the res was there after all.
Yeah, it did come through. Tanky, though, knows this location. Looks to send some nades over the top. It's a pretty nadeable position, but he has limited sightlines on this with the rock in front of him, but a great nade over the top will take down one player from R8 there. With limited vision as well. It's a great arc on that one.
Brilliant little find, but will he have drawn the ire of too many around him? Mad Balls feeling the burn as Regnum Kaya roll them down. 2 players fall, and that will be them done and dusted for the match. Regnum Kaya seem to be on the warpath here. 8 elims already. Let's see how much further they can go.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya as well, it's important to consider that when they were playing on this northwest side, they would continue to get knowledge, to get information. Silas is great at that type of thing, alongside with Wild, where they were consistently wrapping out in the vehicles. So they knew sort of what was going on up here. They knew Mad Bulls were a much weakened team, so they wrap upwards. They don't really want to get stuck in that situation alongside with VP, but a nice nade from Soez over towards Thunder Talk will take down at least one. Doesn't quite have the angle yet to confirm onto it, but I don't think Thunder Talk really have too many options here.
Yeah, really don't. They're starting to run out. Barrel getting a little dry now. Sighting wants to peek over the top, but you know how dangerous the hump of this bridge is. We'll see if so easy. He's going to be able to do it though. Not quite connected through the smoke. 2 players run around behind, and a nice little flex out for Thunder Talk. Will anybody spot it? Regnum Kaya will have heard the shots. They'll be looking. You can guarantee that much. We'll see if they're able to find it. Doesn't look like they will. Maybe a little bit of time for Thunder Talk to play with. Amori now the last player for R8. Joker steps up. He's not going to find it. Another player goes down. Sakura falls. Tony K as well.
Oh my
This hole has just been a blast. A little assist from Ulf on the off angle. But how has he survived that? What a hold on the inside. Don't think he's going to last too much longer, but that is a great little clip for him.
I mean, Amuri in the wreckage of broken vehicles, but as sharp as the scrap metal around him, looks to put a little bit more damage on. Quick Molotov over towards Joker to try and confirm the elimination point and get some more underneath the belt. Has a little bit more to work with. Smokes out front side. Can't believe Murray lives through that moment off in the distance as well. Not likely to even try and attempt to get near him. Throws out another Molotov, and that should do the trick. I don't think he got the flush over towards that player, so he's looking to confirm it, but he's already gone.
He's not there. No more. Not a morsel. Mori, though, surviving next to a tanky for Orangutan. Both of them hunkering down, trying to lock it in for their teams. Get a couple of placement points on board because we are now into placement point territory. See if Ulf can survive on this push. They were able to defend against the Wolves. But Regnum Kaya might be too tall an order. They've already found a knock. A north side shift does keep a tanky in, but you can imagine that APG are going to be trying to bear down upon him. Amori already feeling the brunt of it.
I mean, Alpha Gaming, this is what we're talking about. Get them into a four-man position towards the end of the game. That's where they can start sweeping a little bit. But there is consistent angles that are being available here. It's such a rough scenery to play in, where any little mistake in terms of sightlines that you leave capable for yourself, you're going to take damage from. Regnum Kai continues on their mission to take down the entirety of the northern hemisphere of this circle and doing fantastically at it. They've already put in a lot of damage over towards Ulf and probably limited a lot of the supplies, but now VP makes their wrap up over towards that north side, and Regnum Kai instantly is responding.
They're moving back on over. They sent a lot of their players out to that east. Virtus Pro read that quite nicely. Thunder Talker actually managed to get a full reset here. A tanky finally may actually have to stand up and take a fight, but the nade is just too strong. Doc had the run out as well, and it will be the end. 6th place, locked in, 1 Elim Orangutan there, and they will not be able to survive into the later portions of this game. Thunder Talk make it across, and they will be able to do so with 2 players. They still got a backstop to deal with, and a player knocked as well. That just came through as a res, so they're up as 4 once more, but can the other 2 rejoin?
This is great damage coming through from Sing right now. They have to drop down the tactical covers, try and keep themselves up, but a double in the back line will take down 2. Sing walks straight past the nade there, takes it on the shoulder, and Doc now has to do the impossible.
With only 1 player standing, Doc needs to come up big for them to survive for a longer into this match. Another nade put on top. It's going to keep the pressure on, but the res is going through all this while. In the meantime, over on the northwest side, Virtus Pro and Regnum Kai are starting to pop off. And it's Regnum Kai to hold their nerve. Only 1 knock seen, and nobody's in a position to capitalize because Ulf are more preoccupied on the southeast edge, looking towards Thunder Talk as APG fall as well. That is going to be them done and dusted. Regnum Kai are on the north edge, looking to try and get the reset, but there are still shots flying their way.
I mean, for Regnum Kai, though, it has been a hell of a day for them already. Loxy does go down as he attempted to move further up. This is great management and good control from Ulf right now between 2 separate squads. They had the high ground. They're trying to work with it. Smokes are flowing through right now, but you can see 0 nades on the cards for the boys on Regnum Kai on the top of your screen, but I think that may be a lie. I'm not sure.
Well, they've done well. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to loose any. Certainly would be a great boon to them.
Ulf's got nothing.
Ulf are completely barren on the old supply cupboard there. Regnum Kaya actually able to clock a shot over towards King, keeping Ulf safe. Scarface might have gone down there with just a little moment longer on that spray from King, but he is denied. Regnum Kaya able to save him. Scarface back up with that first aid kit.
I mean, for Ulf, they are definitely struggling in terms of utility, in terms of gear. Scarface playing this close as well is dangerous, but it's necessary. Has to be done to keep Regnum Kaya at bay in the coming future. I mean, Thunder Talk off an insane day yesterday, a pretty difficult crossing for them. I think the most surprising thing about this game is Thunder Talk being on 4 players at this stage of the game. I think they must have been knocked multiple times. I don't think once used the recall beacon during this match, which is even more impressive. So I think this has been fantastic from Thunder Talk. Now it's a question of whether they can actually close out the game, or will Regnum Kaya sweep through with their 3 players, because crossing this open ground is very difficult. But Thunder Talks have 13 nades to do it, but no smokes, which is the critical factor, which Regnum Kaya, they've got all of them.
They've been ordering them. It's all or nothing. Ulf have found a nade from somewhere. They've been able to pick one up from a box, but catch He's going to be dropped down by King, and the 4 players from Thundertalk trying to take down the off angles from Ulf as Silas actually gets spotted. Scarface. He would have gone down if they hadn't have taken King out on that spray. Oh, they're regretting that decision now. Thundertalk, though, mounting the pressure. Regnum Kai, I think they were up on 12 elims. We'll see if they can get a couple more, because Eren not going to be able to defend in the face of the onslaught from Thundertalk. Zedwolf breaking out wide, and the 2-piece here for Regnum Kaya needs to be impeccable.
I mean, I don't think it's possible. With all these nades available for Thundertalk, it is going to be so difficult. You know generally where they're coming from. Thundertalk looking to take yet another game in their favor. Zedwolf and Wild will have to pull out something extraordinary here if they want to win this one out, but I find it highly doubtful. Wild sending all the way on the side, but them using this little cliff towards their western edge, their advantage, and now it is Wild in this 1v4.
Oh, they isolate it. They all move up. They get one. Wild looking for the spray. You're right. He's managed to get 2 here. Maybe able to give them the slip. This is the final zone. It closes central. Wild, if he can hold a central position for just long enough, maybe the blue zone will put too much of a hurry up on these reses. Zedwolf does get flushed away, but a 1v4, I just don't think so. Wild looks for more on the angle. King steps up for the challenge, and he's good for it. I thought he might have stepped a little bit too far there, but Regnum Kaya fall. It is Thundertalk to get another chicken dinner. Blank, they're not satisfied with 1 day. They want 2 at the top of the tables.
I mean, it was a crazy run out from Wild, but you got to respect that Thundertalk already had sightlines down that way. Knew the Wild probably would be rotating to get the clean lineup angle down the edge of that hillside. So really, really well done. I think Regnum Kai, you can be pretty pleased that game. Not quite getting the chicken dinner does feel slightly rough, but overall, I think that was way, way better than yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of elims for Regnum Kai on that match as well. Able to do a lot of damage to the lobby, picking up plenty of points. They'll be happy. But Thundertalk, I mean, that is going to put them really, really close. I mean, they're pretty close to breaking the 100-point barrier already, Blank. I mean, with the elims that they found.
Yeah, I think they are done at this point. It's very unlikely they don't make it into the top 7 going forward. But I also think at this point, it's likely that they'll be making up towards first place if they keep playing like this. Let's head back over to the desk.
Thundertalk get their 3rd chicken dinner so far, and just like that, there's now 6 slots remaining to the grand finals. I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, after that performance, these guys have got to be a lock by now, Maxman, right?
Yeah, I mean, look how much of a clinic they set up at the end here. Thundertalk have to rename officially Thunderclap. Because, oh my goodness, they're slapping the lobby around in these games. And Nipchura, you were saying it before we just came on camera here. This is a back-to-back win now we just got from Thundertalk. And actually, on top of that, they've now officially got a win on every single battle. Got a win yesterday on Erangel, a win on Miramar on the last game, and now a Rondo chicken dinner. These guys are putting on a clinic on every one of these battlegrounds. And look at the play stats. Sitting 4 limbs, 5 limbs for King. AJ's gets 3. Jing putting up 1 elimination, still 500 damage, putting in the work, putting in the hours in this lobby. Not an easy game to Nipchura because they were fighting tooth and nail in the swamp. APG, there was DRX, there was Kara on the east, and you survive. They thrive. They keep every player alive, making the Weibo might not just be the best team out of.
Absolutely. I mean, exactly what you were saying, right? We game, and you know who's gonna win this game. You know who's next. Thundertalk conversation all, and they just in of every fight happening. It was such master. I mean, the nades onto AP, clearing them, getting that ridge to themselves, and then just being for the right time. The timing is impeccable with this team.
I mean, just putting on a masterclass on that edge style play, right? I mean, they were playing the edge pretty much the whole way until the end there, right? Just taking out teams one by one, catch guard. And to do that, and all 4 up, especially in a lot of this max. It's just super impressive.
It really is. I mean, in particular, they out-naded Doc, which we know, Doc, the nades, that's a specialty usually, but no, they were able to actually outdo APG on that eastern ridge next to the hilltop of Ulf, and the execution from that was really good. And especially not just the execution and how they fought, I would say, Niptura, the timing at which they left, I would say, is when all the teams were at their weakest, and it was extremely well executed from start to finish. The timing was a 10 out of.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Oh,
And
Revel.
I want to say,
Oh, I didn't see
whoa,
that.
hang on.
Wow, I didn't see that.
Whoa.
Unfortunate.
Yikes! That's a clippable moment for sure. That's going on all the platforms for sure. But yeah, I love as well the timing that we saw Regnum, as well as, I mean, VP was a really nicely played in the last moments there, where they tried to come up kind of next to Regnum and take that hillside. But Regnum specifically, the timing was so much better than yesterday. I kind of wanted to see something a little bit better from them in terms of those timings, in terms of that, you know, a little bit more direct, a little bit more aggressive in just terms of, you know, how they do things and what time they do things and waiting for the right time.
Yeah.
And they were delayed a little too much yesterday. Today, they were not, and look what it got them, a really good second place.
This is the Regnum Caria I expected to see entering on day one. Unfortunately, they were a little bit complacent, maybe not quite able to play their own game, but here they were able to do it because I would say the best way to describe how Regnum Caria played this game is not taking any unnecessary fights. Every they took in this Rondo match made sense, and if they won it, they gained value out of it. That fight versus Orangutan on the western side, they clear Orangutan. Guess what? They've got a great scouting spot to check into the circle what the hell is going on. After that, they're sending up north next to Ulf. They got that symbiotic relationship situation where they can hold down the fort together, and it's just so perfectly for them. This is one of the best IGLs in the world. Sylat pulling the strings in the back end, and clearly so far, it gets them in the late game. I'm thinking this is the redemption arc that finally begins Hot Jukes for Regnum Caria.
I mean, it's about time, right? But they didn't just get to the late game. They got there with a whole bunch of eliminations right there, pulling out a dozen. We talked about how they pretty much needed to double their performance and then some at the top of the show, right, Neptura? And I mean, I don't think you could have asked for a better start, right?
No, 100% not. Such good numbers coming out of them, and APG as well. I had them slated to win the whole thing. Y'all didn't. It was, you know, it was on the edge. It was off in the swamp. It wasn't looking particularly good, but, you know, it wasn't a win, but they came out with a much better performance. And is it not a win? It's not a win, but it's a top 4 and a solid top 4 that sets the tone for the rest of the day. Fingers crossed.
Hey, we'll take those all day. You know what? I want to kind of go back to the start of the game, right? We did see that hot drop with Alpha 7 and our never mind, right? Are you kidding me? I mean, talk about a run for the MVP of the tournament here, Max, right?
I mean, I know why he's called sitting. He's just seeing everyone like right now. Get it? You're not
That's
playing
right.
this game. The guy is an absolute beast. And to be completely honest, when looking at players from PL that I was paying attention to, I was looking mainly for this team at, of course, you know, you got King and you got AJ. Those are the two that I'm like, okay, these guys, they can cook, they can step up, they can Yang Tashol. But here this time around, though, it clearly is sitting. And they are sitting pretty. 100 points. And right now, I did a little bit of calculation. Of course, it's not great math. 120 points, you're pretty much 100% sure to go in the top 7 in the grand finals. They're already just 20 points away. What are we doing?
Wow. Yo, that's what is that? A 59-point difference from the Xavier here? That is absolutely, I mean, wild. I mean, I did not expect Thunder Talk to pop off this crazy, Neptura, but man, did they show up. It was good to see some other teams as well put some numbers on the board. I want to look and see a big mover and shaker. It's got to be Regnum Caria, right? I mean, where were they at the start of the day? They're in 9th place here, Neptura?
Yeah, they were 13th, I think it was. So they've really stepped up now to where they're only 5-6 points away from a top 7. So if they keep this consistency, it doesn't have to be, you know, crazy top 3s all the time. But if they keep making the extremely calculated plays that we saw in the run this game, the rest of the games are going to be so easy for them because we know what they can do. We saw glimpses of it yesterday. We've seen more of a sneak peek of it today. We just need little bit more consistency. Just bring it more and more and more, because that calculation of this team is what's going to put them on the map.
Oh, looking at the player stats here, Amori destroying my initial prediction of this game of E-Arena. E-Arena sitting it 1-1, and clearly that was abused by Amori. He was able to capitalize on that mistake and able to get himself multiple 1v1 clutches for himself, so very, very well executed on his end. And looking, of course, at AJ here in terms of utility, chucking a lot of it all over the place, allowing to make those transitions happen for his team. But of course, Jing, the man himself, able to also do something similar. Team throwables used. So yeah, I mean, the utility used by ThunderTalk is the main reason why they were able to survive this entire game, Nep, right? The smokes, the grenades in particular, to zone out, for example, APG on the cliffside was just paramount for them to make that movement happen in the first place.
Yeah, it's what I love, using their nades as well towards Ulf as well, right? Because what I love is when a team understands that a nade doesn't have to do damage to be effective. It's just there to displace or to keep away. So if you're trying to zone out a team and keep them in their circle, just chuck nades at them. They won't be able to move. You're not doing any damage, but you're keeping that control. And that's what ThunderTalk seem to really understand, is that those nades, they don't have to do any damage to be effective.
I wonder, does that include emergency cover flares? I feel like it, because I do want to see emergency cover flares of ThunderTalk.
Huge.
Not the best, though. Not huge, actually. I would say they were not great. They were throwing them in positions where they really leverage much out of the item itself. I want to see them try and use it as a leapfrogging tool instead of a more defensive tool. It makes sense earlier on in the game, in the mid-game stage, but when they were pushing on Ulf, I think if they throw them forward, that transition would have been even smoother. Of course, they still won it and kept everyone alive.
They could have won better, though.
If I had to criticize one thing, it would be just that, but otherwise the rest was just absolutely perfect from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, there's always those tiny little tweaks that you could make, right? And one of the tweaks that I'm really starting to get a little bit concerned about, right? I mean, right off the rip here is because when you have a team like, this is what we were talking about at the start of the show, Max, right? We knew that a lot of these big names were going to perform today, right? Regnum Karya said, we're doing it right off the rip, okay? For a team like OG, right, which was playing very calculated, consistently putting up points on the board, right? I think we're gonna need to see at least a couple of big games from them if we want to see them in the top 7. Do you think that that's right, or what do you think OG needs to do here?
I mean, I would agree. Orangutan, you know what I want to see from Orangutan? I want to see a bloody chicken dinner, okay?
Yes,
it's about time. They keep surviving into the late game. I think yesterday they had a bit of an issue where in the first 2 games, it was just a solo. It was AKOP, and it was, who was it after that? It was Aru on the Erangel game, surviving as a solo. If we see more of that, but they survive as a trio, as a full squad, there's definitely a win potential there for me to see coming out from Orangutan. So, Niptura, do we think we're going to see an OG win?
I hope so, and I think they will absolutely get the win if...
No, not hope so. It's a yes or no.
Sorry.
What's happening?
It's yes.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
It's yes. Yeah, because, and I'll tell you why. Because the main difference between how they normally play and what they're doing now is they're spreading out on the edge. That's typical for OG, right? They're using their terrain, they're spreading out a little bit, they're trying to get control, but they're not backing it up. They're taking the position, and then the moment somebody comes towards them, they're kind of like, we'll try and defend, but they're not going forward and going, actually, this is our spot. You know, where is the confidence that we saw in the interview of, well, if APG want to drop our location, then they're free to do that. We want to see that same energy coming into the end game when they go, this is our position, we're going to set it up like this, and also we're going to back it up with some shots. It doesn't have to be elims, but I want to see more presence from them in the end game, because the setup is good, but they're just falling down on converting anything into a, oi, stay away.
Yeah, I do feel bad for OG, though, because that play of Regnum Karya was just beautifully executed. It's really hard to fight back in that kind of situation. But actually, just to go on another team I want to see some improvements from, I'm going to go on DRX, and I'm going to blame Marzi in particular, okay? If you're listening to this, I know he's doing a watch party. Why did you pick DRX, okay? He is the true boss master in India. And DRX, genuinely, one of my favorite teams. For me, there was no doubt in my mind DRX were going to have a banging performance in the gauntlet and instantly make it to the finals, but no. They started off the day in 11th position, and I believe now they're in 15th after this first rondo.
Yeah.
DRX, we're almost at the halfway point, Hot Jukes. We need to see more from DRX. They've done nothing so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is, this is my concern, right? Is that with so many big names on the second half of the leaderboards, if any of these teams like DRX do what we just saw Regnum Karya did, right? 18 points, they're in the running for top 7, right? So I think for a team like DRX, though, hey, get it done now. You know what I'm saying? You do not want to wait till the last is for sure. So for DRX, so many of these squads, I think the pressure's on big time here, Neptera, to perform right here, right now.
100%, because we're getting closer now. It's game 2 after game 3 way done, and that's where it's really going to start. You're going to start getting that pressure coming in. You're going to start going, we only have a set amount of games left. All of that stuff's going to start happening to you. So it really is now or never, Juice.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. You know, I'm kind of going to go on the other side of that point you were talking about earlier. You know, when it comes to OG, right? I think that their performance is very impressive for a squad that it's their first PMGC. You know, I think they've done a lot to be in the position they're in. You know, I think that getting a chicken dinner right now, from what I've seen so far, is going to really depend on them getting a circle position, right? If they're in a dominant hill spot, they get the zone locked, I think they're winning that game all day long, right? I think we're yet to see them be able to pull out a chicken dinner from what you're talking about, like from that edge style play, like we saw Thunder Talk do, right? Play edge, take out every single squad, right? Hopefully we can see them build up to that, but I think the best case scenario for OG here is if they do get that circle, they got to capitalize it like there's no tomorrow. And then hopefully just be, once they get that chicken dinner, right, be like, we can do it, right? We've done this before. Yeah. And that's something that's really hard to cross, Max, right? Because pretty much everybody in this lobby has won a chicken dinner at PMGC before, right? At least once.
They're all very experienced for sure. But Orangutan dropping in shelter, actually, you got some pretty decent rotational paths. And by the way, we're looking at them right now. These jackets from OG, like, come,
I want one.
Can we get one of those, please? I want one of the jackets. But no, really, please. Orangutan, the way they're playing, it's I'm having a Ratatouille moment where it's taking me back to, you know, the World League years and years ago. You know, when Orange Rock were there, TSM Entity were there, you know, popping off on the global stage. We're getting back. We're getting a taste of that once again at PMGC. So we'll see if they can perform once again, though. I'm going to take this opportunity here, guys, and the conversation onto a big talking point here. GS Team APG. It kept happening. No?
Yeah.
Going into Novo military, into Novcan military base. Jafar in particular had a massive clutch at the end to wrap up versus APG. Are we going to see that continue if we have a Southern Plane, or are we going to see APG maybe change things up if they are going to be clashing versus GS? What are we thinking?
Man, I hope so. I actually, no, I hope we don't, right? And the reason why is because, you know, we saw GS hot drop right off the rip, game number 1 of Aaron Gale, right, Neptura? And then in 2 games, they didn't hot drop. And I think that was mostly to the fact that that plane path was heading more towards Severny for them, their secondary drop location. Do you think, Neptura, that because, I mean, it worked for them, right? I think GS did a lot better when they didn't have to do that hot drop, right? So I think maybe their coach or Neptura, you're the coach of GS, okay, right now. Put it on the coach chat, right? If you were their coach, what would you tell them going into Aaron Gale here for months?
I wouldn't hot drop. I'd be like, look at the results we got as staying full squad through most of the match, getting much farther into the match as a full squad versus when we hot drop, and yeah, we get some early limbs, but now we've got a really long rotation to make. So through the blue, all of this sort of stuff, everybody's already set up. That would not be my play. I'd be just like, no, you guys, we gotta switch things up, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Max, you're the coach of APG. What would you do?
Hot drop, because I think, on a very, you know, serious note, it would be extremely funny. That's my analysis, because for the memes, go for the hot drop. But no, generally, I would like to see it not happen on a serious note, because it just doesn't help the team. So hopefully they can fix it, Hot Jukes. It's in particular APG, because they can't afford another bad day here. They need to step up. They need to make military base their own.
Let's make it happen as we take it on over to John Allen and Blank for match number 2. little bit more about possibly some of the other hot drops we're going to deal with, Max, right? So what do you think is going to happen here in Erangel?
I mean, really, except for the APG GS team, I think hot drops were pretty clean. Nothing really happened. So I think we're chilling on that front. I think we're okay. I'm actually going to be paying attention to Virtus Pro and A7. We know they have some drops in common. They have Northern George Pole, they have Lipovka, and also VP tend to drop into Milto, which could be a clash between themselves and DRX, depending on how the drops go and how the playing goes in particular. So I'm looking at them. But Alpha 7, Nipture, I'm looking back at yesterday's Erangel games. Their rotations were so pristine, were so quick. They would get in a circle before anyone else and in really good POIs typically. So are we going to see that same Alpha 7 in these Erangel games? Because if yes, I think they're really going to solidify a high rank in the top 7.
I mean, I would love to see that for them. It's something that they're desperately needing, and I think they're going about it the right way. You're right. The timing has been pretty impeccable. They've been doing everything they need to do. They've been taking advantage of the teams they need to take advantage of. They're reading the lobby really, really well so far. That doesn't always translate into points, but what I always love seeing is a team that you can see what they're trying to do. You can see what they've got strategy. They're not just doing it randomly, and they've got ideas. And so for a team like Alpha 7, who are obviously a very good team, but have just been struggling lately, it's nice to see that we're actually seeing a team that is like, no, we're on the ball with these rotations. We're on the ball with this timing. Yeah. It's very hopeful.
What I'm really hopeful about is not just the rotational potential of this team, right? I mean, especially for you, Hodrix, covering Americas, but it's so cool seeing the rise of Guizao and Obscure on this storied roster, on this storied org of Alpha 7. And last game on Rondo in particular, oh my goodness, they put up such a great showing versus RA, and even I think there was a potential third party happening from APG and Virtus Pro in the wings, and they were fully ready for that. So this is Alpha 7 2.0, and I'm here for it. This storyline we're seeing built up in front of our very eyes here in the gauntlet stage is beautiful, and this is Brazil stepping up with a new generation of top-tier players that are here to claim a trophy on the global stage.
I mean, you heard Rebel say it himself in the interview with 7, right? He was just like, you know what? I think they already surpassed me. And it's crazy to see just how well these other players are doing, right? Just kind of looking at some of the player stats, right? Obscure, yesterday, he got 10 eliminations, 12 knocks. The player below him, Guizao, with 5 eliminations and 4 knocks, right? Carrillo had 4, Revel had 3 eliminations, right? So Obscure more than doubled that of his of the second teammate, and that's Guizao, right, Max? So I mean, Alpha 7, we know what these guys are capable of. We saw it in Erangel, right? They love that rotating to the hard shift side, kind of what we just saw Regnum Karia do in this last match, right? They did that, ended up doing that twice, got a good game under their belts. So when it comes to Alpha 7, I just think it's about just waking up on that consistency. I want to see that a little bit more aggressive Alpha 7 here, Neptura, because I see them just kind of playing a little bit more calculated rather than that hyper aggressive Alpha 7 they're kind of known for.
Exactly. And you know what? I want to extend that point to the rest of the lobby, actually, because if we look at each team individually, a lot of them, there's very few teams in this lobby that actually play compactly, that actually play very much together, you know, kind of off to their own. Many of these teams spread out and take control from the other teams. And I want to say that so far in the gauntlet stage, we've not really seen that. None of them have been playing how I expected them to play. We're not seeing the A7 spread out into the end game, you know, 4 or 3 players and just, you know, eating up as much of that zone as possible and controlling it, taking it away from other teams. Kara are not doing it. OG are not doing it. Regnum, we only saw them kind of do it in this game. So I want to say some of that is due to everybody's kind of tiptoeing around each other just a little bit. They're still trying to get a feel for how the lobby is going to be played. But the other half is these zones. I don't feel like any of these zones have been particularly favorable to most of these teams, because even if a zone does go towards a certain team, normally it's one compound in the middle of a field and it's kind of very play. So I want to see maybe either, you know, kind of take these bad zones and run with it as much as possible, or just relax a little, just play how you normally play, because that is historically how you get a win.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Take me back to Raheem. We had a Pachinki circle finish. You know what?
Dude,
give me some of that spiciness. You know, that would be really fun if that happened. You're gonna Xavier to perform potentially. But yeah, circles have been a little bit very open-ended, I would say. They're not ending on any big POI. We didn't see that really happening yesterday, especially the one next to ended in nothingness, and you could see the ring. I think you had Alpha 7 just like, there's literally no terrain to work with. How do we work with this kind of terrain at the end of the game? I'm hoping we do get some like more city or compound-centric finishes. I think that's going to show a lot of rotational potential from teams. Who's gonna get there first? Who's gonna play defensively? Who's gonna be trying to initiate those crashes? I want to see a bit more variety on our angle, because on day one, Hodrix, I would have to say, was a bit one note to me. So I want to see more variety from some of these teams, depending on, of course, how the circle tends to go.
Yeah, I think we're going to definitely see that here in day 2. I think we did already in Rondo, right? We saw some of the squads that underperformed yesterday go nuts. So I'm expecting just absolute craziness here in Erangel, because every team knows kind of how the end of these tournaments go, right? There's going to be quite a few squads that are going to be so far down the leaderboards that they don't have any chance of making it to the top 7 here, max, right? So when that happens, typically the last few matches are not typical of what the whole tournament was like, right? The teams that know that they're not going to make it are playing super loose. Maybe they go crazy, start pushing everybody, or they're just like, hey, you know what? See you guys in the group stage. We'll make something happen from there, right? So I think considering that, Max, teams more than ever just realize how important it is to put points up here and now rather than waiting to the end of the game, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's going to be changed up quite significantly into this. But I want to go a little bit deeper on what you said about the later stages of the gauntlet change significantly, Hodrix, because I think it brings up a very interesting scenario where, because you need to be in top 7, right? It's very forgiving if you're in, let's say, top 3 in last 2-3 games of tomorrow. Like if you're looking at Thunder Talk, Mad Balls, R8, maybe Orangutan. Are we going to see a situation, because you would be so comfortable, that you can kind of ruin the opportunity for teams down below? Yes, I am talking about potential hot drops, just as a theory. Here, just to have a conversation. Orangutan, if they're very comfortable in top 7 heading into tomorrow's last few games, and Alpha Gaming are still struggling, do you get rid of them to clear up that position for the grand finals? Technically, that wouldn't be a bad shout.
I don't think so. I don't think so, right? I mean, that's the thing.
She's so silent. She fully agrees with my point. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a hard one for me, because I don't normally love that tactic. For a couple of different reasons. I don't feel like it really does all that much, because if a team is, yes, if it's like, you know, a few points away, whatever, but I don't always love it. But then we're always talking about teams that are further below trying to ruin, you know, some potential chances for teams a few places ahead of them, where here I think in this instance you're talking the other way around, right? It could work. It could, you know, just try and solidify their dominance in certain situations, right? It's like, you know, we're gonna hot drop you in Chumacera again because you're not doing well, and we want to make sure that going into the finals you're not gonna drop here again. That could be something that might be worth the effort, because otherwise, I just don't really see the point.
Yeah, I'm mainly talking for the fact of clearing up a drop location for the finals. I think there's definitely a long-term incentive to do it. For example, you can also, I brought up OG and APG because it's the funny meme one to bring up right now, right? But otherwise, GS team. I think a lot of teams want to try and get rid of them, such as maybe APG if they're able to climb up the rankings a bit. Alpha 7, Wolves want to try and get rid of them. Maybe even GK because of their Rondo drop location. Again, that's dependent on what the leaderboards look like entering into tomorrow's 6 matches. So yeah, definitely, you got to keep in mind that if you're not comfortable going into day 3, you could be in a little bit of trouble, because if you are sharing a drop location, chances are that team does not want to share it going into the finals, where again, you're fighting for the lion's share of $3 million prize pool. So I would backstab some people for that. Hell yeah. Maybe not you guys.
That's a lot of money.
You guys. You're safe.
Yeah. You know, a lot of money on the line here. And you know what's typical? You know, I honestly, this is one of my biggest pet peeves about competitive PUBG Mobile, right? Is we don't normally see squads like do these crazy drops towards the end, right? Which is what I would do, because I'm like, hey, why not, right? We got such a huge lead. We could do whatever the heck we want. But for some reason, they continue to play the kind of like the same game they've been playing, right? But one thing that I think really makes a big difference, Neptura, is if you want to take out a squad, you could just say, let's go ahead, and if we get into a fight with them early on, hey, we could just make sure they go out. We could take them out no matter what here towards the end. So I think those mid-game fights, things can get a lot spicier, Neptura.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? You want to take a team out on rotation? Absolutely. That's minimal risk to yourself and all the damage onto them. I would love something like that for that to happen.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here in match number 2. First Erangel of the day. Let's take it on over to John and Blake for match number 2.
And you know what that plane means. We are heading into match 8 of our 18 match set here. And day 2 will continue to unfold. We put the recall beacons to rest. Don't worry, if you're not a fan, you're not going to be seeing them here on Erangel. We are going to be back to basics here. So APG, you can't be losing all your players right at the start of the match. That's a free bit of advice. I won't bill you for it.
Very well done. It's good advice as well. Necessary advice on a map with no recalls. But we are heading from the western side, direct south plane path from the north down towards Ferry Pier. A little bit more difficult to head over towards the eastern side of the map, but Alpha 7 getting up nice and early over towards the, I guess you could call it a slight Zaki North George split that I like to go for here. R8 also out early. R8 consistently being in the vicinity of Alpha 7. Seems like it's a bit of a grudge match going on there. And Thunder Talk dropping very, very close over towards OG on the north side.
That is potentially dangerous for OG. Thunder Talk at the top of the tables. We've seen what they can do. Although at the moment, OG are a little bit isolated from them in Severny. It may be that Thunder Talk try and grab a vehicle, head out to the east coast here. Getting stuck into a fight in Severny this early on without the circle being confirmed, especially now, Blank, because we've got a military circle. Yeah, immediately, there's the vehicle icon. On you go. That might mean that the hot drop on the south side might get a little bit more intense, but it is going to be a military island circle here. It's pretty much guaranteed at this point.
GS actually dropping down towards the southwest here instead of dropping on military base. So APG should have this all to themselves. Wolves, you can see here, getting themselves into vehicles and maybe moving across. But that is a heck of a lot of teams already on Sosnovka this early, sort of predicated by the fact that the plane path was so southern. And on the western side, you have to split across the entirety of the map. And that includes the South Island. So quite fortuitous for teams like EK as well as Virtus Pro, who don't normally drop down in this position. They get a really good head start, but also that makes crossing on the western side quite difficult. And I think for Wolves, this is a somewhat of, I might call it a mistake. I think they were so close towards that south side that maybe they should have shifted over towards the east, understanding that was a little bit of an easier one to go for. We do have an in-game interview coming up shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to keep focused on the map here. I think Kara makes the correct play. Currently, they're rotating on the east bridge, and I think that's the smarter play here. There's going to be a lot more space to work with going forward for themselves, rather than get themselves mixed in with Virtus Pro as well as GS.
Let's head over to the stage for an interview with Regnum Kaya.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined by the PMGO winner, Silas from Regnum Karya. Silas, yesterday's performance was very lackluster. What was the main thing that you guys changed from yesterday to today?
Valla bugünkü performans pek iyi değildi. Dünden bugüne ne değiştirdiniz?
Aslında gün yeni başladı. Neyin değiştiğini gün ilerledikçe göreceğiz. Rondo'yu biraz çalıştım. Bireysel olarak gezdim. O yüzden bu maçı güzel oynadık.
So it's just the starting of the day, so we will see later what we change. But I personally actually studied Rondo personally, so we will see what's going to happen.
And talking about Rondo, I mean, Thunder Talk getting their back-to-back win. They win the last game yesterday. They win this one. Is that a team that is also causing you issues, maybe going into Erangel?
Valla Rondo'da Thunder Talk güzel oynadı dün de bugün de. Sizi zorluğa çektirdi. Gelecekte sizi çıkarabilecek mi daha?
Yani havaya alışma, ilk gün havaya alıştık diyelim. İkinci gün çok fazla, yani bugün çok zorluk çekeceğimizi sanmıyorum. Bugün daha çok alışacağız, sonraki gün daha çok alışacağız. Finale çıkarsak da tam bir şekilde hakkını vereceğiz.
Yesterday it took us to get used to the Rondo, but right now we will practice more onto it and make it better. And if we can make it to final, we will redeem it.
All right, well, I'm hoping the performance here in Erangel coming up is going to be good. Back to you guys.
Well, there you go. We heard a lot from Regnum Kaya, but we heard a lot from GS in the picture-in-picture, if you guys were keeping track of that. They clean wiped Virtus Pro just then. That's pretty great. Big fan of that. And Regnum Kaya, they're going to go into the drink for a swim too.
Virtus Pro going out like that, fairly unfortunate, I would say, but very, very well done. Really, really big plays there. And that clears out a lot of space for them as well on the map. especially because they were down towards South Africa quite early. Going down in 6th place as well gives a lot of opportunity for teams like DX, GS, Wolves to overtake them and push them out of the top 7 now going forward. In the meantime, we've Alpha 7 on a long approach from shooting range all the way down here, but so many teams already making that cross early on. Regnum Kaya also making the swim, but so many vehicles will already be taken here because there were so many teams on Sosnovka early that Regnum Kaya likely for the rest of the game will be moving around on foot.
Yeah, it's very picked clean. You're right. It's just the bones left on that north side of the Sosnovka Island. We'll see what they can do, though. They may be able to nab 1 or 2 if they're lucky. If they can get close enough, we'll have to wait and see. E-Arena, they're going for the bow take to the south side. This is going to potentially be uncontested here. There's no one really overlooking this beachhead on that south edge. The rear duo for E-Arena as well. They're playing very, very split. Also on a boat rotate, so they'll be joining up with their teammates fairly soon. The Wolves managed to get through nice and early onto the military island. They are just south of that observatory mountain. They've crashed into the compound on the south side, southeast point of the military island. Now, a lot of teams have made it, but there are a few who haven't. R8 actually very slow to move, and Thunder Talk as well up in Stalber. They're still looting, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, go off, Kings, I guess. It's an interesting maneuver, and you can't really fault it too much at this point in time with how they're playing. I mean, I just need to wait and see. I personally think this is a little bit late. It's very late, in fact, from Thunder Talk. And with the amount of teams that are already down on the Southern Island, I mean, getting in there at that point is going to be very difficult. I think maybe the plan is just to get as looted as possible, as much utility as possible to make that bridge crossing doable. But I don't know. But you can see here, Regnum Kaya, as I said, no vehicles on foot, which is what we expected to happen, John, but it doesn't look fun at all. I mean, hearing a vehicle at any time and having to drop to the deck here, this is some very sad gameplay where you pretty much have to hide it out as much as possible.
I mean, you've got to feel real jealous as well of teams rotating past you in vehicles. You're like, oh, man, if only we had that. We could do super well this game. And Regnum Kaya looking to convert on their last match as well would be a brilliant result. As we're looking over towards those bridges. Actually, the crossings so far have been basically uncontested, Black. I mean, it's only Virtus Pro who have gone down, but that wasn't on a crossing position. That was on just a fight for a compound once the crossing had already happened.
It was.
Only 5 teams remain to cross. And that's what they're looking for at the moment. Mad Bulls, R8 off in the distance up towards South George. Alpha 7 just passing Lipovka now. Orangutan as well, getting past Prison, past Shelter and Milter. The bridge on the east side currently, I mean, it's Geeke, right, who are going to be overlooking it from that observatory mountain.
I think for Geeke, it's actually a really strong spot to be playing. We've seen multiple times, multiple teams win from that position on the map. It does require you to get a bit of an eastern shift on the circle, but this is already quite eastern anyway. A lot of water off towards Novorabnoye, so it's likely this is going to cut back in towards the mainland. So there is a high chance that it ends up around Observatory in the end game. I don't mind Kara's position too much. I mean, what they're doing is essentially just holding out teams like Alpha 7 who are going to be coming in from that side. Still no sign of Thunder Talk just yet, by the way. It's still on the northern side of the map. Looks like they're bowing out this match, it seems.
You know, they've been playing so much more than everybody else at this point. You know, they needed a little break. They're making their way down from Stalber. It is still stage 2, but those crossings, I mean, especially now, you've got to wonder if Thunder Talk are going to be able to make it. That southeast coast is going to be lined with landmines for them to step on if they try and make their way in there. Wolves now in for a fight with GS potentially. GS were able to win it out against Virtus Pro. Will the Wolves, who are just behind them on the tables, be able to do what Virtus Pro could not?
I mean, for Wolves, there's, again, I think they have a similar issue to Virtus Pro where we're not seeing them respect a lot of sidelines in these matches. That's the thing that worries me, is that, yes, the gameplay is not too bad, the rotations aren't too bad, but there's a lot of these moments where they're making some careless maneuvers, which I would like to see improved overall from quite a few different teams. I mean, Alpha Gaming even falls prey to this as well, where I don't think they're respecting other teams very much at all in these matches, and I think that's what is coming back to bite them. Like, even that last match that we just saw in Rondo, there was a lot of good chances for them to really kick off and start having a great game. Unfortunately, because they kept taking shots, kept taking these angles which were open to the likes of Virtus Pro, open to the likes of Thunder Talk, they slowly blew out players. And I don't think that was great, because from the initial moment, you know, the 4-man split was weird. And then getting further into the game, I was like, okay, there is a 4-man. This doesn't look too bad. But yeah, it ended up being quite disappointing, honestly. But we'll wait and see. I mean, they get to start in the Millie base this time. No contest, other than Regnum Kai, I guess, who are hiding over on that north side, just trying to live this game out as long as possible. Mainly trying to find some set of wheels, basically, Joe.
That is kind of the name of the game for Regnum Kai right now. If they could pinch one, I'm sure that Alpha Gaming have on board, that would be brilliant, but position being known there. We've seen this from Alpha 7 in the past, Blank. They've taken to the skies. They are going to be heading over in the glider around on the east point here of Novo, trying to stay out of render distance of everybody else. Looks like they will be able to for just a little bit longer. Very dangerous place to land, though, because Kara have outposts all over. You've got to think they're going to spot this, and if they don't, somebody else will.
I mean, Kara absolutely should be able to look at this one, but you can also see that Alpha 7 is currently trying to play out a render distance as much as possible here. You can see that Obscure and Guizao is going very, very wide here, down towards the south side. I think they're trying to look for a point where they can make their way in, but the amount of teams that are littered along the southern coast, I think it's going to be hard to find a runway and land here. I think most likely it's going to be a crash landing from Alpha 7 in the near future.
I mean, you just don't expect the north side of Novo to be open, right? Like, it should be landing there if you have a map feed up like we do, but that's really difficult to call. The swim as well for Revo and Carrillo, that might draw the attention of Kara. It could prompt a little relocation, but Alpha 7, I mean, I'm seeing them approach on the south side in that glider. Wolves are going to take shots. GS are going to take shots. This is going to get nasty.
Yeah, it's always an interesting thing watching like high-level gameplay at an international scale, because everyone has the same idea. I mean, they were able to get up. Igor's only have the pump shotgun, gets a little bit of damage done, but there isn't any backup right now, which is not ideal. Luckily able to find one with the angle off on the side from Coops, and that's Revo going down. Now just Obscure remaining as they all crash into this one. This should be a quick cleanup for them. But yeah, I think that it's interesting looking at an international level. Everyone has the exact same idea, is that the south side is where most teams are going to make their cheeky rotate through. So everyone litters down there because they all assuming that each other are going to make that same maneuver. The only team that actually falls prey to it is Alpha 7, but alas, they were coming in from a long, long way away. Again, no sign of Thunder Talk just yet. They're still traveling like Frodo Baggins right now on their way to Sosnovka.
There and back again. Goodness me. They are really going to have to get in fairly soon, because it's getting to be the blue zone's going to hurt a lot. They started obviously in Stalber. They were slowly rotating down. Also, R8 was struggling to make their way on through as Alpha Gaming seemed to have spotted Regnum Kaya making their way on foot. And unfortunately, I think Regnum Kaya, they've lost a player there. Far from ideal. And they'll be playing on as 3. Still fairly split and still very, very slow.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kai, it's a rough one. I mean, I think what you have to do there is commit a little bit earlier to an eastern crossing. I don't think that the swim is that bad, but under the assumption the circle is so far off towards that east side that it's likely going to center up on Observatory, which it is currently doing, by the way, so we were correct in that assessment. I think that you have to risk the eastern crossing as opposed to trying to play on the beachhead and the three building compounds around that area. I think that's what Regnum Kai are trying to go for. It's a very European approach, I'll say it that way, but I think in this instance it's not correct.
Yeah, maybe different decisions to be made in the future, but military circles always fun.
Oh my god!
Geeky getting the shift. Oh,
there they are.
I think I've spotted what you've noticed. They're on the map, Blank. It's Thunder Talk on the North Bridge, and Orangutan are going to be holding them out. The circle goes still towards Geeky's favor on that Observatory Mountain. Well, let's take a look at this bridge camp, because the health bars on Thunder Talk are going to be low here. They step out and immediately the first goes. The next as well, looking for the spray down. The backup from across the way as well is good. 2 players now stand for Thunder Talk, and the blue zone is hurting.
I think the craziest thing about this is that OG expects the team to be rotating at stage 4 into the circle on the eastern side. I mean, it's a great pickup. It really, really is. But fantastically done. I mean, Aru's on the ball here, waiting for Thundertalk to approach, and that is the top squad going down to one player from OG. Very, very well played. And now they can figure out how they want to move down, because you'd assume at this point for OG that there isn't going to be another team tailing Thundertalk. If they were, it's likely Thundertalk would have had to have fought a little bit earlier out on the coastal side, in which case OG would have heard it. So this is great in terms for OG for clearing that northern edge, understanding that now they can push south without worrying about their 180. So very smart.
They managed to take 2 players down, but there is still a little bit of life in Thundertalk, and you can't count them out. A big flex out came through from Orangutan, from OG, both sides, WizGod and Atanki moving into position to try and pick up the scraps on the last 2 players. They couldn't find the angle. Thundertalk able to keep it under control for their final 2 players. And this is so open because of all of the teams moving to that south side. It's what you were talking about earlier. Because of the teams all putting pressure down south, that ability to move is what OG have capitalized on there well on that north side. Now, on the south side, though, it's going to get mucky because the Wolves have to leave the cliff side. They're moving off, and they've already been slowed down. They've lost Batten. Doran needs a res. Coops is pulling him back to his feet, and you can't spend too long out here. The blue zone really starting to hurt now.
Yeah, basically instantly have to get that bandage off. And I think for Wolves, it's pretty much over. I think Kara set up a really, really nice lineup here across the hillside. I think that Wolves is pretty much gone. Egos is likely to go down as well. At this point, Kaido, it's one of the situations where do you just deny the point? Lewis picks up Doran. And now Thundertalk with their 2 players look to put a little bit more hurt over towards OG, but I don't think that's happening.
Ooh, spray down, King spotted. And Atanki able to clock the shot. AJ last to stand, and OG have only got one more domino to fall to take down the top dogs. Spray around the corner, not quite fully connecting, but it's going to do enough, and it will be closed down. The roll down on the crates as well. OG want the spoils of victory. Pulling that into the back pocket. They'll clean out the north side.
Yeah, that's clean. Very, very clean. So now OG has a huge amount of control over the north. Doc moves up, does get shut down by Mad Bulls, but R8 is still having presence within this engagement. Reefus seems to be the last player alive here for APG. The DPS should do the trick as Lemon weaves in and out of the blue there. But now R8 look to weave a very different picture for Mad Bulls, one of dread and ruin as they move over the hillside.
Trying to push in on the western edge. The route out of that military base is treacherous. R8, they're going to fold back, look to res Marth. Mad Bulls disengaged. They're sending across, heading towards DRX, and the remnants of DX Savior as well, closer towards the middle. We're not going towards the mountaintop this time around, Blank, though. It is going to go down south towards GS and towards this ridgeline that we're seeing being fought over fraughtly by Kara, who are keeping their nerves together here. 7 elims already.
It's definitely not easy for Kara, the movements they've had to make, the decisions they've had to go through, but they've done well. I mean, Ulf is definitely their biggest target in the future over on that eastern side, but even they are sort of held out by the angles from Geeke. Now, the circle does move away from Geeke on that observatory, so they need to find as much information as possible, decide where they're going to end up in the future, because they have to move now, and it's always difficult getting off from the top of observatory. Mad Bulls somehow stay alive with their 2 players, get to the south side of this compound that currently DRX are holding, and I think for DRX, a lot of fans are hoping they do well in this game, because it has been a pretty abysmal start from yesterday for DRX. A lot of games where they're just not able to get through that mid game whatsoever, and I think that has been the most worrying thing from watching them, is that mid game. It's just a lack of life from that squad.
Yeah, getting through that mid game, always treacherous, and it's where you earn the majority of your points on the tables, right? It's getting past those mid game situations that starts to earn you those incremental 4-5 extra points that you need per match to really sit up and amongst the top dogs. DX Savior trying to hold the sliver of a ridgeline. You can see there's players above them as well from Ulf. That is a really tough spot, but I think DX Savior are going to be safe for quite a while. Geeke actually more likely to pull the trigger on a fight here.
I mean, Geeky needs to find something. I mean, down towards Ulf is likely their best bet, right? They can still play high ground angle and then try and sweep down towards that south side. OG has met little resistance, and DRX actually moves off from that northern position on the compound as OG appears. So this is a very, very sneaky moment from OG to be able to get into the circle and then find themselves a strong position off the back of that as well. The question is whether R8's been watching this rotate and if they'll be able to find some shots over towards them. But again, so far it has been some fairly well calculated decisions from OG.
I wonder if Ragnarok thinks he's cleared that angle there against Sakura. Did have a good old look there, spotted the horse, but didn't see a leg, didn't see an ankle or anything peeking out. Geeke, they got to take shots over towards Ulf and back them off the angle. Actually, Ulf putting more pressure in towards the middle. Nice stuff, nice find, but that could all come a cropper if GS takes shots out of their way, if Ragnarok has his say as well.
I'm very impressed that it's actually not R8 that takes shots over towards OG. It's OG taking shots to R8, actually finding a Mori here. And they don't have a lot of time to pick him up because the circle is in closing. Now R8's put in a very, very difficult position where OG knows at least 2 players are on that northwest side.
And the rotate out. Wiscott, oh, I thought he was sending it there. I think he was breaking out. 2 of them trying to flex through. R8 looking for that regroup, and they find it. They manage to pull themselves back up, grab in the vehicle, not go for the res out wide. Instead, use that little defilade that they've now been able to claim. Prestige backing out as well. Back up to that high ground. Wants the long range oversight, but will have to move back in with this circle shift. Ulf as well, putting pressure in. A potential scout towards GS. Ketch will get that info back to his team.
And for Rectum Kari, you've been able to get quite far into this match. I mean, only have 1 player left remaining, and that's Wild, but Wild is typically the lone survivor for the squad. OG really taking good use of this hovercraft. No one's really looked at them, so they're having this hovercraft far into the late game is really quite a big deal. Nade's starting to pour out over the top now. A little bit of damage surely should be done, but the nades just bounce a little bit too far. Nade swings back down to the top side, dribbles down just a little bit. Another one goes through. More damage on towards OG now. 1 player fairly low in Aru. And R8 can maybe leverage this, but a good off angle right now from OG is keeping them at bay.
Oh, another nade, another knock. There's no punishment really being seen in return. Finally, Marth goes down. There was a third party as well, I think from Geeke on the high ground to take a shot over towards one of the players from OG who has now been flushed away. Trying to flex out. This is where the off angle from Prestige really needs to come in clutch, stopping this fight. The smoke's over the ridgeline. They want to keep this momentum going, but R8 back off the angle. The nade's not quite connecting where they need to. Mars potentially? No, it goes too long. The cook not quite right there, but that one's good. A tanky sends it back his way. And Aru again, so low, but not going down just yet.
That is a cracking grenade from Amori over the top towards Wisgod, who's trying to get that off angle towards them. They've laid the smokes down, trying to keep R8 back at this point in time, give them the heavy hand. But right now, it's just not working out. Wisgod likely to go down. Finally, Prestige enters the fray.
Moves in from that off angle. That might actually give OG an opportunity here, but another flush comes through, and R8 now into a 2 versus 4 in their favor. A tanky needs something big, but he only gets 1. There is no answer from the backline, unfortunately. Aru out in the open, caught with his trousers down there, and R8 are going to send them away. 5 elims though on the game blank. That's a pretty good result.
Yeah, it's not bad. Gets them back up towards 4th place now, and there really isn't anyone chasing them too hard on the tables. Alpha 7 went down as a VP as well as Wolves earlier on, but there is now teams like trying to make up points. So with this massive point vacuum at the top from Thundertalk, you're going to start to see these things get very messy towards that top 7 towards the end of today. Ida finding Solus as well, so R8 not done quite yet.
They want a little bit more. Up on the 70-point tallies, we're talking a lot about Thundertalk's security in towards those finals, but over those 70-point margins, that's also looking pretty safe, blank, all things considered. They've done a lot of work, and they've put in the effort. And at the moment, they're way over the average that they need to be able to see themselves toward those finals. Kara, got 8 elims so far this match, and they want more too. Marceau hops out, looks for the flush, confirms that one, locks it into the bank. As DXavier hold their divot, they've been in there for a long, long time. And actually, Geeke going down. Okay, the descent from the mountaintop, not going to pan out.
I mean, Kara's played this game phenomenally well. I think you can't deny that from Kara. From their initial hold towards Novorabnoya and then the slow sweep down towards the south side, it has been a real patience game for them, and at times really tough, but they've done well off the back of it. Lewis finding catch now as well from Ulf as R8 looks to assault that position. They really only have one option here, which is to try and send down to the rocky outcrop on this south side before they head over towards DRX. DRX has had a bit of circle look, and no one really has had a shout in, but similarly DRX hasn't really found any points from this position whatsoever. Likely the thing is that if they go down in second place, this game will not be as profitable as most would think. They sort of need to finish this game out with a chicken dinner if they want to have a decent performance off the back of this one. Otherwise it is just sort of another meh game back in their pocket.
I mean, he's got 3 more nades, but finally someone takes a look out his way. And that is going to be the shutdown. And DXavier will fall finally. 5 teams now remaining, Blank. And DRX with this center position. Kara, they've moved 2 players up here. They'll need to regroup back down to their bottom side too and push in a little bit closer. They might be able to hold the top of the rock for a little bit longer though. And maybe they'll be able to farm some more eliminations along the way.
I mean, Kara being at, what is it, 14 eliminations now is very impressive. I think the R8 likely are our utility because they had to throw everything in the kitchen sink to take down OG. They were very resilient during that engagement. But I do think for R8, it might be a little bit tricky going forward. Depends how much they were able to steal away from OG. And that's one thing they certainly did steal away is the hovercraft, which is going to give them a little bit of safety going forward, and especially in these final moments. Again, because OG held onto it for so long, it didn't take any shots. Now it's super useful for this late game as a bit of maneuverable cover. That's a long nade. Feels like the bounce is not too bad, but GS does go down to the circle itself. Aaron gets shut down by Marth, who has just been on a tear all day today.
A huge elim count being racked up still.
Oh my,
they want
still
more
going
for Kara, and it's going to be Marth actually starting to take those shots out the way. See if he can take them down, but R8 lost a player crucially. Amori got flushed out on that situation, could not make it any further. I'm surprised there's still nades in the pockets for R8, but they've got at least one more here. And they want to try and find the opening to Kara. DRX, they've got everything on side right now. It is a question of who's getting second place in my mind. It's going to be very, very difficult to take DRX out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX, this is a freebie game, right? They haven't really done much whatsoever. This is one of those games that just gets gifted to you now and again. I think that, again, praise should be going through to teams like R8, teams like Kara, who have manipulated the circle very, very well for themselves. Maybe even I'd go ahead and say OG on that north side. I think that there's like those 3 positions of Kara down on the east, R8 coming through the west, and OG on the north. But for DRX, yeah, there's not much to be said about that squad.
I'm surprised that they haven't moved anyone up to the wall yet or moved out a little bit. They're kind of allowing ground here a little bit. Maybe timid, cowards. No, definitely not. That's a bit too much. But I mean, it should be theirs under control. They know that these 2 teams outside can't really move up unscathed, but Kara are going to give it a go. They're going to have a crack at it. Poser up first, and they slink out wide as well. With
I mean, what is
Lewis
that?
Moving on in. There's a knock over to Hyunbin. I mean, yeah, that definitely shouldn't be happening here. DRX are going to have to go for that res, and that might allow Kara even more leeway. See what CEO's getting up to the wall now. Things are starting to get a little bit dicey as R8 have the pressure of the blue zone pushing up towards them. This is the final zone, Blank, and it will close dead center on this one. It does go inside the wall, which means that Kara will have to cross that boundary if they want to win this one out.
Yeah, I think that they hope during that knock, I mean, 2 angles is all that DRX has there because one's taken up on the res, that they could finish out this fight as quickly as possible. The blues being a big issue, CEO able to hit a nasty nade again. I think this is a massive game for Kara going forward. Another nade goes slightly far, bobbles just a little bit too much. That's a wild nade coming through, goes straight out to the outer edge of the zone, but smokes is all that's in the way between Kara and R8 in this moment. And finally, DRX starts to make a move.
Kaisei flexes out to the wall there. The angle spotted though, and a nade immediately put towards his feet, and he has to dance out the way. DRX starting to get low on nades. They've only got 7 left. RA are up to the wall as well. They've allowed the entrance to move on in. RA will go down, but it's Kara to do the dirty, and they will find 2 more eliminations on their tally. A big nade from CEO. Will there be an answer from DRX? They're allowing this to go through, and the smokes there covering so much of their sightline.
I mean, the big difference right now is Kara is incredibly hot coming into this engagement, whereas DRX feeling very cold off this game. They've not done too much. It's the 4v3 and the 19 elims on this game for Kara. The Crows are flying strong here, but they take initial knock. They're trying to get the damage done. Hyunbin alive for the time being. The bullet scraping his backpack.
Not quite able to finish the job though. They swap over to the next vehicle and it leaves Poser as a solo. DRX finally able to keep themselves standing. Hyunbin gets the res. 1 knock is all they'll find, and Kara denied the 20-point Elium game. They will go down in 2nd place. DRX able to hold their nerve right at the end.
Every single buckle blown off the back of that backpack in those final moments for Hyunbin. But the fact that he stays alive actually is the thing that gives him the chance, because so much time was wasted there for Kara versus Hyunbin. I think if they get that knock, there's a potential for a 3v4. I think Kara is really feeling that game, but still 19 points. That's a 25-point game coming through from Kara. Incredible scenes here at the Gauntlet.
A massive jump up for Kara. That has got to feel real good to be able to leapfrog all the way up the tables as they have just done. We've been waiting for it. We've seen some stuff from them previously in their regional positions, but up until now, sort of a little bit lacking. They did have a 3rd place towards the end of yesterday, but it is good to see them finding a little bit more power into these situations.
Absolutely. And I think for Kara, again, they played it well. They have strong players on side. They're not the most well-known players in the world from their particular region, but they have all played for multiple years and are all veterans of the game, which is very good to see. But again, I think for DRX, it is just a little bit lackluster win. In the meantime, we'll see what the desk had to say about that match.
DRX down in 15th place, so desperately needed a chicken dinner, and they get one right here, right now. Maxman, why was this game so different for DRX? What made them get the chicken dinner as opposed to the performance pretty much for the rest of the tournament so far?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question. They got circle gifted. Okay, you want me? Unfortunately, it is a win they desperately needed. Okay, don't get me wrong. They were in 15th position before this game. They were circle blessed. Luckily enough, they do go for that big push onto the side of Kara, as you can see here in this finishing blow moment. And they do get himself some really good swarm moments around Poser, get himself the wrap up, and get himself that chicken dinner. But it was definitely circle blessed. And it is not the win I wanted to see, Niptro, to be completely honest. From them, a bit more presence when they do get eventually a chicken dinner. But you know what? As you stated before we got on the desk here, that give them a little bit more of a confidence boost to finally initiate that ascent in the rankings.
I 100% think that's the case because of the way they switched the flip, or flipped the switch, that's the one. They flipped the switch as soon as they decided, okay, now's the time to go, they went for it. That was the DRX we're used to seeing. So I think now they've got points, they're out of 15th place, they can relax a little bit, take a breath and go, okay, we've got a win. Yes, it was kind of handed to us, but we took it in the end. We've come back to where we need to be. Now let's go forward the way we want to play. So I really am hopeful for them now.